Chapter 1. Introducing Workplace Diversity. By the end of this chapter, you should be able to analyze organizational best practices on diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. What is diversity? A review. Diversity is the inclusion of people who identify themselves differently, including, but not limited to, race, gender, sexuality, religion or spirituality, and age. Diversity should be a welcomed concept in all parts of life, including the workplace. Before diving into what it means to have a diverse and inclusive organizational culture, some terms and their definitions need to be discussed. Managing diversity. This means an organization is ensuring that members of diverse groups are valued and treated fairly in all parts of the environment. Valuing diversity, often used to reflect the ways in which organizations show appreciation for diversity among applicants, employees, and customers. Inclusion, degree to which employees are accepted and treated fairly by an organization. Surface-level diversity includes characteristics of individuals that are readily visible to anyone. Deep-level diversity, characteristics that are not observable, like attitude, values, and beliefs. Equity, an approach that recognizes that the systemic barriers posed for a particular person will vary. Equity recognizes that different people will need different amounts of resources in order to succeed and overcome. Belonging, the experience of personal involvement in a system or environment to the point they feel themselves to be an integral part of that system. Diversity is not just a thing to do, it is a mindset and approach that unites ethical management and high performance. It is an organizational strength, not a mere slogan or form of compliance with the law. Diversity means including talent from a wide demographic spectrum and including all employees in every aspect of the organization. So, how does a leader create a culture of inclusion? What are some best practices for diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging? Create a culture of inclusion with attention to key practices. Ongoing professional development so that everyone is consistently learning and developing skills linked to inclusion. Adapt routines to make inclusion a foundational element in the workplace. Set clear expectations. The expectations should be measurable. Here are some examples. My manager asks my opinion about the work I complete. My manager acknowledges my contributions. My manager demonstrates concern about my success. Conduct thorough evaluations, provide professional development, and integrate learning opportunities at all levels of the organization. Align the mission to advance equity. Organizations must abandon one-size-fits-all mindset and tailor services to community members' unique conditions and cultural factors. Being an inclusive leader means an adaptive playbook for equity and the support of the board. Read more about strategies for the workplace. Analyzing organizational best practices on diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. Review the criteria below for designing sound policies. Consider these items as you continue through the course. Would these criteria be beneficial when analyzing best practices regarding diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging? What would you change, if anything? If you were building a rubric for evaluating practices related to this content, what would you include? Criteria. Information. Programmatic assessment. A well-developed and empirically feasible public value proposition and theory of change underpins the policy. Achievement of the policy's intended and/or of other beneficial social outcomes. Costs/benefits associated with the policy are distributed equitably in society. Process assessment. The policy process allows for rigorous deliberation about the relevant values and interests, the hierarchy of goals and objectives, contextual constraints, the mix of policy instruments, and the institutional arrangements for effective policy implementation. Decision-making processes incorporated balanced consideration of a wide range of evidence, expertise, and advice. Political assessment. A relatively broad and deep political coalition supports the policy's value proposition, instruments, and current results. Association with the policy enhances the political capital of the responsible policymakers. Association with the policy enhances the organizational reputation of the relevant public agencies. Temporal assessment. Endurance of the policy's value proposition, the proposed high-level ends-means relationships underpinning its rationale and design, combined with the flexible adaptation of its on-the-ground and programmatic features to changing circumstances and in relation to performance feedback. Degree to which the policy's programmatic, process, and political performance is maintained over time. Degree to which the policy confers legitimacy on the broader political system. Chapter 2. Culturally Competent Leadership. By the end of this chapter, you should be able to develop leadership skills and cultural competencies to cultivate a diverse and inclusive organizational culture. Low 4. End quote. Culture is not a crime, end quote, by Don Endico is licensed under CC by 2.0. End quote. Kosa Bride, Lesedi Cultural Village, Gauteng, South Africa, end quote, by South African Tourism is licensed under CC by 2.0. Cultural competence is the ability of a leader to skillfully manage and support unique people, combining knowledge and skills with awareness, curiosity, and sensitivity for other cultural beliefs. It takes time, motivation, and practice to develop cultural competence. And as the world continues to evolve, cultural competence will also continue to evolve. Leaders have the opportunity to empower others, assembling diverse and unique teams. Leaders who can do this are setting the standard for how workplace should be run, balancing the skills of different people, recruiting talent that brings another worldview, and consistently evaluating their organization for areas to improve. Moreover, culturally competent leaders can make each member of the team feel included and provide a sense of belonging. Before learning about how to develop cultural competence, carefully review and reflect on the following questions. Developing cultural competence. In order to be culturally competent, there are several characteristics that a leader possesses. Cultural awareness, cultural desire, cultural knowledge, cultural skill, cultural encounters. Introducing the struggle for ethnic studies. Ethnic studies is the critical and interdisciplinary study of race, ethnicity, and indigeneity, focusing on the experiences and perspectives of diverse Black, Indigenous, and people of color, BIPOC communities. The field of ethnic studies and the various disciplines like Black Studies/Africana Studies, Asian American Studies, Pacific Islander Studies, Arab American Studies, American Indian/Native American Studies, and Chikanx/Latinx and Latinx Indigenous Studies all work to center the knowledge and expertise of historically minoritized groups. Ethnic studies has always been interdisciplinary in nature, meaning that it combines the strengths and perspectives of multiple disciplines. Scholars in the field of ethnic studies have also maintained a critique of the ways in which other disciplines have been associated with systems of power and domination. This has led to a critique of disciplines themselves, including the idea of a canon that many disciplines use to define a core set of authors, perspectives, and works that make up the foundation of the field. There is no singular beginning to ethnic studies or a set of scholars who wrote the field into existence. It emerged out of struggles and the long histories of communities of color and indigenous peoples who value education for its potential to transform lives, inspire change, raise awareness, and disrupt systems of power and exploitation. In this chapter, you will learn a bit about those traditions and the way that various movements, students, and activists came together to form what we now call ethnic studies. Geohistorical macro scales of ethnic studies. While there is no fixed canon to ethnic studies, some scholars have offered frameworks that can be used to describe the scope and significance of the field. Toltika Kwahutton, 2019, offers us the idea of 4 geohistorical macro scales of ethnic studies. Indigeneity and active roots. Coloniality, dehumanization, and genocide. Hegemony and normalization. And decoloniality, regeneration, and transformational resistance. Indigeneity and active roots mean beginning with and centering the sovereignty and self-determination of indigenous peoples. It also means providing students and educators with the tools to critically understand the relationships we have as people in this world with our ancestors, the land, and the historical realities that come to bear on our lives. Second, coloniality, dehumanization, and genocide is the first component of actively recognizing those historical and current-day political realities. In Figure 2.2.12.2.1, the image shows an activist sign with the phrase, "No history, no self," written in red and black. This sign was used at a protest in support of students on a hunger strike for ethnic studies at San Francisco State University in 2016. The message emphasizes the way that ethnic studies as a discipline benefits students by connecting to the true and authentic histories of race, indigeneity, and culture. Ethnic studies is critical because it opens the door to recognizing and understanding these aspects of society and culture that are often diminished or hidden. This brings us to the third geohistorical macro scale of ethnic studies, which is hegemony and normalization. Hegemony refers to the systems by which violence and exploitation are maintained in regular patterns to advantage socially dominant groups and maintain the oppression of Black, Indigenous, and people of color communities, including women and non-binary people, as well as people of diverse faiths, abilities, and immigration statuses. Finally, ethnic studies goes beyond revealing and examining violence and pain to bring students and education into the work of transformation, resistance, and social change. This means that ethnic studies is always political, always evolving, and intimately connected to social movements, grassroots activism, and advocacy for change. Native and Indigenous pedagogies. Native and Indigenous peoples of Turtle Island, a name for North and Central America used by various indigenous peoples of the Western Hemisphere, have practiced educational pedagogies that center resistance, justice, and equity long before the introduction of ethnic studies as a phrase or academic field. Traditional knowledge that has been sustained and carried forward in the face of settler colonialism provides key insight into the importance of activism and strategies of resistance against oppressive systems. Jacob et al., 2018. Native and Indigenous pedagogies are as diverse as the peoples who practice them. However, there are some common values and tools that have contributed to current-day ethnic studies. Native and Indigenous pedagogies are place-based and incorporate the cultural, historical, environmental, economic, and literary context of students. Johnson, 2012. This means learning with and from the local context, highlighting the importance of contributing directly to local communities through educational projects, and it emphasizes reciprocity and relationality. Traditions of education and resistance. The introduction of colonial educational and epistemological frameworks led to the attempted erasure and genocide of indigenous lifeways. Building on centuries of colonization, in 1869, the U.S. government and Christian churches began systematically kidnapping Native American children and trafficking students into government and church-run boarding schools, which were designed to forcefully strip students of their Native American heritage and impose the use of English, Christian religious customs, and colonized modes of dress. These norms enforced colonial gender binaries, conditioning girls to do housework with boys focused on outside labor. Speaking native languages and practicing religious or familial customs were violently punished in these boarding schools. Lomoema, 2018. This is just one example of instances where educational institutions have functioned to support systems of violence, exploitation, and forced assimilation. The roots of current-day ethnic studies are also present in the ongoing resistance to oppressive educational systems. Throughout the 19th and 20th centuries, the United States greatly expanded the role of public education. This infrastructure was built up unequally, with schools actively segregated by race. The separation of students by race helped to reinforce the existing racial hierarchy. This also has major implications for the wealth disparities between racial and ethnic groups. For a more in-depth exploration of this topic, please review Chapter 9, The Racial Wealth Gap. Challenges to legal segregation. In 1884, Mary and Joseph Tape, a Chinese-American couple living in San Francisco, California, sought to enroll their daughter in the primary school in their neighborhood, which was an all-white school. The administration blocked their enrollment, and the Tapes sued. Their case made it to the California Supreme Court in 1885, which affirmed that public schools must be open to all children. California legislators and federal policy moved quickly to affirm segregation, which would remain the law of the land for nearly another 70 years. The San Francisco School Board created a separate Chinese primary school in Chinatown. However, the racial status quo was not without challenge. In the 1947 case Mendez v. Westminster, Sylvia Mendez and her family brought a federal case against the Westminster School District of Orange County, California, to challenge the exclusion of Mexican American students from white schools. While Mexican Americans were considered legally white, they were excluded on the basis of Spanish-speaking children. The U.S. Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit affirmed in their decision that equality in education means opening schools to all children, in defiance of the presiding, separate but equal doctrine. In Figure 2.3.12.3.1, there is a video that describes in more detail the story of Mendez versus Westminster and its significance in addressing discrimination in California. The video is 9 minutes and 45 seconds. Sidebar: Mendez versus Westminster and discrimination in California's public schools. Figure 2.3.12.3.1, Mendez versus Westminster case, discrimination in California's public schools, CC by 3.0, Anu Monde via YouTube. It was not until the U.S. Supreme Court decided in 1954 in the Brown versus Board of Education case that racial segregation in public schools was outlawed nationwide. In this case, Linda Brown's family sued the Board of Education of Topeka, Kansas, because their daughter was denied entrance to their local school because of her race. This landmark decision invalidated the idea that separate facilities, services, and institutions based on race can be equal and affirmed that segregation itself is a form of racial discrimination. The court instructed segregated schools across the country to implement desegregation with all deliberate speed. However, white supremacist groups emerged to resist these changes, including in Little Rock, Arkansas. Despite vocal and public bigotry and hatred directed at them, 9 black students registered to attend the formerly all-white Central High School: Minnie Jean Brown, Elizabeth Eckford, Ernest Green, Thelma Mothershed, Melba Patillo, Gloria Ray, Terrence Roberts, Jefferson Thomas, and Carlotta Walls. With support from the Arkansas NAACP, this group, the Little Rock Nine, courageously faced racial violence and adult protesters who attempted to prevent them from going to school. The governor of Arkansas called in the Arkansas National Guard to prevent students from entering the campus, which eventually prompted President Eisenhower to send National Guard troops to escort the students to school. In Figure 2.3.22.3.2, Elizabeth Eckford is shown walking to school in sunglasses while she is surrounded by an angry white mob, with Hazel Bryan Massery behind her, shouting hateful comments. Figure 2.3.22.3.2, Elizabeth Eckford being verbally assaulted by Hazel Bryan Massery for exercising her right to pursue an education. Public domain. Will counts via Wikimedia Commons. Generations of students and activists have had to fight for the rights of Black, Indigenous, and people of color, BIPOC, communities to receive an education at all. Beyond the struggle, the schools and instructional methods that were created by and for white people to maintain white supremacist culture and class superiority are not designed to support BIPOC students. While advocates have worked to open access to these spaces and transform them to better serve the needs of all students, others have focused on creating alternative educational spaces that directly serve the needs of students through culturally and politically relevant pedagogy. This sentiment is captured in the phrase, "Education justice is racial justice," which is represented through an artistic poster of an activist and social movement in Figure 2.3.32.3.3. Figure 2.3.32.3.3, Education justice is racial justice. CC by NCND 3.0, Fabiana Rodriguez Vallecasides. Formation of autonomous schools. The Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, SNC, began organizing freedom schools in 1963. Civil rights leaders like Fannie Lou Hamer, Bob Moses, and Stokely Carmichael had begun organizing voter education initiatives to offer vital education to Black communities. SNCC sought to expand these efforts and work against the pervasive educational disadvantages faced by Black communities in the Jim Crow South. The Freedom Schools provided students of all ages with an opportunity to learn vital information about history, mathematics, culture, and other topics. This offered personal benefits to the participants while also encouraging folks to join a movement of engaged and politically motivated community members. This is just one example of BIPOC communities creating autonomous learning environments that promote cultural pride and relevant knowledge and preserve shared languages. Historically, Black colleges and universities have been major leaders in this area. You can learn more about these institutions in Chapter 9, Section 9.5, Counter-Narratives in Racial Wealth Disparities. As well, Native Hawaiian communities have been leaders, especially in language preservation, with the Kamehameha schools opening in 1887 to defend Native traditions and preserve culture for the next generation. Early days of ethnic studies. Throughout the 1960s, colleges and universities were the sites of student-led protests for racial justice, environmental justice, gender liberation, and in opposition to the war in Vietnam. Huey P. Newton and Bobby Seale met at Merritt College in Oakland, California, where they were inspired by the writings of the Black radical author, Frantz Fanon. A sign on the Merritt College campus is shown in Figure 2.4.12.4.1. They began a student group called Soul Students Advisory Council and advocated for the first Black Studies program, before going on to found the Black Panther Party, Rojas, 2010. At the same time, similar efforts were underway throughout California and across the country. The Black Student Union at San Francisco State College, SFSC, was started in 1963 by activists who had trained with the Black Panther Party and SNC, Rojas, 2010. The organization supported the small minority of Black students at SFSC at the time and sought to increase enrollment. In 1966, Jimmy Garrett from SNC arrived on campus to mobilize and organize Black students, Rojas, 2010. Figure 2.4.12.4.1, Merritt College. CC by 4.0, photo by Jordan Burkhart. At SFSC, the administration allowed students to teach each other courses not included in the traditional curriculum through the experimental college. Students resisted any attempt to control the content of these courses, including invited speakers. The culture and operations of the experimental college attracted radicalized Black students. Students, especially leaders in the Black Student Union, used the experimental college to build the Black Studies curriculum. By 1968, the Black Studies curriculum covered history, social sciences, and the humanities, including courses like Sociology of Black Oppression, American Institutions, Culture in Cities, Composition. Modern African thought and literature, recurrent themes in 20th century Afro-Americano thought, creative writing, avant-garde jazz, playwriting, and Black improvisation. The longest student strike. George Murray was a beloved English instructor at SFSC who was known for his vocal critiques of racism and the Vietnam War. He also served as the Minister of Education for the Black Panther Party. After he was fired on November 1, 1968, student leaders from the BSU and Third World Liberation Front, TWLF, started a strike. The TWLF was a multi-ethnic coalition of students that were awoken to the fact that they were being taught in ways that were dominating and irrelevant to themselves. Maeda, 2012, and included a coalition of the Black Student Union, BSU, Latin American Student Organization, LASO, Intercollegiate Chinese for Social Action, ICSA, Mexican American Student Confederation, Philippine, now Filipino, American Collegiate Endeavor, PACE, La Raza, Native American Students Union, and Asian American Political Alliance. These movements built on intergenerational traditions of protest and advocacy that informed the emergent groups that formed, established, and nurtured ethnic studies. Delgado, 2016. Penny Nakatsu was one of the strike's leaders, and her speeches emphasized the importance of connecting student oppression with U.S. imperialism and militarism that creates adverse conditions throughout third world countries. Nesbitt Crutchfield was also a prominent leader in the organization and the first striker to be arrested. He spent over a year in jail. Police officers used militarized tactics on strikers, including directly assaulting students. The college's president at the beginning of the strike, Robert Smith, was initially sympathetic to students and interested in hearing out their demands. However, the administration quickly replaced President Smith with Samuel Ichi Hayakawa, who represented the interests of the predominantly white California State College Board of Trustees and then California Governor Ronald Reagan. The TWLF made a conscious choice in their organizing to center the leadership of students of color. However, the strike also garnered support from white students and community members, as well as the faculty union, a local chapter of the American Federation of Teachers. The strike lasted for nearly 5 months and at its peak had halted nearly all classes and college operations. Although the protesters were met with hostility, resistance, arrests, and violence, they countered this with a strategy called the War of the Flea, which focused on disruptive tactics that would pressure the administration to take action. For example, protesters checked out massive amounts of books from the library, disrupted classes to encourage students to join the strikes, and staged massive public demonstrations with music and chanting. Rojas, 2010. Outcomes of the strike. In the end, the strikers won nearly all of their demands, including the creation of a Black Studies department, the funding of 11.3 new full-time equivalent faculty positions, a new associate director of financial aid, the creation of an economic opportunity program, EOP, with 108 students admitted for spring 1969 in this program, as well as 500 seats committed for non-white students in the fall of 1969, with 400 additional slots for EOP students, and a commitment to creating the School of Ethnic Studies, Rojas, 2010. The School of Ethnic Studies later became San Francisco State University's College of Ethnic Studies, which includes Africana Studies, American Indian Studies, Asian American Studies, Latina/Latino Studies, and Race and Resistance Studies. The strikers' unmet demands included that Dr. Nathan Hare and George Murray were both denied faculty employment in the newly formed Black Studies program. Despite these losses, to this day, the strike remains the longest student strike in U.S. history and is a testament to the power of student mobilization. Delgado, 2016, Maeda, 2012, Rojas, 2010. Sidebar: San Francisco State College strike demands. Black Student Union demands that all Black Studies courses being taught through various departments be immediately part of the Black Studies department, and that all the instructors in this department receive full-time pay. That Dr. Hare, chairman of the Black Studies department, receive a full professorship and a comparable salary according to his qualifications. That there be a department of Black Studies which will grant a bachelor's degree in Black Studies. That the Black Studies department chairman, faculty, and staff have the sole power to hire faculty and control and determine the destiny of its department. That all unused slots for Black students from fall 1968 under the special admissions program be filled in spring 1969. That all Black students wishing so be admitted in fall 1969. That 2020 full-time teaching positions be allocated to the Department of Black Studies. That Dr. Helen Vidizem be replaced from the position of financial aid officer, and that a Black person be hired to direct it. That third world people have the power to determine how it will be administered. That no disciplinary action will be administered in any way to any students, workers, teachers, or administrators during and after the strike as a consequence of their participation in the strike. That the California State College trustees not be allowed to dissolve any Black programs on or off the San Francisco State College campus. That George Murray maintain his teaching position on campus for the 1968 to 69 academic year. Third World Liberation Front demands that a school of ethnic studies for the ethnic groups involved in the Third World be set up with the students in each particular ethnic organization having the authority and control of the hiring and retention of any faculty member, director, or administrator, as well as the curriculum in a specific area study. That 50 faculty positions be appropriated to the School of Ethnic Studies, 20 of which would be for the Black Studies program. That, in the spring semester, the college fulfill its commitment to the non-white students in admitting those who apply. That, in the fall of 1969, all applications of non-white students be accepted. That George Murray and any other faculty person chosen by non-white people as their teacher be retained in their positions. The tenacity of the strikers inspired students at the University of California, Berkeley, UCB, to form their own Third World Liberation Front in January 1969, who began a separate strike for ethnic studies at UCB. Delgado, 2016. Strikers called for a third world college, but the administration ultimately formed a Department of Ethnic Studies. Throughout the country, racial justice and student activism were front and center, leading to a cascade of activism for ethnic studies programs, including the core disciplines of Black Studies, Chicano Studies, Asian American Studies, and American Indian Studies. In 1969, Chicana/O/X activists came together at the University of California, Santa Barbara, UCSB, and published El Plan de Santa Barbara, a document that united diverse activists from around the state of California and laid out a roadmap for Chicana/Chicano studies, as well as programs to increase the retention, engagement, and success of students from minoritized backgrounds. See Chapter 6, Section 6.2, Roots and Resistance, the Development of Chicanx and Lading Studies. UCSB created the first Chicano Studies Department in the University of California in 1970, now Chicana and Chicano Studies, and eventually formed the first PhD program in the field in 2003. California State University, Los Angeles was also a forerunner in this area and established a Mexican-American Studies program, which became the Department of Chicano Studies in 1971, and is now called the Department of Chicana, O, and Latina, O, Studies. Ethnic Studies as a site of growth. In the over 50 years since the founding of ethnic studies as an academic field, it has grown substantially to include a range of scholarly associations, degree-granting programs at all levels of higher education, growth in the K-12 education system, inclusion within general education curricula, and as a site of struggle and solidarity for racial justice, decolonization, and intersectionality. Subsequent generations of students and scholars have added to the field of ethnic studies and expanded its potential for liberatory praxis. As an interdisciplinary field committed to a relevant education, ethnic studies has always been a dynamic project that can change and grow. Scholarly associations and degree programs. Scholarly associations are voluntary organizations of professional researchers who organize the exchange of ideas through activities like conferences where scholars present and share their work, newsletters, peer-reviewed publications, scholarships, and research grants. Within ethnic studies fields, many scholarly organizations exist which focus on specific disciplines and populations of scholars. Some of these predate the 1968 protests for ethnic studies, like the Association for the Study of African American Life and History, founded in 1915, which is the group responsible for Black History Month. The Association for Ethnic Studies was formed in 1972, just 4 years after the San Francisco State College strike began. The National Association for Chicano Social Scientists first began in 1972 and later became the National Association for Chicano Studies in 1973. Due to the activist of feminist scholars and their allies, the group changed its name to the National Association for Chicana and Chicano Studies in 1995, which remains the name today. However, a single association is often not enough to reflect the diversity and complexity of an academic field. For example, Mujeres Activas en Letras y Cambio Social was founded in 1982, focusing on Chicana/Latina scholarship separately from what was known as the National Association for Chicano Studies at the time. With respect to the other core disciplines of ethnic studies, the National Council for Black Studies began in 1975 to help provide a structure to the growing fields of Africana/Black studies, bringing together scholars of the African diaspora studying various aspects of the global experience of Blackness. In 1979, the Association for Asian American Studies was formed to organize this discipline. The American Indian Studies Association was formed in 1999 to develop the fields of American Indian, Alaskan Native, and Indigenous studies. As well, the Native American and Indigenous Studies Association was formed in 2007 and publishes the journal Native American and Indigenous Studies with the University of Minnesota Press. Academic associations typically encourage student participation and have specific opportunities and scholarships available to students in that field. There are also associations within other disciplines that utilize a racial justice or decolonial lens, such as the Association of Black Sociologists, the Black Women's Studies Association, and the Association of Indigenous Anthropologists. There are a range of degree programs that are offered in ethnic studies fields, reflecting the complexity and depth of experiences among people of color and indigenous peoples in the United States and around the world. Ethnic studies programs are united in their shared focus on power and domination, as well as a connection to real-world struggles for justice and equity. This is distinguished between traditional fields of regional studies, cultural studies, and American studies. For example, researchers who study African cultures, traditions, history, and science may offer a program in African studies or a degree specific to a region or country on the continent. These programs are distinct from a Black Studies program or Africana Studies program, which focuses on the self-determination and struggles of Black communities in the U.S. or in a transnational context. Ethnic studies programs may offer degrees in comparative ethnic studies, which addresses multiple historically defined racialized groups, or with a specific concentration in disciplines like Black studies, African American studies, Africana studies. Native American Studies, Indigenous Studies, American Indian Studies, Chikanx and Lading Studies, Asian American Studies, Critical Pacific Islands and Oceania Studies, Arab and Muslim Ethnicities and Diasporas, and Critical Middle East/Southwest and North Africa Studies. Institutional growth and policies. While ethnic studies has grown as an academic discipline, it has always maintained its connection to community collaborations and ensuring that scholarship and education are useful to communities affected by historical violence, settler colonialism, and systems of exploitation. Student activists are a key force in ethnic studies, and groups like BSU, Black Student Union, and MECA, Movimiento Estudiantil Chikanx de Aztlan, or the Chikanx Student Movement of Aztlan, build student leadership, advocate for equity and policy change, and develop relationships with historically underserved communities in higher education. Students have also been a major part of advancing ethnic studies programs and speaking out when they face budget cuts and administrative threats. For instance, in 1999, the Third World Liberation Front at UCB emerged once more and organized hunger strikes to protest the proposed cuts to both funding and faculty support for the Ethnic Studies Department. The movement also included rallies, sit-ins, and building occupations, and managed to stop the cuts to the department and generated an administrative commitment to establishing a research center that was eventually called the Center for Race and Gender. In 2016, the TWLEF emerged again, this time at San Francisco State University, also staging hunger strikes as part of a strategy to pressure the administration into making investments in the College of Ethnic Studies. The college faced a nearly $250,000 deficit in funding, with the university failing to provide adequate financial resources to cover the salaries of all faculty and permanent staff. The student demonstrations, including a 10-day hunger strike and camping overnight on campus grounds, led to university administrators committing a total of over $650,000 to both address the shortfall and expand the faculty for teaching high-quality and innovative ethnic studies courses. Ethnic studies classes are a great opportunity for students to deepen their knowledge and passion for these topics. Educators have also shown that these classes have general benefits for all students, as well as campus communities as a whole, Bonilla, D. and Penner, 2021. This has led faculty advocates and administrators to establish ethnic studies as a general education graduation requirement. In 2020, the California State Legislature passed Assembly Bill 1460, authored by Assembly member Shirley Weber, which changed the general education curriculum to include ethnic studies as a graduation requirement for all 23 campuses in the California State University, CSU, system. The CSUs enroll nearly 500,000 students, 485,550 in 2022, and are the largest public research university system in the world. The legislative directive in AB 1460 made it so that all students must take an ethnic studies class taught in an ethnic studies department, separate from any related diversity or multiculturalism requirements. This acknowledged the status of ethnic studies as a distinct field of scholarship. The California community colleges followed suit by establishing ethnic studies as a graduation requirement, while the University of California System Academic Council is considering both an ethnic studies graduation requirement and admission requirement for high school students hoping to attend the UC. Ethnic studies curriculum has a long history in the K-12 educational context as well. In 1970, the Native American Materials Development Center created a K-6 curriculum for Navajo children that included both historical content and culturally relevant pedagogies. As early as 1993, the Berkeley Unified School District created a 9th grade course in ethnic studies and made it a graduation requirement. In 2007, Kalu High School in Hawaii established ethnic studies as a required 9th grade course for all students. In 2014, El Rancho Unified in Pico Rivera, California, created a high school requirement for ethnic studies. The Ethnic Studies Now Coalition helped to spread the successes of ethnic studies to other communities, including through advocacy as well as sharing resources. With more and more districts adopting ethnic studies, statewide advocates in California moved to formalize the curriculum and establish a framework for ethnic studies teachers. Campus programs like the UCLA Center X/Teacher Education Program, Exido at UCSB, and Zydo, Zikink's Institute for Teaching and Organizing, have started to train educators interested in working in this growing field. Threats against ethnic studies. While ethnic studies scholarship and curriculum have seen substantial growth over 50 years, this has always been threatened by counter-movements and institutional resistance. In 1998, in Tucson, Arizona, the school district established a Mexican-American Studies program that grew to 48 course offerings and was the largest ethnic studies program in any school district nationwide. The department offered student support and facilitated teachers and parents' involvement in Chicana/O/X and Latina/O/X student success, which directly increased graduation rates and grades in all classes, Cabrera, Millam, and Marks, 2012. In 2010, state lawmakers passed Arizona House Bill 2281, which dismantled the program. The ban was overturned in 2017 as it was deemed racist and unconstitutional. The rhetoric from this law, which claimed to restrict teachers from promoting resentment toward a race or class of people, or advocating ethnic solidarity instead of the treatment of pupils as individuals, reemerged in 2021 as conservative activists passed statewide bans on critical race theory to intimidate 12 educators working to have discussions about race and ethnicity in their classrooms. Despite this political hostility and counter-mobilization, ethnic studies educators and others invested in student equity and success continue to work at the front lines to inspire students and ensure that the next generation has access to a relevant education. As California has continued to formalize and institutionalize ethnic studies, scholars and activists have contended over the boundaries of the field and its purpose for higher education and society. In 2021, California Governor Gavin Newsom signed Assembly Bill 101, authored by Assemblymember Jose Medina, which established that all high school districts will be required to offer ethnic studies by the 2025 to 2026 school year and require an ethnic studies course for graduation by 2029 to 2030. Prior to establishing an ethnic studies requirement, the State Department of Education adopted an ethnic studies model curriculum in March 2021. The first draft of the model curriculum included lessons on the occupation of Palestine and its connection to Third World solidarity movements in the United States. However, the final draft removed this content and emphasized general ethnic studies, along with the 4 core disciplines centered on historically defined racial groups, African American studies, Chicana/O/X and Latina/O/X studies, Asian American and Pacific Islander studies, and Native American studies, along with sample lessons on Jewish Americans and Arab Americans. The Liberated Ethnic Studies model curriculum was created by independent scholars as a guide for K-12 educators that also includes Arab American studies, along with intersectional and comparative ethnic studies. This group of educators is working to ensure that diverse perspectives within ethnic studies are continuously cultivated and represented. Sidebar: contention over the California Ethnic Studies model curriculum. In 2019, the California Ethnic Studies Model Curriculum Advisory Committee convened at the California Department of Education in Sacramento. The convening began with a land acknowledgement, showing a commitment to indigenous peoples. And the first draft of the high school curriculum incorporated the attempted genocide and resistance of California natives. In its first version, the model curriculum had a lesson about land acknowledgement as well as protection of sacred sites, but they were removed. By 2022, when the final version was published, the indigenous, Mayan-inspired poem, In Lak'ech, was removed from the approved ethnic studies model curriculum for high schools. Conclusion. In summary, the field of ethnic studies is a dynamic source of inquiry and action. As we have explored its history, we can see that it joins many roots of resistance with a commitment to a relevant education. It is also particular to the racialized history of higher education in the United States and the resistance and liberation movements of the 1960s. While activist movements respond to the emerging needs brought about in the larger political environment, each generation has invested in ethnic studies as a source of education, research, and sharing knowledge to inspire further liberation and pursuits of justice. The need for ethnic studies is apparent when considering the long history of educational institutions in reproducing systemic oppression, including violence at the hands of educational institutions as well as exclusion from high-quality schools. Fortunately, ethnic studies has been shown time and time again to help improve disparities in school achievement and contribute to a more positive, inclusive school culture. Further, while ethnic studies was developed as the educational arm of broader struggles of decolonization and racial justice, it has also taken on its own life through the students and educators who carry out creative pedagogies and put knowledge into action. This has also led to the field becoming a target for politicization by outside commentators and stakeholders who consciously organize misinformation campaigns using the media and local activist networks. In the face of many misconceptions about ethnic studies, students and educators alike benefit from the knowledge and approach of ethnic studies scholarship. The future of the field depends entirely on today's students, who will come to shape the direction of the social movements that are central to the unfolding discipline and become the next generation of scholars to build innovative solutions to persistent systems of injustice in our society. Key terms. Geohistorical macro-scales of ethnic studies, a perspective put forward by Toltika Quahutten to describe the dynamic principles that guide ethnic studies scholarship in terms of scope and approach. Indigeneity and active roots. Coloniality, dehumanization, and genocide. Hegemony and normalization, and decoloniality, regeneration, and transformational resistance. Coloniality, dehumanization, and genocide, systems of oppression that are carried out through political, cultural, and militarized means, leading to the assault on native and indigenous lifeways. Hegemony, systems by which violence and exploitation are maintained in regular patterns to advantage socially dominant groups and maintain the oppression of Black, Indigenous, and people of color communities, including women and non-binary people, as well as people of diverse faiths, abilities, and immigration statuses. Decoloniality, regeneration, and transformational resistance, going beyond revealing and examining violence and pain to bring students and education into the work of transformation, resistance, and social change. Native and indigenous pedagogies, diverse perspectives in tribal communities that are commonly place-based and incorporate the cultural, historical, environmental, economic, and literary context of local indigenous realities. Colonial education, settler institutions that have attempted erasure and genocide of indigenous lifeways, including the government and church-run boarding schools in the United States and Canada. Third World Liberation Front, TWLEF, a multi-ethnic coalition of students that were awoken to the fact that they were being taught in ways that were dominating and irrelevant to themselves. Maeda, 2012, and included a coalition of the Black Student Union, BSU, Latin American Student Organization, LASO, Intercollegiate Chinese for Social Action, ICSA, Mexican American Student Confederation, Philippine, now Filipino, American Collegiate Endeavor, PACE, La Raza, Native American Students Union, and Asian American Political Alliance. General Education Graduation Requirement, a type of course that all students are required to take as part of their degree. In California, ethnic studies has become a general education graduation requirement in all public high schools and colleges. Critical race theory, a legal perspective put forward by scholars to identify the link between U.S. laws and the structure of racism, with the goal of better ending racial discrimination and disparities. This perspective has been misrepresented by conservative activists. Chapter 3. Leading and Building a Diverse Workplace Culture. By the end of this chapter, you should be able to analyze organizational best practices on diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. Low 1. Determine diversity management techniques needed to attract, engage, and retain employees. Low 3. Multi-ethnic diverse people in a circle holding hands by Helga V. Keitel is licensed under CC by 2.0. Leadership of diverse teams. Effective leaders will build a team with greater cultural and demographic diversity. They will do this, not just because it is the right thing to do, but because they realize diversity is critical to their ability to serve diverse constituents and empower diverse communities. Organizations that take the time to analyze their organizational makeup may realize there are fewer women than they'd like, or maybe less people from differing cultures. There are some steps to take to begin building and leading diverse teams. Evaluate what groups should be included in your organization. Decide what capabilities are needed to succeed in what roles and set a timeline. Provide ongoing training to all employees to be more culturally competent as well as leadership training when you begin to fill the gaps in the organization. Detail a vision, a leadership roadmap, if you will, that describes the plan for empowering diverse leaders in key roles. Love Diversity by Anno. Mollier is licensed under CC BY 2.0. But if the team isn't broke, why change it? Fair point. Yes, your team may be working well already. Maybe your team has some diverse components. Continually searching for diverse talent and recruiting them is only going to benefit your organization. In fact, one study shows that diversity plays a role in organizational resilience. Resilience is considered an essential component for organization in uncertain times, allowing them to better cope with crisis. Consider the COVID-19 pandemic. Some organizations struggled because they could not adapt. Granted, maybe they could not adapt because they didn't have the means to adapt, money, but it could also have been because they did not have the diverse perspectives brainstorming solutions to overcome shutting down, restricted public interaction, and more. Organizations that were able to thrive during the pandemic were adapting, coming up with solutions to continue to bring in sales. Reflect on the toll the pandemic took on your local community. Who could not remain open? Who is thriving? What do you think was key to their success? For more about organizational resilience and its connection to diversity, read the study by Duchek, Retza, and Shuchuk, 2020. Consider this cartoon from a deck of cards. Consider the message of the many advantages of working here when this card was printed in regards to the woman shown. Then consider how that same message could be used today, but with a completely different and less terrible meaning. We will be looking at the many advantages of diverse people working together below. Pin-up cartoon playing cards by Andertoons is licensed under CC by 2.0. The benefits of team diversity. Diverse perspectives can enhance teams, as we have discussed. Here are some ways that diversity benefits a team. Can you think of others? More likely to have financial returns above their industry average. More likely to have higher return on equity and income growth if there is gender diversity on their board of directors. Perform better at decision-making and problem-solving. More likely to base decisions on facts rather than opinions, often remaining more objective than homogeneous teams. Encourage greater scrutiny, keeping cognitive resources sharp and vigilant. Richer discussions. Greater innovation, more revenue from new products and services. Chapter 2. Cultural diversity. What is the right way to eat a hot dog? If you're from New York, you might top your hot dog with spicy brown mustard and onions or sauerkraut. If you're from Chicago, you might top your hot dog with sweet onions, pickled spears, tomato, relish, and hot peppers. If you're from Houston, you might top your hot dog with chili, cheese, and jalapenos. Reading this list, you might think some of these sound good, or maybe you wouldn't eat any of these toppings on your hot dogs. In this chapter, you will learn about cultural diversity. We will discuss how culture impacts our values, beliefs, behaviors, even our hot dog topping preferences, and how diversity of culture influences our workplace. This will provide you with useful tools to engage with others in your personal and professional life who may be different from you. Introduction to culture. What are the rules when you pass an acquaintance at school, work, in the grocery store, or in the mall? Generally, we do not consider all of the intricacies of the rules of behavior. We may simply say hello and ask, "How was your weekend?" or some other trivial question meant to be a friendly greeting. Rarely do we physically embrace or even touch the individual. In fact, doing so may be viewed with scorn or distaste, since as people in the United States, we have fairly rigid rules about personal space. However, we all adhere to various rules and standards that are created and maintained in culture. These rules and expectations have meaning, and there are ways in which you may violate this negotiation. Consider what would happen if you stopped and informed everyone who said, "Hi, how are you?" exactly how you were doing that day and in detail. You would more than likely violate rules of culture and specifically greeting. Perhaps in a different culture the question would be more literal, and it may require a response. Or if you are having coffee with a good friend, perhaps that question warrants a more detailed response. These examples are all aspects of culture, which is the ongoing negotiation of learned and patterned beliefs, attitudes, values, and behaviors. Unpacking the definition, we can see that culture shouldn't be conceptualized as stable and unchanging. Culture is negotiated, it is dynamic, and cultural changes can be traced and analyzed to better understand why our society is the way it is. This definition also points out that culture is learned, which accounts for the importance of socializing institutions like family, school, peers, and the media that we learned about in Module 1. Culture is patterned in that there are recognizable widespread similarities among people within a cultural group. There is also deviation from and resistance to those patterns by individuals and subgroups within a culture, which is why cultural patterns change over time. Last, this definition acknowledges that culture influences our beliefs about what is true and false, our attitudes including our likes and dislikes, our values regarding what is Chapter 2, Cultural Diversity 41 right and wrong, and our behaviors. It is from these cultural influences that our identities are formed. Humans are social creatures. Since the dawn of Homo sapiens, people have grouped together into communities in order to survive. Living together, people form common habits and behaviors, from specific methods of child-rearing to preferred techniques for obtaining food. In modern-day Paris, many people shop daily at outdoor markets to pick up what they need for their evening meal, buying cheese, meat, and vegetables from different specialty stalls. In the United States, the majority of people shop once a week at supermarkets, filling large carts to the brim. How would a Parisian perceive U.S. shopping behaviors that Americans take for granted? Almost every human behavior, from shopping to marriage to expressions of feelings, is learned. In the United States, people tend to view marriage as a choice between two people based on mutual feelings of love. In other nations and in other times, marriages have been arranged through an intricate process of interviews and negotiations between entire families. To someone raised in the United States, arranged marriages may seem strange or even wrong. Conversely, someone whose marriage was arranged might be perplexed with the idea of people choosing their own spouse without guidance from others. In both cases, a person from one culture may have misconceptions about the customs of the other. In other words, the way in which people view marriage depends largely on what they have been taught. Behavior based on learned customs is not a bad thing. Being familiar with unwritten rules helps people feel secure and normal. Most people want to live their daily lives confident that their behaviors will not be challenged or disrupted. But even an action as seemingly simple as commuting to work evidences a great deal of cultural propriety. Take the case of going to work on public transportation. Whether people are commuting in Dublin, Cairo, Mumbai, or San Francisco, many behaviors will be the same, but significant differences also arise between cultures. Typically, a passenger will find a marked bus stop or station, wait for his bus or train, pay an agent before or after boarding, and quietly take a seat if one is available. But when boarding a bus in Cairo, passengers might have to run, because buses there often do not come to a full stop to take on patrons. Dublin bus riders would be expected to extend an arm to indicate that they want the bus to stop for them. And when boarding a commuter train in Mumbai, passengers must squeeze into overstuffed cars amid a lot of pushing and shoving on the crowded platforms. That kind of behavior would be considered the height of rudeness in the United States, but in Mumbai it reflects the daily challenges of getting around on a train system that is taxed to capacity. Figure 2.1. Chapter 2. Cultural Diversity 42. Figure 2.1. How would a visitor from the suburban United States act and feel on this crowded Tokyo train? Crowded train, Hananosuk. CC bias A 2.0. In this example of commuting, culture consists of thoughts, expectations about personal space, for example, and tangible things, bus stops, trains, and seating capacity. Material culture refers to the objects or belongings of a group of people. Metro passes and bus tokens are part of material culture, as are automobiles, stores, and the physical structures where people worship. Non-material culture, in contrast, consists of the ideas, attitudes, and beliefs of a society. Material and non-material aspects of culture are linked, and physical objects often symbolize cultural ideas. A metro pass is a material object, but it represents a form of non-material culture, namely capitalism and the acceptance of paying for transportation. Clothing, hairstyles, and jewelry are part of material culture, but the appropriateness of wearing certain clothing for specific events reflects non-material culture. A school building belongs to material culture, but the teaching methods and educational standards are part of education's non-material culture. These material and non-material aspects of culture can vary subtly from region to region. As people travel farther afield, moving from different regions to entirely different parts of the world, certain material and non-material aspects of culture become dramatically unfamiliar. What happens when we encounter different cultures? As we interact with cultures other than our own, we become more aware of the differences and commonalities between others' worlds and our own. Cultural universals often, a comparison of one culture to another will reveal obvious differences. But all cultures also share common elements. Cultural universals are patterns or traits that are globally common to all societies. One example of a cultural universal is the family unit. Every human society recognizes a family structure that regulates sexual reproduction and the care of children. Even so, how that family unit is defined and how it functions vary. In many Asian cultures, for example, family members from all generations commonly live Chapter 2, Cultural Diversity 43, together in one household. In these cultures, young adults continue to live in the extended household family structure until they marry and join their spouse's household, or they may remain and raise their nuclear family within the extended family's homestead. In the United States, by contrast, individuals are expected to leave home and live independently for a period before forming a family unit that consists of parents and their offspring. Other cultural universals include customs like funeral rites, weddings, and celebrations of births. However, each culture may view the ceremonies quite differently. Anthropologist George Murdoch first recognized the existence of cultural universals while studying systems of kinship around the world. Murdoch found that cultural universals often revolve around basic human survival, such as finding food, clothing, and shelter, or around shared human experiences, such as birth and death or illness and healing. Through his research, Murdoch identified other universals including language, the concept of personal names, and, interestingly, jokes. Humor seems to be a universal way to release tensions and create a sense of unity among people. Murdoch, 1949. Humor is considered necessary to human interaction because it helps individuals navigate otherwise tense situations. Ethnocentrism, although human societies have much in common, cultural differences are far more prevalent than cultural universals. For example, while all cultures have language, analysis of conversational etiquette reveals tremendous differences. In some Middle Eastern cultures, it is common to stand close to others in conversation. Americans keep more distance and maintain a large personal space. Additionally, behaviors as simple as eating and drinking vary greatly from culture to culture. Some cultures use tools to put the food in the mouth while others use their fingers. If your professor comes into an early morning class holding a mug of liquid, what do you assume they are drinking? In the U.S., it's most likely filled with coffee, not Earl Grey tea, a favorite in England, or yak butter tea, a staple in Tibet. Some travelers pride themselves on their willingness to try unfamiliar foods, like the late celebrated food writer Anthony Bourdain, 1956 to 2017, Figure 2.2. Often, however, people express disgust at another culture's cuisine. They might think that it's gross to eat raw meat from a donkey or parts of a rodent, while they don't question their own habit of eating cows or pigs. Such attitudes are examples of ethnocentrism, which means to evaluate and judge another culture based on one's own cultural norms. Ethnocentrism is believing your group is the correct measuring standard, and if other cultures do not measure up to it, they are wrong. As sociologist William Graham Sumner, 1906, described the term, it is a belief or attitude that one's own culture is better than all others. Almost everyone is a little bit ethnocentric. A high level of appreciation for one's own culture can be healthy. A shared sense of community pride, for example, connects people in a society. Chapter 2, Cultural Diversity 44, but ethnocentrism can lead to disdain or dislike of other cultures and could cause misunderstanding, stereotyping, and conflict. Figure 2.2 Anthony Bourdain hosted my food shows traveling around the world trying different foods. Chef Anthony Bourdain in Singapore, Cheryl Chia, CC by 2.0 when people find themselves in a new culture, they may experience disorientation and frustration, also referred to as culture shock. In addition to the traveler's biological clock being off, a traveler from Chicago might find the nightly silence of rural Montana unsettling, not peaceful. Now, imagine that the difference is cultural. An exchange student from China to the U.S. might be annoyed by the constant interruptions in class as other students ask questions, a practice that is considered rude in China. Perhaps the Chicago traveler was initially captivated with Montana's quiet beauty, and the Chinese student was originally excited to see AU.S. style classroom firsthand. But as they experience unanticipated differences from their own culture, they may experience ethnocentrism as their excitement gives way to discomfort and doubts about how to behave appropriately in the new situation. According to many authors, international students studying in the U.S. report that there are personality traits and behaviors expected of them. Black African students report having to learn to be Black in the U.S., and Chinese students report that they are naturally expected to be good at math. In African countries, people are identified by country or kin, not color. Eventually, as people learn more about a culture, they adapt to the new culture for a variety of reasons. Culture shock may appear because people aren't always expecting cultural differences. Anthropologist Ken Barger, 1971, discovered this when he conducted a participatory observation in an Inuit community in the Canadian Arctic. Originally from Indiana, Barger hesitated when invited to join a local snowshoe race. He knew he would never hold his own against these experts. Sure enough, he finished last, to his mortification. But the tribal members congratulated him, saying, "You really tried." In Barger's own culture, he Chapter 2, Cultural Diversity 45, had learned to value victory. To the Inuit people, winning was enjoyable, but their culture valued survival skills essential to their environment. How hard someone tried could mean the difference between life and death. Over the course of his stay, Barger participated in caribou hunts, learned how to take shelter in winter storms, and sometimes went days with little or no food to share among tribal members. Trying hard and working together, two non-material values, were indeed much more important than winning. During his time with the Inuit tribe, Barger learned to engage in cultural relativism. Cultural relativism is the practice of assessing a culture by its own standards rather than viewing it through the lens of one's own culture. Practicing cultural relativism requires an open mind and a willingness to consider, and even adapt to, new values, norms, and practices. However, indiscriminately embracing everything about a new culture is not always possible. Even the most culturally relativist people from egalitarian societies, ones in which women have political rights and control over their own bodies, question whether the widespread practice of female genital mutilation in countries such as Ethiopia and Sudan should be accepted as a part of cultural tradition. Social scientists attempting to engage in cultural relativism, then, may struggle to reconcile aspects of their own culture with aspects of a culture that they are studying. Sometimes when people attempt to address feelings of ethnocentrism and develop cultural relativism, they swing too far to the other end of the spectrum. Xenocentrism is the opposite of ethnocentrism and refers to the belief that another culture is superior to one's own. An exchange student who goes home after a semester abroad or a social scientist who returns from the field may find it difficult to associate with the values of their own culture after having experienced what they deem a more upright or nobler way of living. Xenophobia, on the other hand, is an irrational fear or hatred of different cultures. Perhaps the greatest challenge for people learning about different cultures is the matter of keeping perspective. It is impossible for anyone to overcome all cultural biases. The best we can do is strive to be aware of them. Pride in one's own culture doesn't have to lead to imposing its values or ideas on others. And an appreciation for another culture shouldn't preclude individuals from studying it with a critical eye. This practice is perhaps the most difficult for all social scientists. High, low, and popular culture. Can you identify the chief financial officer of 3 major corporations? How about the name of the server at 3 local hangouts? How many books do you own? How many social media sites do you visit? Is your family listed on the social register copyright? Have you ever heard of the social register copyright? In each pair, one type of knowledge is considered high culture and the other low culture. Chapter 2, Cultural Diversity 46. The term high culture is used to describe the pattern of cultural experiences and attitudes that exist in the highest or elite class segments of a society. People often associate high culture with intellectualism, political power, and prestige. In America, high culture also tends to be associated with wealth. Events considered high culture can be expensive, formal and exclusive, attending a ballet, seeing a play, listening to a live symphony performance, or attending a prestigious university. Similarly, low culture is associated with the pattern of cultural experiences and attitudes that exist in the lowest class segments of a society. The term popular culture refers to the pattern of cultural experiences and attitudes that exist in mainstream society. Popular culture events might include a parade, a baseball game, or the season finale of a television show. Music, anime, and cosplay are pieces of popular culture. Popular culture is accessible by most and is expressed and spread via commercial and social media outlets such as radio, television, movies, the music industry, publishers, and corporate-run websites. You can share a discussion of favorite football teams with a new coworker or comment on a reality show when making small talk in line at the grocery store. But if you tried to launch into a deep discussion on the classical Greek play Antigone, few members of U.S. society today would be familiar with it. Although high culture may be considered by some as superior to popular culture, the lines between high culture and popular culture vary over time and place. Shakespearean plays, considered to be popular culture when they were written, are now part of our society's high culture. 500 years from now, will our descendants consider Dancing with the Stars as fine performance art? Subculture and counterculture. A subculture is just what it sounds like, a smaller cultural group within a larger culture. People of a subculture are part of the larger culture, but also share a specific identity within a smaller group. Thousands of subcultures exist within the U.S. Ethnic and racial groups share the language, food, and customs of their heritage. Other subcultures are formed through shared experiences, figure 2.3. Biker culture revolves around an interest in motorcycles. Some subcultures are formed by people who possess traits or preferences that differ from the majority of a society's population. The body modification community embraces aesthetic additions to the human body, such as tattoos, piercings, and certain forms of plastic surgery. But even as members of a subculture band together, they still identify with and participate in the larger society. Chapter 2. Cultural diversity. 47. Figure 2.3. Cosplayers are a distinct subculture, a smaller cultural group within the larger culture, in the United States. And within the larger subculture are subgroups, such as this one emulating DC Comics characters. Dragon Con 2013 DC Universe, Pat Loika, CC by 2.0 in contrast to subcultures, which operate relatively smoothly within the larger society. Countercultures reject some of the larger culture's norms and values and might actively defy larger society by developing their own set of rules and norms to live by, sometimes even creating communities that operate outside of greater society. Counterculture members are against the dominant ruling culture and want to install their own values. Subculture members may want to change some things, but established procedures are followed. Cultural competence. As a college student, you are likely to find yourself in diverse classrooms, organizations, and, eventually, workplaces. It is important to prepare yourself to be able to adapt to diverse environments. Cultural competence can be defined as the ability to recognize and adapt to cultural differences and similarities. It involves A. The cultivation of deep cultural self-awareness and understanding, i.e., how one's own beliefs, values, perceptions, interpretations, judgments, and behaviors are influenced by one's cultural community or communities, and B. Increased cultural other understanding, i.e., comprehension of the different ways people from other cultural groups make sense of and respond to the presence of cultural differences. Bennett, 2015. In other words, cultural competency requires you to be aware of your own cultural practices, values, and experiences, and to be able to read, interpret, and respond to those of others. Such awareness will help you successfully navigate the cultural differences you will encounter in diverse environments. Cultural competency is critical to working, and Chapter 2, Cultural Diversity 48, Building Relationships with People from Different Cultures. It is so critical, in fact, that it is now one of the most highly desired skills in the modern workforce. Bennett, 2015. We don't automatically understand differences among people and celebrate the value of those differences. Cultural competency is a skill that you can learn and improve upon over time and with practice. What actions can you take to build your cultural competency skills? Cultural diversity is found everywhere in college, in the workplace, in life. It should be respected, appreciated, and celebrated. To be successful as a college student, it is critical that you understand and can describe your own diverse background and how it impacts your view of the world. Being self-aware allows you to identify what makes you who you are while recognizing the differences that exist between you, other students, your professors, and all the members of your community. This section will discuss the factors that make up a person's culture and how one can effectively communicate and work with people who may be different. Diversity, the art of thinking independently together. Malcolm Forbes, entrepreneur, founder of Forbes magazine. What is diversity? Let's start with the basics. What is diversity? Grab a pen and a piece of paper. Quickly jot down how you would define diversity. What's the first thing that came to mind? Take a minute to write your response and then continue reading. When students from UNC Gillings School of Global Public Health were asked to define diversity, they each recorded their response. You can check out their responses. Take a minute to compare your answers to theirs. Chances are there were similar themes between your answers and theirs, but your response did not identically match any of the others. This is the perfect way to define diversity. Each of us are different. Everyone comes with different backgrounds and experiences. Diversity cannot be simply defined by a variety of ethnicities or races. It can also not be simply described as people from different countries or cultures. Instead, diversity encompasses all of these things and more. As we'll use the term here, diversity refers to the great variety of human characteristics, ways that we are different even as we are all human and share more similarities than differences. These differences are an essential part of what enriches humanity. Aspects of diversity may be cultural, biological, or personal in nature. Diversity generally involves things that may significantly affect some people's perceptions of others, not just any way people happen to be different. For example, having different tastes in music, movies, or books is not what we usually refer to as diversity. Chapter 2, Cultural Diversity 49. When discussing diversity, it is often difficult to avoid seeming to generalize about different types of people, and such generalizations can seem similar to dangerous stereotypes. The following descriptions are meant only to suggest that individuals are different from other individuals in many possible ways, and that we can all learn things from people whose ideas, beliefs, attitudes, values, backgrounds, experiences, and behaviors are different from our own. We have previously discussed in F some of the major aspects of diversity, including race, ethnicity, gender, sexuality, and ability. Below is a brief list of additional areas of diversity. Cultural background. Culture, like ethnicity, refers to shared characteristics, language, beliefs, behaviors, and identity. We are all influenced by our culture to some extent. While ethnic groups are typically smaller groups within a larger society, the larger society itself is often called the dominant culture. The term is often used rather loosely to refer to any group with identifiable shared characteristics. Educational background. Colleges do not use a cookie-cutter approach to admit only students with identical academic skills. A diversity of educational background helps ensure a free flow of ideas and challenges those who might become set in their ways. Age. While younger students attending college immediately after high school are generally within the same age range, older students returning to school bring a diversity of age. Because they often have broader life experiences, many older students bring different ideas and attitudes to the campus. Geography. People from different places within the United States or the world often have a range of differences in ideas, attitudes, and behaviors. Political views. A diversity of political views helps broaden the level of discourse on campuses concerning current events and the roles of government and leadership at all levels. Socioeconomic background. People's identities are influenced by how they grow up, and part of that background involves socioeconomic factors. Socioeconomic diversity can contribute to a wide variety of ideas and attitudes. Religion. For many people, religion is not just a Sunday morning practice, but a larger spiritual force that infuses their lives. Religion helps shape different ways of thinking and behaving. Surface diversity and deep diversity. Surface diversity and deep diversity are categories of personal attributes or differences in attributes that people perceive to exist between people or groups of people. Chapter 2. Cultural diversity. 50. Surface level diversity refers to differences you can generally observe in others, like ethnicity, race, gender, age, culture, language, etc. You can quickly and easily observe these features in a person. And people often do just that, making subtle judgments at the same time, which can lead to bias or discrimination. For example, if a teacher believes that older students perform better than younger students, they may give slightly higher grades to the older students than the younger students. This bias is based on a perception of the attribute of age, which is surface-level diversity. Deep-level diversity, on the other hand, reflects differences that are less visible, like personality, attitude, beliefs, and values. These attributes are generally communicated verbally and non-verbally, so they are not easily noticeable or measurable. You may not detect deep-level diversity in a classmate, for example, until you get to know him or her, at which point you may find that you are either comfortable with these deeper character levels or perhaps not. But once you gain this deeper level of awareness, you may focus less on surface diversity. For example, at the beginning of a term, a classmate belonging to a minority ethnic group whose native language is not English, surface diversity, may be treated differently by fellow classmates in another ethnic group. But as the term gets underway, classmates begin discovering the person's values and beliefs, deep-level diversity, which they find they are comfortable with. The surface-level attributes of language and perhaps skin color become more transparent, less noticeable, as comfort is gained with deep-level attributes. Chapter 2. Cultural Diversity. 51. Chapter 2. Cultural Diversity. 52. Summary. The term culture generally describes the shared values, beliefs, norms, language, practices, and artifacts of people. Our experience of cultural difference is influenced by our ethnocentrism, judging others using your cultural standards, and xenocentrism, belief that another culture is superior. Cultural competence is the ability to recognize and adapt to cultural differences and similarities. Surface-level diversity refers to characteristics you can easily observe, while deep-level diversity refers to attributes that are not visible. Values and beliefs. The first, and perhaps most crucial, elements of culture we will discuss are values and beliefs. Values are ideals or principles and standards members of a culture hold in high regard. For example, most cultures in any society hold knowledge, education in high regard. Values are deeply embedded and are critical for learning a culture's beliefs, which are the tenets or convictions that people hold to be true. Individual cultures in a society have personal beliefs, but they also shared collective values. To illustrate the difference, U.S. citizens may believe in the American dream, that anyone who works hard enough will be successful and wealthy. Underlying this belief is the American value that wealth is important. In other cultures, success may be tied less to wealth and more to having many healthy children. Values shape a society by suggesting what is good and bad, beautiful and ugly, sought or avoided. Values often suggest how people should behave, but they don't accurately reflect how people do behave. Values portray an ideal culture, the standards society would like to embrace and live up to. But ideal culture differs from real culture, which reflects what actually happens in a society. In an ideal culture, there would be no traffic accidents, murders, poverty, or racial tension. But in real culture, police officers, lawmakers, educators, and social workers constantly strive to prevent or address these issues. American teenagers are encouraged to value celibacy. However, the number of unplanned pregnancies among teens reveals that the ideal alone is not enough to spare teenagers the potential consequences of having sex. One of the ways societies strive to maintain its values is through rewards and punishments. When people observe the norms of society and uphold its values, they are often rewarded. A boy who helps an elderly woman board a bus may receive a smile and a thank you. A business manager who raises profit margins may receive a quarterly bonus. People sanction unwanted or inappropriate behaviors by withholding support, approval, or permission, or by implementing sanctions. We may think of sanction as a negative term, but sanctions are forms of social control, ways to encourage conformity to Chapter 2, Cultural Diversity 54 Cultural Norms or Rules. Sometimes people conform to norms in anticipation or expectation of positive sanctions. Receiving good grades, for instance, may mean praise from parents and teachers. Sanctions can also be negative. A boy who shoves an elderly woman aside to board the bus first may receive frowns or even a scolding from other passengers. A business manager who drives away customers will likely be fired. Breaking norms and rejecting values can lead to cultural sanctions such as earning a negative label like lazy, or to legal sanctions such as traffic tickets, fines, or imprisonment. Utilizing social control encourages most people to conform regardless of whether authority figures, such as law enforcement, are present. Values are not static. They change across time and between groups as people evaluate, debate, and change collective social beliefs. Values also vary from culture to culture. For example, cultures differ in their values about what kinds of physical closeness are appropriate in public. It's rare to see two male friends or coworkers holding hands in the U.S., where that behavior often symbolizes romantic feelings. But in many nations, masculine physical intimacy is considered natural in public. This difference in cultural values came to light when people reacted to photos of former President G.W. Bush holding hands with the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia in 2005. Simple gestures, such as hand-holding, carry great symbolic differences across cultures. Figure 2.4. A, B, Figure 2.4a. In many parts of Africa and the Middle East, it is considered normal for men to hold hands in friendship. How would U.S. citizens react to these two soldiers? Soldiers holding hands. Geordie Mott, CC by 2.0b. President George W. Bush of the United States and Crown Prince Abdullah of Saudi Arabia meeting at Bush's ranch in Crawford, Texas, April 25, 2005. Bush, Abdullah. 1. David Borer, White House. Public domain norms so far. Many of the examples in this module have described how people are expected to behave in certain situations. For example, buying food or boarding a bus. These examples describe the visible and invisible rules of conduct through which societies are structured, also referred to as norms. Norms are behaviors that reflect compliance with what cultures and societies have defined as good, right, and important. Most members adhere to them. Chapter 2. Cultural Diversity 55 Formal norms are established, written rules existing in all societies. They support many social institutions, such as the military, criminal justice, and healthcare systems, and public schools. We might question what purpose these norms serve, who creates, benefits, and suffers under these formal norms, and wonder about how a group that benefits interacts. Laws are formal norms, but so are employee manuals, college entrance exam requirements, and no running signs at swimming pools. Formal norms are the most specific and clearly stated of the various types of norms, and they are the most strictly enforced. But they're enforced to varying degrees. For example, private property is highly valued in the U.S. Thieves can be fined, imprisoned, or both. People safeguard valuable possessions by locking their doors, buying a safe, and installing alarm systems on homes and cars. A less strictly enforced social norm is driving while intoxicated. While it's against the law to drive drunk, drinking is for the most part an acceptable social behavior. And though there are laws to punish drunk driving, there are few systems in place to prevent the crime. There are plenty of formal norms, but the list of informal norms, casual behaviors that are generally and widely conformed to, is longer. People learn informal norms by observation, imitation, and general socialization. Some informal norms are taught directly, kiss your Aunt Edna, or use your napkin, while others are learned by observation, including understanding consequences when someone else violates a norm. Informal norms dictate appropriate behaviors without the need of written rules, and so may be difficult to learn when you are new to or not familiar with the culture. Although informal norms define personal interactions, they extend into other systems as well. In the U.S., there are informal norms regarding behavior at fast food restaurants. Customers line up to order their food and leave when they are done. They don't sit down at a table with strangers, sing loudly as they prepare their condiments, or nap in a booth. Most people don't commit even harmless breaches of informal norms. Norms may be further classified as either mores or folkways. Morais, are norms that embody the moral views and principles of a group. They often have a religious foundation. Violating them can have serious consequences. The strongest mores are protected with laws and other formal sanctions. In most societies, for instance, homicide is considered immoral and it's punishable by law, a formal norm. But more often, mores are judged and guarded by public sentiment, an informal norm. People who violate mores are seen as shameful. They can even be shunned or banned from some groups. The mores of the U.S. school system require that a student's writing be in the student's own words or use special forms, such as quotation marks and a whole system of citation, for crediting other writers. Submitting or publishing another person's words as if they are one's own has a name, plagiarism. The consequences for violating this norm are often severe and can result in expulsion from school or termination from employment. Chapter 2. Cultural Diversity 56. Unlike mores, folkways are norms without any moral underpinnings. Rather, folkways direct appropriate behavior in the day-to-day practices and expressions of a culture. We can think of them as traditions, things we do because we always have. They indicate whether to shake hands or kiss on the cheek when greeting another person. They specify whether to wear a tie and blazer or a t-shirt and sandals to an event. In Canada, women can smile and say hello to men on the street. In Egypt, that's not acceptable. In regions in the southern U.S., bumping into an acquaintance means stopping to chat. It's considered rude not to, no matter how busy one is. In other regions, people guard their privacy and value time efficiency. A simple nod of the head is enough. Other accepted folkways in the U.S. may include holding the door open for a stranger or giving someone a gift on their birthday. The rules regarding these folkways may change from culture to culture. A folkway in one culture could be extremely rude in another. Folkways are actions that people everywhere take for granted. People need to act without thinking in order to get seamlessly through daily routines. They can't stop and analyze every action. Sumner, 1906. Folkways might be small actions, learned by observation and imitated, but they are by no means trivial. An important folkway in many cultures is kissing grandmother on the cheek. Fail to do so, and you will likely be scolded. Symbols and culture humans, consciously and subconsciously, are always striving to make sense of their surrounding world. Symbols, such as gestures, signs, objects, signals, and words, help people understand that world. They provide communication methods to understanding experiences by conveying recognizable meanings that are shared by societies. Figure 6.5. The world is filled with symbols. Sports uniforms, company logos, and traffic signs are symbols. In some cultures, a gold ring is a symbol of marriage. Some symbols are highly functional. Stop signs, for instance, provide useful instruction. As physical objects, they belong to material culture, but because they function as symbols, they also convey non-material cultural meanings. Some symbols are valuable only in what they represent. Trophies, blue ribbons, or gold medals, for example, represent accomplishments. But many objects have both material and non-material symbolic value. Chapter 2, Cultural Diversity 57a, B. Figure 2.5. Some road signs are universal. But how would you interpret the signage on the right? A. Crossing people sign in Thailand. Dick Elbers, CC BIAS-A 4.0b. Traffic sign. Hansa Sukup. CC by 2.0 symbols often get noticed when they are out of context. Used unconventionally, they convey strong messages. A stop sign placed on the door of a college building makes a political statement, as does a camouflage military jacket worn in an anti-war protest. Together, the semaphore signals for N and D represent nuclear disarmament and form the well-known peace sign, Westcott, 2008. Some college students wear pajamas and bedroom slippers to class, clothing that was formerly associated only with privacy and bedtime. By wearing the outfit, students are defying traditional cultural norms. Some symbols represent only one side of the story and elicit strong emotions, which can lead to social unrest. Their presence is a reminder of a nation's worst times and not something to celebrate. Many of these symbols are targets of vandalism, as the destruction of these representations is symbolic. Effigies representing public figures are burned to demonstrate anger at certain leaders. In 1989, crowds tore down the Berlin Wall, a decades-old symbol of the division between East and West Germany, communism and capitalism. In the U.S. beginning in 2019, statues associated with slavery and the Civil War were removed from state capitals, college campuses, and public parks. In Germany, any display of Hitler or Nazi memorabilia or to deny the Holocaust is illegal. Chapter 2, Cultural Diversity 58. While different cultures have varying systems of symbols, one system is common to all: language. Whatever its form, people learn social and cultural norms through it. Language and symbols. Language is a system that uses symbols with which people communicate and through which culture is transmitted. Letters, which make up words, pictographs, and hand gestures, are all symbols that create a language used for communication. Sign language, for example, requires an intimate knowledge not only of an alphabet, but also of signs that represent entire words and the meaning indicated by certain facial expressions or postures. Its grammar differs from the spoken language. As spoken language is different across regions, nations, and cultures, and can even differ by the age of the person, so too does sign language. All language systems contain the same basic elements that are effective in communicating ideas: object, subject, action. A written language system consists of symbols that refer to spoken sound. Taken together, these symbols convey specific meanings. The English language uses a combination of 26 letters to create words. These 26 letters make up over 600,000 recognized words. OED Online, 2011. We can compare the reliance on tone and inflection to Mandarin Chinese. It contains over 8,000 characters, but the same character may symbolize different concepts depending on the tone used. English today contains an English and French version for the same concept. For example, in the English version, one eats, but in French version, one dines. In the English version, we meet someone. In the French version, we encounter someone. Americans may be surprised by the inclusion of a U, in some spellings of words like behavior or flavor. Americans have dropped that writers of British English include. Billions of people speak English, and there are almost as many pronunciations of it. Rules for speaking and writing vary even within cultures, most notably by region. Do you eat a grinder, a sub, or a hero/gyro? Do you refer to a can of carbonated liquid as soda, a pop, or a Coke? Is a household entertainment room a family room, rec room, or den? When leaving a restaurant, do you ask your server for a check, the ticket, or your bill? Language is constantly evolving and adding new words as societies create new ideas. In this age of technology, many cultures have adapted almost instantly to new nouns such as email and internet, and verbs such as downloading, texting, and blogging. These would have been considered nonsense words 30 years ago. Language and culture, even while it constantly evolves, language shapes our perception of reality and our behavior. In the 1920s, linguists Edward Sapir and Benjamin Whorf advanced this idea, which became known as Sapir-Whorf hypothesis or linguistic relativity. It is based on the Chapter 2, Cultural Diversity 59 idea that people experience their world through their language, and therefore understand their world through the cultural meanings embedded in their language. The hypothesis suggests that language shapes thought and thus behavior. Swoyer, 2003. For example, words have attached meanings beyond their definition that can influence thought and behavior. In the U.S., where the number 13 is associated with bad luck, many high-rise buildings do not have a 13th floor. In Japan, however, the number 4 is considered unlucky, since it is pronounced similarly to the Japanese word for death. Many social scientists believe that language can have a broad and lasting impact on perception. In 2002, Lyra Boroditsky and her colleagues conducted experiments on native German and Spanish speakers in English. Unlike English, these languages assign genders to nouns. In German, for example, the word for sun, die Sonne, is feminine, but the word for moon, der Mond, is masculine. The team chose a set of nouns with opposite genders in German and Spanish and asked participants to provide adjectives to describe them. They found that German speakers used more masculine adjectives than Spanish speakers when describing a noun that was grammatically masculine in German but feminine in Spanish. For example, the word for key is masculine in German and feminine in Spanish. German speakers described keys as hard, heavy, jagged, metal, serrated, and useful, while Spanish speakers used the adjectives golden, intricate, little, lovely, shiny, and tiny. The team concluded that gender perceptions acquired in a person's native language carry forward to how they see the world even when they switch to a language without grammatical genders. Boroditsky, Schmidt, and Phillips, 2002. Some social scientists also believe the structure of language can have consequences on both individual and group behavior. For example, a series of studies have found that Finland has a significantly higher rate of workplace accidents than Sweden despite the fact that the languages have similar workplace regulations. Salminen and Johansson, 2000. John A. Lucy explained this discrepancy through differences in the structure of these languages. Swedish places a greater emphasis on the timing of movement in three-dimensional space. Consequently, Lucy argued, the Swedish factories are physically arranged in a manner that supports the smooth running of the product process. Finnish factories experience frequent disruptions, so that workers must rush and have more accidents. Lucy, 1997. The Sapir-Whorf hypothesis has been interpreted to suggest that if a word does not exist in a language, then users of that language cannot have the experience. Studies have shown, for instance, that unless people have access to the word ambivalent, they don't recognize having conflicting positive and negative feelings about an issue as ambivalence. However, the hypothesis should not suggest that people do not have conflicting feelings, but rather that they interpret the feelings differently. In addition to using spoken language, people communicate without words. Nonverbal communication is symbolic and, as in the case of language, is learned through one's Chapter 2, Cultural Diversity 60 Culture. Some gestures are nearly universal, some are not. Smiles often indicate positive reinforcement in the U.S., whereas in some cultures it is rude as you do not know the person. A thumbs up in Russia and Australia is an offensive curse, Pissarro, 2002. Other gestures vary in meaning depending on the situation and the person. A wave of the hand can mean many things, depending on how it's done and for whom. It may mean hello, goodbye, no thank you, or I'm royalty. Winks convey a variety of messages, including, we have a secret, I'm only kidding, or I'm attracted to you. From a distance, a person may read the emotional situation of people just by watching their body language and facial expressions. However, many cultures communicate with lots of physicality, which people outside that culture may interpret as an argument. So, for example, you might believe two people are arguing when, in fact, they're simply having a regular conversation. Chapter 2, Cultural Diversity 61. Chapter 2, Cultural Diversity 62 Summary. Values are ideals or principles and standards members of a culture hold in high regard. Beliefs, which are the tenets or convictions that people hold to be true. Values portray an ideal culture, the standards society would like to embrace and live up to. But ideal culture differs from real culture, which reflects what actually happens in a society. Norms are behaviors that reflect compliance with what cultures and societies have defined as good, right, and important. Symbols, such as gestures, signs, objects, signals, and words, help people understand that world. Language is a system that uses symbols with which people communicate and through which culture is transmitted. 2.3 Diversity in the Workplace Learning Objectives. By the end of the section, you will be able to differentiate between social diversity and social progress. Discuss the benefits and challenges of a diverse workforce. We all have our strengths and our weaknesses, things we excel in and things we struggle with. We have our endearing personality traits and our sometimes annoying ones. Could you imagine working only with people exactly like you, from the same background, with the same experiences, the same personalities? Probably not. And that's a good thing. Diversity helps to keep things interesting, exciting, and progressing. Interacting with a large variety of individuals can help stimulate your mind and present ideas and opinions you may not have ever discovered on your own. Recognizing diversity in your daily life can help you to see the world from new and different perspectives. Diversity is an essential part of every organization, and it is important to recognize how it influences the workforce. Figure 6.6. Understanding diversity can help us to work better in group or team situations and gives us insight into the behavior of an organization. This section will explore the history, complexity, benefits, and challenges of diversity in the workplace. Figure 2.6. A diverse workforce helps raise awareness of cultural worldview and attitudes towards cultural differences. BLM employees at work, Bureau of Land Management, Oregon and Washington, CC by 2.0 Chapter 2, Cultural Diversity 65 Social Diversity and Social Progress. Let's start with the basics. What is diversity? Grab a pen and a piece of paper. Quickly jot down how you would define diversity. What's the first thing that came to mind? Take a minute to write your response and then continue reading. When students from UNC Gillings School of Global Public Health were asked to define diversity, they each recorded their response. You can check out their responses. Take a minute to compare your answers to theirs. Chances are there were similar themes between your answers and theirs, but your response did not identically match any of the others. This is the perfect way to define diversity. Each of us are different. Everyone comes with different backgrounds and experiences. Diversity cannot be simply defined by a variety of ethnicities or races. It can also not be simply described as people from different countries or cultures. Instead, diversity encompasses all of these things and more. Diversity includes, but is not limited to language, religion, marital status, gender, age, socioeconomic status, geography, politics, and the list goes on and on. Now that we have reviewed diversity, we need to discuss social diversity. You're probably wondering how the two are different. Santana, 2018, defines social diversity as a successful community which includes individuals from diverse backgrounds who all contribute to the success of the community by practicing understanding and respect of different ideas and perspectives. Santana explains that successful socially diverse communities are able to work together to achieve common goals. While the two terms have a lot of similarities, diversity is defined by a variety of differences between individuals, whereas social diversity describes how a community, society, or organization utilizes their members' diversity to work towards a common goal. Lastly, we need to define and discuss social progress. Harvard Business School's Social Progress Index defines social progress as the capacity of a society to meet the basic human needs of its citizens, establish the building blocks that allow citizens and communities to enhance and sustain the quality of their lives, and create the conditions for all individuals to reach their full potential. Let's break it down to better understand the many aspects of social progress. There are many lenses in which to view social progress. For the purpose of this section, we will specifically focus on social progress in the workplace. Let's focus on the last part of the definition, to enhance and sustain the quality of their lives, and create the conditions for all individuals to reach their full potential. Simply put, social progress is the idea of giving people from all backgrounds the opportunity and environment to work towards their goals and success. Now, how is social progress different from social diversity? Social progress should be constantly evolving and changing to ensure people can reach their Chapter 2. Cultural diversity 66 full potential, whereas social diversity is a term that evaluates where a community or organization is currently operating. History of social progress. To completely understand social progress on a global scale, you would have to dedicate your life to studying the ins and outs of cultures and societies around the globe. Since we do not have a lifetime to discuss social progress for the purpose of this course, we will review the history of social progress in America over the last century. Even more specifically, we will discuss the history of social progress in America's workplaces. It is important to examine the history of social progress in order to fully comprehend how times have changed in the past century, and also to better recognize opportunities in which we need to evolve and improve. The Progressive Era began in the late 1800s and focused on both political and ethical reform. Progressives argued that business organizations needed to be more regulated in order to ensure economic opportunity for all. Progressives believed that all people deserved the opportunity to flourish through government regulations controlling workplace environments, hiring practices, unions, child labor, minimum wage, etc. While many of these things will appear to be common sense by today's standards, these were controversial and rebellious ideas in the early 1900s. Figure 6.7. Figure 2.7. Progressives created reforms in the workplace, government, and education. Progressive reforms in the 20th century. Lumen Learning, CC by 4.0. The Progressive Era created a domino effect of social change. While change has been slow at times, a lot has happened since the start of the 20th century. In 1948, President Truman signed what is believed by many to be the first workplace diversity initiative on record. Executive Order 9981 ordered a desegregation of the armed services. Although at Chapter 2, Cultural Diversity 67 did not prohibit segregation, it did mandate equal treatment and opportunity for all people in the armed services, regardless of their race or ethnicity. Then, in the 1960s, the Civil Rights Act was passed, prohibiting discrimination based on race, religion, national origin, or sex. This was a huge step in the history of social progress as it drastically changed the number of opportunities available to people from all backgrounds. Next, in 1987, Workforce 2000 was created, discussing factors that would have an impact on the U.S. workforce in the decades to come. Workforce 2000 was created in the late 1980s and discussed a variety of factors predicted to influence America's workforce by the year 2000. The Workforce 2000 document was authored by the Hudson Institute, an Indianapolis, Indiana company, and sponsored by the United States Department of Labor. Hudson Institute's mission statement is to think about the future in unconventional ways, and that is exactly what they did. Hudson Institute identified 4 trends they believed would prove to be true by the year 2000. They are as follows. 1. The American economy should grow at a relatively healthy pace too. Manufacturing will be a much smaller share of the economy in the year 2003. The workforce will grow slowly, becoming older, more female, and more disadvantaged for. The new jobs in service industries will demand much higher skill levels than jobs of today, while all 4 of these expected trends are interesting on a variety of levels for the purpose of this class. Let's focus on number 3 and how it helped to identify diversity changes in the workplace. The report stated that the number of women and minorities entering into the workforce would grow by the year 2000. Some people believe the report suggested the total number of employees per organization would be comprised of more women and minorities than straight white cisgender men. However, the report clearly stated that the overall additions to the workforce would be comprised of more women and minorities rather than the total. Therefore, while they predicted an increase in the number of women and minorities, they did not predict a large overall percentage change in the makeup of organizations. Although the overall change to the workforce would appear to be minor, the trends presented in the report began to change society's way of thinking. Workforce diversity became a topic of conversation both in and out of the workforce, helping to develop the birth of the diversity industry. Many companies acknowledged a change in workforce demographics were on the horizon. However, very few companies recognized how diversity could positively influence Chapter 2, Cultural Diversity 68, a company's bottom line. Instead of welcoming the diverse backgrounds and experiences of their newly acquired female and minority employees, they focused on getting them to adapt to the current company majority. In many cases, a company's diversity was only reflected through the way their employees looked, not in the way their employees behaved and operated. Training and development were focused on getting the new employees to adapt to the current way of doing things, instead of training the whole company to view business operations from a variety of new perspectives. While assimilation is important to foster fluidity within an organization, utilizing the diverse backgrounds and experiences of employees can help propel operations and output to the next level. Being able to properly manage diversity, in all aspects of the term, became a new focus for many organizations and opened the door for a new era of diversity training and appreciation. Since there was a new focus on diversity, specifically for hiring and including women and minorities, some current members of the workforce began to feel ostracized. White males specifically were viewed as a diversity problem, and their issues and concerns were not validated because they were the majority, not the minority. This forced people to revisit the concept of diversity, reminding people that diversity includes all people from all backgrounds, and that includes white males. All these new concepts and ideas created discussions that are still being held today. For example, there is still a debate about the importance of including white males in the realm of diversity or solely focusing on the traditionally underrepresented groups. Also, does diversity primarily include ethnicity, sexuality, religion, and age? Or does it also include education, socioeconomic background, and previous experiences? Society and the business world are still working their way through some of these conversations today. Diversity and social progress continue to be an important focus for companies, and the way companies foster diversity continues to develop and grow. In today's workplace, companies can promote diversity through domestic partner benefits, paid maternity/paternity leave, flexible schedules, a range of dress code requirements, etc. At the end of this module, we will discuss strategies and ideas you can use to encourage and promote diversity in the workplace. While this was just a quick review into the history of social progress, hopefully it gave some insight into how much American organizations have grown and developed over the last century. While there are still changes on the horizon, modern society is more open to diversity and what it can bring to the table. Complexity of diversity in the workplace, as we have discussed, diversity is everywhere, including the workplace. Diversity can be defined on a variety of levels. There are both external and internal factors that need to be considered when discussing diversity. External diversity is often displayed in a person's appearance. External diversity can include, but is not limited to, gender, age, ethnicity, Chapter 2, Cultural Diversity 69, and sometimes even religion. It is also important to note that even external diversity traits are not always easy to identify, as not everyone ages the same or looks the same, even if they're from the same part of the world or express their gender in the same way. Internal diversity, on the other hand, is even more challenging to define and identify. Internal diversity includes individual experiences and backgrounds. Internal diversity examples may include how people were raised, where they went to school, previous job experience, etc. Not every piece of the diversity puzzle can fit neatly into a category. Diversity is extremely complex and incorporates almost every aspect of a person's life. You may find people that are similar to you and have similar core values and beliefs. However, there is no one who is exactly like you because everyone has different experiences throughout their lifetime. Even similar interactions and experiences may have a different effect on each individual who lives it. The workplace is equally as complex as the rest of society. Once again, the workplace will not identically mirror society, but it still experiences similar diversity challenges. We will now examine the benefits and challenges of having a diverse workplace. Benefits of diversity in the workplace. UC Berkeley's Greater Good Science Centers, GGSC, definition of diversity captures not only that essential element of difference, but why it matters. To quote, diversity refers to both an obvious fact of human life, namely, that there are many different kinds of people, and the idea that this diversity drives cultural, economic, and social vitality and innovation. From a human resource management standpoint, it's important to note that diversity benefits both the organization and individuals. GGSC cites research indicating that individuals thrive when they are able to tolerate and embrace the diversity of the world. Of course, the opposite is also true. Intolerance undermines our well-being. Hunt, Prince, Dixon File, and Yee, 2018, observe that while social justice, legal compliance, or maintaining industry standard employee environment protocols is typically the initial impetus behind these efforts, many successful companies regard IND, inclusion and diversity, as a source of competitive advantage and specifically as a key enabler of growth. The authors found that the business case for diversity and inclusion remains compelling, listing the following benefits. Diversity drives business performance. A more diverse leadership team correlates with financial outperformance. Executive diversity, gender ++ matters. The companies with the highest gender diversity on their executive teams tend to have higher profitability. Additionally, ethnic and cultural diversity of executive also leads to higher profitability. Chapter 2, Cultural Diversity 70, lack of diversity impairs business results. Companies that opt out of building a diverse workforce are less likely to be as profitable as companies that work toward a diverse workforce. Hunt et al., 2018, found that companies with more diversity are better able to attract top talent and increase employee satisfaction, leading to a positive relationship between inclusion and diversity and performance. The following benefits outlined by Reynolds, 2019, expand upon these findings. Greater creativity and innovation, diversity of thought, for example, different experiences, perspectives, and cognitive styles, can stimulate creativity and drive innovation. Improved competitive positioning, local knowledge, everything from local laws and customs to connections, language, and cultural fluency, can increase the probability of success when entering a new country or region. Improved marketing effectiveness. Having an understanding of the nuances of culture and language is a prerequisite for developing appropriate products and marketing materials. The list of gaffes is endless, and the financial and brand impact of errors can be significant, from a line of Nike Air shoes that were perceived to be disrespectful of Allah to the poor Chinese translation of KFC's finger-lickin' good tagline. So tasty, you'll eat your fingers off. Improved talent acquisition and retention. This is particularly critical in a competitive job market. Embracing diversity not only increases the talent pool, it improves candidate attraction and retention. A Glassdoor survey found that 67% of job seekers indicated that diversity was an important factor when evaluating companies and job offers. Reynolds also cites HR.com research that indicates diversity, including diversity of gender, religion, and ethnicity, improves retention. Increased organizational adaptability. Hiring individuals with a broader base of skills and experience and cognitive styles will likely be more effective in developing new products and services. Supporting a diverse client base and will allow an organization to anticipate and leverage market and socio-cultural or political developments/opportunities. Greater productivity. Research has shown that the range of experience, expertise, and cognitive styles that are implicit in a diverse workforce improve complex problem-solving, innovation, and productivity. Greater personal and professional growth. Learning to work across and leverage differences can be an enriching experience and an opportunity to build a diverse network and develop a range of high-value soft skills, including communication, empathy, collaborative problem-solving, and multicultural awareness. To that point, Chapter 2, Cultural Diversity 71 GGSC reports that a study published in Psychological Science found that social and emotional intelligence rises as we interact with more kinds of people. Challenges of diversity in the workplace. What makes us different can also make it challenging for us to work well together. Challenges to employee diversity are based not only on our differences, actual or perceived, but on what we perceive as a threat. Our micro, e.g., organizational culture, and macro, e.g., socio-political and legal, operating environment can also be challenges for diversity. Long-term economic, social, political, and environmental trends are rendering entire industries and the associated skill sets obsolete. For many in these industries and many slow-growth occupations, workplace trends seem to represent a clear and present danger. Buckley and Bachman, 2017, state that the U.S. labor market is increasingly dividing into two categories: highly skilled, well-paid professional jobs and poorly paid, low-skilled jobs. There are relatively fewer middle-skill, moderate-pay jobs, for example, traditional blue-collar or administrative jobs. The idea of a static set of skills for a given occupation is a historical concept. Participation in the future labor force will increasingly require computer and mathematical skills, even at the low-skill end. Buckley and Bachman, 2017, also predict that the workforce of the future will be older. 70 is the new 50, more diverse, and more highly educated, stating that, if current trends continue, tomorrow's workforce will be even more diverse than today's, by gender, by ethnicity, by culture, by religion, by sexual preference and identification, and perhaps by other characteristics we don't even know about right now. The Bureau of Labor Statistics, 2015, projects that by 2024, less than 60% of the labor force will identify as white non-Hispanic, down from over 75% in 1994. Hispanic individuals are projected to comprise approximately 20% of the 2024 labor force, African Americans 13% and Asians 7%. Women are expected to comprise 47% of the 2024 workforce. For many, these economic and demographic shifts represent a radical change. Macro-level challenges to diversity include fixed mindsets, economic trends, and outdated socio-political frameworks. Reynolds, 2019, lists specific challenges to diversity that may be experienced at the organizational level. Complexity. This is the flip side of one of diversity's benefits. It's hard work. Reynolds notes that while it might seem easier to work on a homogeneous team, there is a tendency to compromise and settle for the status quo. Rock, Grant, and Gray, 2016, argue that working on diverse teams produces better outcomes precisely because it's harder. Differences in communication behaviors. Different cultures have different communication rules or expectations. For example, colleagues from Asian or Native Chapter 2, Cultural Diversity 72 American cultures may be less inclined to jump in or offer their opinions due to politeness or deference as a new member or the only fill in the blank on the team. Prejudice or negative stereotypes. Prejudice, negative assumptions or perceived limitations can negate the benefits of diversity and create a toxic culture. The oversimplifications of stereotypes can be divisive and limiting in the workplace. Additionally, unconscious biases are often more challenging to maintaining workplace diversity. Differences in language and nonverbal communications. George Bernard Shaw quipped, "The single biggest problem in communication is the illusion that it has taken place." Clearly, language differences can be a challenge, including accents and idioms. Translation errors can also occur with nonverbal communication. Gestures, eye contact, personal space, and greeting customs can be significantly and disastrously different across cultures and regions. Complexity and cost of accommodations. Hiring a non-U.S. citizen may require navigating visas and employment law as well as making accommodations for religious practices and non-standard holidays. Differences in professional etiquette. Differences in attitudes, behaviors, and values ranging from punctuality to the length of the workday, form of address, or how to manage conflict can cause tensions. Conflicting working styles across teams. In addition to individual differences, different approaches to work and teamwork, for example, the relative value of independent versus collaborative/collective thought and work, can derail progress. Diversity and the law. Thus far, we have examined the history of social diversity and addressed the benefits and challenges of having a diverse workforce. The progress that has been made in developing more diverse workplaces has been aided by various laws and policies, some of which were mentioned in discussing the history of social progress. We will now look more closely at the current laws impacting diversity in the workplace. Employment legislation. What happens when businesses make decisions that violate laws and regulations designed to protect working Americans? As a Society for Human Resource Management, SHRM, training manual emphasizes, discrimination costs employers millions of dollars every year, not to mention the countless hours of lost work time. Employee stress and the negative public image that goes along with a discrimination lawsuit. Equal employment opportunity isn't just the right thing to do, it's the law. Specifically, it's a series of federal laws and amendments designed to eliminate Employment Chapter 2, Cultural Diversity 73 discrimination. Employment discrimination laws and regulations are enforced by the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, EOC, an agency established by the Civil Rights Act of 1964, Title VII. The agency's mission is to stop and remedy unlawful employment discrimination. Specifically, the EOC is charged with enforcing federal laws that make it illegal to discriminate against a job applicant or an employee because of the person's race, color, religion, sex, including pregnancy, gender identity, and sexual orientation, national origin, age 40 or older, disability or genetic information. Figure 6.8, U.S. Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. Since its creation in 1964, Congress has gradually expanded EOC powers to include the authority to investigate claims, negotiate settlements, and file lawsuits. The agency also conducts outreach and educational programs in an effort to prevent discrimination. Finally, the EEOC provides equal employment opportunity advisory services and technical support to federal agencies. Figure 2.8 Seal of the Office of the U.S. EOC, U.S. Government. Public domain anti-discrimination legislation. The intent of U.S. anti-discrimination legislation is to protect workers from unfair treatment. In brief, illegal discrimination is the practice of making employment decisions based on factors unrelated to performance. In 1964, the United States Congress passed the first Civil Rights Act. In 1963, when the legislation was introduced, the act only forbade discrimination on the basis of sex and race in hiring, promoting, and firing. However, by the time the legislation was finally passed on July 2, 1964, Section 703A made it unlawful for an employer to fail or refuse to hire or to discharge any individual, or otherwise to discriminate against any individual. Chapter 2, Cultural Diversity 74 with respect to his compensation, terms, conditions, or privileges or employment, because of such individual's race, color, religion, sex, or national origin. Over the years, amendments to the original act have expanded the scope of the law, and today the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission enforces laws that prohibit discrimination based on 7 protected categories including age, disability, genetic information, national origin, pregnancy, race, color, religion, and sex. Federal anti-discrimination laws apply to a broad range of employee actions. Specifically, any employment decision, including hiring, compensation, scheduling, performance evaluation, promotion, firing, or any other term or condition of employment that is based on factors unrelated to performance is illegal. While the Civil Rights Act of 1964 did not mention the words affirmative action, it did authorize the bureaucracy to make rules to help end discrimination. Affirmative action refers to both mandatory and voluntary programs intended to affirm the civil rights of designated classes of individuals by taking positive action to protect them from discrimination. The first federal policy of race-conscious affirmative action emerged in 1967 and required government contractors to set goals and timetables for integrating and diversifying their workforce. Similar policies began to emerge through a mix of voluntary practices and federal and state policies in employment and education. These include government-mandated, government-sanctioned, and voluntary private programs that tend to focus on access to education and employment, specifically granting special consideration to historically excluded groups such as racial minorities or women. The impetus toward affirmative action is redressing the disadvantages associated with past and present discrimination. A further impetus is the desire to ensure that public institutions, such as universities, hospitals, and police forces, are more representative of the populations they serve. In the United States, affirmative action tends to emphasize not specific quotas, but rather targeted goals to address past discrimination in a particular institution or in broader society through good faith efforts to identify, select, and train potentially qualified minorities and women. For example, many higher education institutions have voluntarily adopted policies that seek to increase recruitment of racial minorities. Another example is executive orders requiring some government contractors and subcontractors to adopt equal opportunity employment measures, such as outreach campaigns, targeted recruitment, employee and management development, and employee support programs. As discussed above, The EEOC is the organization charged with implementing Title VII and related anti-discrimination legislation. There are currently 7 categories protected under federal law: age, disability, genetic information, national origin, race and color, religion, and sex. The EEOC's authority includes enforcing the following federal statutes summarized below. Unless otherwise stated, these laws apply to most employers with at Chapter 2, Cultural Diversity 75 least 15 employees, 20 employees for the ADA, including employment agencies and labor unions. Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 prohibits discrimination on the basis of race, color, religion, sex, or national origin. The law also makes it illegal to retaliate against a person who has voiced a grievance, filed a charge of discrimination, or participated in an investigation or lawsuit. The prohibition against sexual harassment falls under Title VII of this Act. As defined by the EEOC, it is unlawful to harass a person, an applicant or employee, because of that person's sex. Harassment can include sexual harassment or unwelcome sexual advances, requests for sexual favors, and other verbal or physical harassment of a sexual nature. An amendment to Title VII, the Pregnancy Discrimination Act, prohibits discrimination against a woman based on pregnancy, childbirth, or a related condition. As in the original law, it also makes retaliation illegal. The Equal Pay Act of 1963, EPA, prohibits discrimination on the basis of gender in compensation for substantially similar work under similar conditions. In essence, men and women doing equal jobs must receive the same pay. Since the EPA's enactment, there has been significant, if slow, progress in achieving pay equity. Although progress has often stalled or reversed, the wage gap has narrowed consistently in recent years. Since 1963, the wage gap has decreased from 58.9% to 80.5% in 2017. For perspective, at this percentage, a woman would need to work through April 10th of the next year to make what a man in an equivalent role earned the prior year. The Age Discrimination in Employment Act of 1967, ADA, prohibits employment discrimination against individuals 40 years of age or older based on age. As with other anti-discrimination legislation, the law makes retaliation illegal. Title I of the Americans with Disabilities Act of 1990. ADA prohibits discrimination against a qualified person with a disability and requires employers to make reasonable accommodations for applicants and employees with known physical or mental limitations who are otherwise qualified unless that accommodation would pose an undue hardship or material impact, significant difficulty, or expense on an employer's business operations. As with other anti-discrimination legislation, the law makes retaliation illegal. This law applies to private sector and state and local government employers only. Disability discrimination protection at the federal level is provided in Sections 501 and 505 of the Rehabilitation Act of 1973. There are 3 kinds of reasonable accommodations defined by the EEOC, 29 CFR Section 1630.2, Definitions Chapter 2, Cultural Diversity 76.0. Modifications or adjustments to a job application process that enable a qualified applicant with a disability to be considered for the position such qualified applicant desires, or modifications or adjustments to the work environment, or to the manner or circumstances under which the position held or desired is customarily performed that enable a qualified individual with a disability to perform the essential functions of that position, or modifications or adjustments that enable a covered entity's employee with a disability to enjoy equal benefits and privileges of employment as are enjoyed by its other similarly situated employees without disabilities. The Genetic Information Non-Discrimination Act of 2008, GINA prohibits discrimination against applicants or employees based on an individual's or his or her family's genetic information or family medical history, for example, a hereditary disease, disorder, or medical condition. As with other anti-discrimination legislation, the law makes retaliation illegal. Despite the public relations and financial risk of discriminatory hiring practices, charges of workplace discrimination are in the tens of thousands annually. Since 1997, the number of charges has ranged from a low of 75,428 in 2005 to a high of 99,947 in 2011. In fiscal year 2017, the EEOC received 84,254 charges of workplace discrimination charges and obtained $398 million in monetary benefits for victims through a combination of voluntary resolutions and litigation. As was true for the last few years, retaliation was the most frequently filed charge, 49%, followed by race, 34%, disability, 32%, sex, 30%, and age, 22%. Percentages for the remaining categories range from less than 1% to 10%. Although retaliation charges are up 3 percentage points from the prior year, 2016 percentages in the remaining top 5 categories were within a percentage point, with race at 35%, disability at 31%, sex at 29%, and age at 23%. Note that percentages add up to more than 100 due to charges alleging multiple bases of discrimination. Note that state and local laws may provide broader discrimination protections. If in doubt, contact your State Department of Labor for clarification. Note as well that laws are subject to interpretation. For example, an EEOC notice emphasizes that their interpretation of the Title VII reference to sex is broadly applicable to gender, gender identity, and sexual orientation. And further, that these protections apply regardless of any contrary state or local laws. In the press release announcing the 2017 data, EEOC Acting Chair Victoria A. Lipnick stated that results for the fiscal year demonstrate that the EEOC has remained steadfast in its commitment to its core values and mission to vigorously enforce our nation's civil rights laws. Chapter 2, Cultural Diversity 77 EO Best Practices as part of its ERACE, Eradicating Racism and Colorism from Employment, initiative. The EEOC has identified a number of best practices that are applicable broadly, including the following: training, enforcement, and accountability ensure that management, specifically HR managers, and all employees know EO laws. Implement a strong EO policy with executive-level support. Hold leaders accountable. Also, if using an outside agency for recruitment, make sure agency employees know and adhere to relevant laws. Both an agency and hiring organization is liable for violations. Promote an inclusive culture. It's not just enough to talk about diversity and inclusion. It takes work to foster a professional environment with respect for individual differences. Make sure the differences are welcomed. Being the only of anything can get tiring, so make sure you're not putting further pressure on people by surrounding them in a culture that encourages conformity. A great way to promote an inclusive culture is to make sure your leadership is diverse and to listen to the voices of minorities. Develop communication, fostering open communication, and developing an alternative dispute resolution, ADR, program may reduce the chance that a miscommunication escalates into a legally actionable EO claim. If you're not providing a path for employees to have issues resolved, they'll look elsewhere. Additionally, it's essential to protect employees from retaliation. If people think reporting an issue will only make the situation worse, they won't bring it up, which will cause the issue to fester and lead to something worse than it once was. Evaluate practices, monitor compensation and evaluation practices for patterns of potential discrimination, and ensure that performance appraisals are based on job performance and accurate across evaluators and roles. Audit selection criteria ensure that selection criteria do not disproportionately exclude protected groups unless the criteria are valid predictors of successful job performance and meet the employer's business needs. Additionally, make sure that employment decisions are based on objective criteria rather than stereotypes or unconscious bias. Chapter 2. Cultural Diversity 78. Make HR decisions with EO in mind. Implement practices that diversify the candidate pool and leadership pipeline. Provide training and mentoring to help employees thrive. All employees should have equal access to workplace networks. Enforce an anti-harassment policy. Establish, communicate, and enforce a strong anti-harassment policy. You should conduct periodic training for all employees and enforce the policy. The policy should include a clear explanation of prohibited conduct, including examples, clear assurance that employees who make complaints or provide information related to complaints will be protected against retaliation. A clearly described complaint process that provides multiple, accessible avenues of complaint. Assurance that the employer will protect the confidentiality of harassment complaints to the extent possible. A complaint process that provides a prompt, thorough, and impartial investigation. Assurance that the employer will take immediate and appropriate corrective action when it determines that harassment has occurred. EO complaints if an employee believes they were or are being discriminated against at work based on a protected category. The person can file a complaint with the EOC or a state or local agency. U.S. Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. For example, in California, a discrimination claim can be filed either with the state's administrative agency, the California Department of Fair Employment and Housing, DFH, or the EOC. Workplace Fairness. Org notes that the California Anti-Discrimination Statute covers some smaller employers not covered by federal law. Therefore, if your workplace has between 5 and 14 employees, or 1 or more employees for harassment claims, you should file with the DFH Workplace Fairness. California law also addresses language discrimination, for example, English-only policies. In brief, an employer cannot limit or prohibit employees from using any language in the workplace unless there is a business necessity for the restriction. This section discusses private sector EO complaints and enforcement. Federal job applicants and employees follow a different process. Linked here, Federal EO Complaint Process. Chapter 2. Cultural Diversity 79. Who should file if federal EO law applies your workplace and you believe you were discriminated against at work because of your race, color, religion, sex, including pregnancy, gender identity, and sexual orientation, national origin, age, 40 or older, disability, or genetic information, you can file a charge of discrimination with the EOC. Filing a charge of discrimination involves submitting a signed statement asserting that an employer, union, or labor organization engaged in employment discrimination. The claim serves as a request for the EOC to take remedial action. Note that an individual, organization, or agency is allowed to file a charge on behalf of another person in order to protect that person's identity. A person or authorized representative is required to file a charge of discrimination with the EOC prior to filing a job discrimination lawsuit based on EO laws with the exception of the Equal Pay Act. Under the Equal Pay Act, you are allowed to file a lawsuit and go directly to court. How to file to start the process? You can use the EOC's public portal to submit an inquiry or schedule an intake interview. The public portal landing page also has a FAQ section and knowledge base and allows you to find a local office and track your case. The 2 most frequently accessed articles are linked below. What happens during an EOC intake interview? If I submit an online inquiry, does that mean I filed a charge of discrimination? The second step in the process is to participate in the interview process. The interview allows you to discuss your employment discrimination situation with an EOC staff member and determine whether filing a charge of discrimination is the appropriate next step for you. The decision of whether to file or not is yours. The third step in the process, filing a charge of discrimination, can be completed through the public portal site. When to file, the general rule is that a charge needs to be filed within 180 calendar days from the day the discrimination took place. Note that this time frame includes weekends and holidays, except for the final day. This time frame is extended to 300 calendar days if a state or local agency enforces a law that prohibits employment discrimination on the same basis. However, in cases of age discrimination, the filing deadline is only extended to 300 days if there is a state law prohibiting age discrimination in employment and a state agency authorized to enforce that law. If more than one discriminatory event took place, the deadline usually applies to each event. The one exception to this rule is when the charge is ongoing harassment. In that Chapter 2, Cultural Diversity 80 case, the deadline to file is within 180 or 300 days of the last incident. In conducting its investigation, the agency will consider all incidents of harassment, including those that occurred more than 180/300 days earlier. If you are alleging a violation of the Equal Pay Act, the deadline for filing a charge or lawsuit under the EPA is 2 years from the day you received the last discriminatory paycheck. This time frame is extended to 3 years in the case of willful discrimination. Note that if you have an Equal Pay Act claim, you may want to pursue remedy under both Title VII and the Equal Pay Act. The EEOC recommends talking to a field staff to discuss your options. Key point: filing deadlines will generally not be extended to accommodate an alternative dispute resolution process, for example, following an internal or union grievance procedure, arbitration, or mediation. These resolution processes may be pursued concurrently with an EEOC complaint filing. The EEOC is required to notify the employer that a charge has been filed against it. If you have 60 days or less to file a timely charge, refer to the EEOC public portal for special instructions or contact the EEOC office closest to you. Claim assessment: the EEOC is required to accept all claims related to discrimination. If the EEOC finds that the laws it enforces are not applicable to a claim, that a claim was not filed in a timely manner, or that it is unlikely to be able to establish that a violation occurred, the agency will close the investigation and notify the claimant. Claim notice within 10 days of a charge being filed. The EEOC will send the employer a notice of the charge. Mediation: in some cases, the agency will ask both the claimant and employer to participate in mediation. In brief, the process involves a neutral mediator who assists the parties in resolving their employment disputes and reaching a voluntary, negotiated agreement. One of the upsides of mediation is that cases are generally resolved in less than 3 months, less than a third of the time it takes to reach a decision through investigation. For more perspective on mediation, visit the EEOC's mediation webpage. Investigation: if the charge is not sent to mediation, or if mediation doesn't resolve the charge, the EEOC will generally ask the employer to provide a written response to the charge, referred to as the respondent's position statement. The EEOC may also ask the employer to answer questions about the claims in the charge. The claimant will be able to Chapter 2, Cultural Diversity 81 log into the public portal and view the position statement. The claimant has 20 days to respond to the employer's position statement. How the investigation proceeds depends upon the facts of the case and information required. For example, the EEOC may conduct interviews and gather documents at the employer site or interview witnesses and request documentation. If additional instances of discriminatory behavior take place during the investigation process, the charge can be amended to include those charges, or an EEOC agent may recommend filing a new charge of discrimination. If new events are added to the original charge or a new charge is filed, the new or amended charge will be sent to the employer and the new events will be investigated along with the prior events. EEOC decision: once the investigation has been completed, on average, a 10-month process, the claimant and employer are notified of the result. If the EEOC determines the law may have been violated, the agency will attempt to reach a voluntary settlement with the employer. Barring that, the case will be referred to EOC's legal staff, or, in some cases, the Department of Justice, to determine whether the agency should file a lawsuit. Right to sue. If the EOC decides not to file suit, the agency will give the claimant a notice of right to sue, allowing the claimant to pursue the case in court. If the charge was filed under Title VII or the ADA, the claimant must have a notice of right to sue from EOC before filing a lawsuit in federal court. Generally, the EOC must be allowed 180 days to resolve a charge. However, in some cases, the EOC will issue a notice of right to sue in less than 180 days. Final thoughts on workplace diversity. Although decades of advocacy and diversity training have had an impact, the results have been mixed. The upside: Deloitte's research into the current state of inclusion found that 86% of respondents felt they could be themselves most or all of the time at work. Jacobson, 2019. That statistic represents a significant improvement over a relatively short period of time. A survey conducted 6 years prior found that 61% of respondents felt they had to hide at least one aspect of who they are. Deloitte, 2019. At that time, the conclusion was that most inclusion programs require people to assimilate into the overall corporate culture, and that this need to cover directly impacts not only an individual's sense of self, but their commitment to the organization. Madison, 2013. On the downside, bias remains a constant, with over 60% of respondents reporting bias in their workplace. Deloitte reports that 64% of employees surveyed felt they had experienced bias in their workplace during the last year. Deloitte, 2019. Even more disturbing, 61% of those respondents felt they experienced bias in the workplace at least. Chapter 2, Cultural Diversity. 82 once a month. The percentages of respondents who indicated that they have observed bias in their workplaces during the last year and observe it on a monthly basis are roughly the same at 64% and 63%, respectively. Research suggests that bias is now more subtle, for example, an act of microaggression rather than overt discrimination. It is, however, no less harmful. Deloitte's 2019 research found that bias impacts not only those who are directly affected, but also those who observe the behavior. Specifically, of those who reported experiencing or observing bias, 86% reported a negative impact on happiness, confidence, and well-being. 70% reported a negative impact on engagement, and 68% reported a negative impact on productivity. Deloitte, 2019. Executive coach Laura Gates observes that the price of not addressing corrosive interpersonal behavior is too high. She notes that if people don't feel safe, they can't be creative. If they aren't creative, they can't innovate. If they don't innovate, the business eventually becomes obsolete. Although we are generally aware that our perceptions are subjective, we are largely unaware that there can be a disconnect between our conscious thoughts and our unconscious beliefs or biases, primarily a product of sociocultural conditioning. Chapter 2, Cultural Diversity. 83. Chapter 2, Cultural Diversity. 84. Summary. Understanding diversity can help us to work better in group or team situations and gives us insight into the behavior of an organization. The Progressive Era began in the late 1800s and focused on both political and ethical reform. External diversity can include, but is not limited to, gender, age, ethnicity, and sometimes even religion. Internal diversity includes individual experiences and backgrounds. Equal employment opportunity isn't just the right thing to do, it's the law. Specifically, it's a series of federal laws and amendments designed to eliminate employment discrimination. Employment discrimination laws and regulations are enforced by the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, EOC, an agency established by the Civil Rights Act of 1964, Title VII. Artificial intelligence, AI is changing our society. What do listening to music, taking a flight, and getting stopped by the police all have in common? You might not realize it, but these actions could all involve artificial intelligence, AI, at work. From cars that drive themselves to computer programs that can talk with humans, AI-based technologies are being deployed across all parts of society. This means that they're used in everyday spaces, like typing a text message, and in more serious situations, like deciding who is more likely to commit crime. Because these technologies can process lots of information and make complex tasks more efficient, AI presents huge opportunities for societal change. But who gets to decide what that change looks like and who it will affect? As we learn to deal with new technologies, we also have to learn how to deal with the challenges that surround them. AI, in particular, prompts two big questions for us as a public to consider. A People's Guide to AI 3. What does fairness look like when computers shape decision-making? Who is creating the future? And how can we ensure that these creators reflect diverse communities and complex social dynamics? The consequences of AI affect everyone, but especially traditionally disadvantaged communities like low-income groups and people of color. The exact populations who are not widely included in current conversations about the technology are the ones who face the greatest risk. What does a future of widespread AI mean for cities like Detroit, Michigan, where 40% of the population is without internet? What does it mean for undocumented people in rural and urban areas who fear deportation? What does it mean for people working in industries where AI has the potential to replace jobs? A People's Guide to AI 4. We may not be able to answer all these questions, but we can offer a perspective on how to begin this conversation. We are inspired by the legacy of popular education, which insists that in order for people to begin thinking critically, they must first have an understanding of the topic in relation to their own lives. With that in mind, this booklet aims to fill the gaps in information about AI by creating accessible materials that inform communities and allow them to identify what their ideal futures with AI can look like. Although the contents of this booklet focus on demystifying AI, we find it important to state that the benefits of any technology should be felt by all of us. Too often, the challenges presented by new technology spell out yet another tale of racism, sexism, gender inequality, ableism, and lack of consent within digital culture. The path to a fair future starts with the humans behind the machines, not the machines themselves. Self-reflection and a radical transformation of our relationships to our environment and each other are at the heart of combating structural inequality. But understanding what it takes to create a fair and just society is the first step. In creating this booklet, we start from the belief that equity begins with education. This booklet can be used in a number of ways. Because each section builds off the last, it can be read sequentially. In the style of a note from the authors, the benefits of any technology should be felt by all of us. Traditional book. For those who wish to learn more about specific topics, we recommend looking at the table of contents and choosing sections to read. For more hands-on learners, we have also included a number of workbook activities that allow the material to be explored in a more active fashion. We hope that this booklet inspires and informs those who are developing emerging technologies to reflect on how these technologies can impact our societies. We also hope that this booklet inspires and informs Black, Brown, Indigenous, and immigrant communities to reclaim technology as a tool of liberation. With love and solidarity, A People's Guide to AI 5. Mimi Anyuha and Mother Cyborg. Glossary of terms. Because this book contains terms that not everyone may be familiar with, we've included a glossary below. Point 1. Algorithm. A series of steps, or set of rules, for solving or performing a task. Android. In science fiction, a robot with a human appearance. Artificial, made or produced by human beings rather than occurring naturally, typically as a copy of something natural. A People's Guide to AI, Artificial Intelligence, the theory and development of computer systems able to perform tasks that normally require human intelligence. Automation, the technique, method, or system of controlling a process by reducing human intervention to a minimum. Computation, the use or operation of a computer. Consciousness, the fact of awareness by the mind of itself and the world. One cyborg, a person whose physical abilities are extended beyond normal human limitations by mechanical elements built into the body. Data, individual facts, statistics, or items of information. Device, a thing made or adapted for a particular purpose, especially a piece of mechanical or electronic equipment. Diversity has come to refer to the various backgrounds and races that comprise a community, nation, or other grouping. In many cases, the term diversity does not just acknowledge the existence of variations in background, race, gender, religion, sexual orientation, and so on, but implies an appreciation of these differences. The structural racism perspective, see below, can be distinguished from a diversity perspective in that the definitions were gathered from a series of sources including the Aspen Institute, Wikipedia, Com, and Webster's Dictionary. A predictive policing, the glossary of terms analysis, takes account of the striking disparities in well-being and opportunity that come with being a member of a particular group, and works to identify ways in which these disparities can be eliminated. Inequity, lack of fairness or justice. Intelligence, the ability to acquire and apply knowledge and skills. Machine learning, a branch of artificial intelligence in which a computer generates rules and predictions based on raw data that has been fed into it. Marginalized communities, social marginalization, is social disadvantage and relegation to the fringe of society. Marginalized communities are those which are prevented from participating fully in the economic, social, and political life of the society in which they live. Nature, the phenomena of the physical world collectively, including plants, animals, the landscape, and other features and products of the earth, as opposed to humans or human creations. Natural, existing in or caused by nature, not made or caused by humankind. Usage of mathematical, statistical, and analytical techniques in law enforcement to identify potential criminal activity before it occurs. Racial equity refers to what a society genuinely free from racism would look like. In a racially equitable society, the distribution of society's benefits and burdens would not be skewed by race. In other words, racial equity would be a reality in which a person is no more or less likely to experience society's benefits or burdens because of the color of their skin. This is in contrast to the current state of affairs in which a person of color is more likely to live in poverty, be imprisoned, drop out of high school, be unemployed, and experience poor health outcomes like diabetes, heart disease, depression, and other potentially fatal diseases. Racial equity demands that we pay attention not just to individual-level discrimination, but to overall social outcomes. Robot, a machine capable of carrying out a complex series of actions automatically, especially one programmable by a computer. A People's Guide to AI 9 Chapter 1. Everyday AI sensors, a device that detects and responds to some type of input from the physical environment. Social decision-making, the act of making decisions that have social consequences or ramifications that can be felt by individual people. Structural racism, a system in which public policies, institutional practices, cultural representations, and other norms work in mutually reinforcing ways to perpetuate racial group inequity. A People's Guide to AI 10 Structural analysis of racism identifies dimensions of our history and culture that have allowed privileges associated with whiteness and disadvantages associated with color to endure and adapt over time. Structural racism is not something that a few people or institutions choose to practice. Instead, it is a feature of the social, economic, and political systems in which we all exist. AI and the quest to compute the human brain. It is through science fiction that many of us first learn how to think about technology. Popular films and shows like Terminator, 2001, A Space Odyssey, I, Robot, Ex Machina, The Matrix, Westworld, and her may have shaped how you think about what a future with AI will look like. Lots of popular narratives focus on machines that are conscious, meaning that they can think for themselves and are working for or attacking their human creators. As a result, these stories push us away from seeing where AI is being used now and from considering the potential of AI to unite us and help to solve large-scale problems. In a sense, AI represents a quest to imitate the human brain. It's about making a machine brain that can mimic the kinds of tasks that we think are unique to humans. In other words, AI is about developing machines that can do what humans can. Considering how complicated the human brain is, it's no wonder that we have only recently been able to get machines to do this. After all, the human brain is so complex that we as humans have not yet tapped into its full potential. A People's Guide to AI 12 What We Do Understand About the Brain is that there are multiple intelligences within humans and that our social environment influences how these intelligences are regarded. If AI is about imitating human intelligence, which forms of intelligence are we actually trying to mimic? As you read the list below, think about what it would look like to design a system with these attributes. What kind of information would be needed? Below is a list of multiple intelligences that are present within humans. 2.1. Naturalist intelligence. Naturalist intelligence designates the human ability to discriminate among living things, plants, animals, as well as sensitivity to other features of the natural world, clouds, rock configurations. This ability was clearly of value in our evolutionary past as hunters, gatherers, and farmers. It continues to be central in roles such as botanist or chef. Two of these intelligences were discovered Howard Earl Gardner, an American developmental psychologist, and the John H. and Elizabeth A. Hobbs Professor of Cognition and Education at the Harvard Graduate School of Education at Harvard University. Point 2. Musical intelligence AI and the quest to compute the human brain. Musical intelligence is the capacity to discern pitch, rhythm, timbre, and tone. This intelligence enables us to recognize, create, reproduce, and reflect on music as demonstrated by composers, conductors, musicians, vocalists, and sensitive listeners. 3. Logical mathematical, aka computational, intelligence. Logical mathematical intelligence is the ability to calculate, quantify, consider propositions and hypotheses, and carry out mathematical operations. It enables us to perceive relationships and connections and to use abstract, symbolic thought, sequential reasoning skills, and inductive or deductive thinking patterns. 4. Existential intelligence. Existential intelligence refers to the capacity to tackle deep questions about human existence, such as the meaning of life, why we die, and how our species arose. 5. Interpersonal intelligence. Interpersonal intelligence is the ability to understand and interact effectively with others. It involves effective verbal and nonverbal communication, the ability to note distinctions among others, sensitivity to the moods and temperaments of others, and the ability to entertain multiple perspectives. 6. Bodily kinesthetic intelligence. Bodily kinesthetic intelligence is the capacity to manipulate objects and use a variety of physical skills. This intelligence also involves a sense of timing and the perfection of skills through mind-body union. A People's Guide to AI 13 Chapter 1, Everyday AI 7. Linguistic intelligence. Linguistic intelligence is the ability to think in words and to use language to express and appreciate complex meanings. Linguistic intelligence allows us to understand the order and meaning of words and to apply metalinguistic skills to reflect on our use of language. 8. Interpersonal intelligence. Interpersonal intelligence is the capacity to understand oneself and one's thoughts and feelings, and to use such knowledge in planning and directioning one's life. Interpersonal intelligence involves not only an appreciation of the self, but also of the human condition. 9. Spatial intelligence. Spatial intelligence is the ability to think in 3 dimensions. Core capacities include mental imagery, spatial reasoning, image manipulation, graphic and artistic skills, and an active imagination. AI today is far from being conscious, but it is worth thinking about what types of intelligences are being prioritized in the creation of AI. After all, the intelligence we prioritize in our machines likely lines up with the intelligence that we prioritize in our societies. We know that AI involves developing computer systems that can do things that humans are able to do. But to really understand AI, we need to look at how it is already being used today. What types of intelligences are being prioritized in the creation of AI? A People's Guide to AI 15 Chapter 1, Everyday AI, A People's Guide to AI 16 AI in action pointing to exactly what counts as AI and where it is being used is a surprisingly hard thing to do. This is because many examples of AI aren't about the creation of entirely new things. Instead, they're about adding AI to existing things. Adding AI can speed up a process, eliminate the need for humans to do something, or make a system more efficient. Take the example of self-driving cars. Maybe you've heard about companies like Waymo, Uber, and BMW that are all trying to build cars that can drive themselves. This idea may sound crazy and futuristic, but when we break it down, we can see that it's really just an extension of something that we have been doing for years, automating our cars. When you automate something, you make it work with little to no human control. Over time, we've automated more and more parts of our cars. Older cars had manual transmission or stick shift, where AI in action the human driver sets the gear the car is driving in. Today we have automatic transmission. You just put the car in one gear and go. Self-driving cars push this idea to the extreme. Why not just automate everything in a car? This used to seem impossible. We thought that the process of driving a car was so complicated that only a human could do it. But AI is quickly changing things. Self-driving cars have sensors that can take in information about exactly what is around them, and AI is being used to sort through that information and determine how to react. For example, we want our cars to respond differently to a stop sign than to a yield sign. We've provided more examples of ways in which AI shows up in your life. These show the many roles that AI plays, not in creating new objects or applications, but in improving existing ones. Read the list and check the box next to the applications you have experienced. Virtual assistants nowadays, many companies have created AI personal assistants that do some of the work that human assistants do. These AI assistants can take on tasks like scheduling meetings, figuring out how long it will take people to respond to emails, and ending files in email inboxes. Chatbots are a common example of virtual assistants. If you've ever logged onto a website and had a window pop up asking if you want to chat with a customer advisor, keep in mind that you might be interacting with an AI system. Already these assistants are quite sophisticated, able to handle all types of questions and respond with accuracy. Handwriting recognition for humans. Recognizing handwriting seems simple, but for computers, it's way more challenging. A computer has to be able to make sense of all ways that humans can write the same character differently. However, handwriting recognition is one example of AI that has been integrated into our lives. When you deposit checks from your mobile phone or into an ATM, AI is behind that ability for the machine to make sense of the letters and numbers. A People's Guide to AI 17 Chapter 1, Everyday AI facial recognition systems can identify people through digital images or video footage. Though the technology has existed for a long time, in recent years it has improved dramatically. When you upload a photo to a social media site or save it to your phone and the system can successfully tell who is in the picture, AI is involved in the process. A People's Guide to AI 18 facial recognition is being applied in all sorts of different areas. On Facebook, it is used to identify people in images so that it can be easier for users to tag their friends in photos. In China, some city governments have started using facial recognition to identify jaywalkers from street cameras, with plans to issue fines automatically via text message. At the beginning of 2018, Amazon opened its first Amazon Go store in Seattle. Amazon Go stores don't have cashiers or checkout machines. Instead, an AI system monitors the video feeds to identify who is choosing which items from the shelves. Machine translation is language translation done by a machine instead of a human. In the past, if you were traveling to a part of the world where people spoke a different language, you had to pull out a translation dictionary and hope for the best. Now you can take out your phone, open Google Translate, and be able to translate signs, menus, and phrases. Though the technology isn't perfect, it's thanks to advances in AI that computers have become so much more effective at translating between languages. Spam filtering AI and action email spam filtering is an older example of AI. If you have an email address and don't find yourself constantly getting spam emails, then you have AI to thank. Cognizing which emails are the ones you want to receive and which are likely to be spam is a task that is only becoming easier because of AI techniques for classification. Conversational systems have you ever asked Siri, Alexa, Cortana, or Google Home a question? These computer systems communicate with people in ways that feel natural. They are powered by speech recognition systems that use AI to recognize what you're asking. Recommendation engines. This is one form of AI that is all over the web. Have you ever shopped on Amazon, decided to add something to your cart, and then seen suggestions for things other customers have bought after buying the same item? Or maybe you've watched a video on YouTube and been given recommendations for a video to watch afterwards, or searched for images online and been shown other, visually similar images. Recommendation engines use AI to figure out which things are similar to other things, and then predict what you'll like based on things that you've looked at or bought before. Understanding AI. Hopefully the examples in the previous section have shown that AI isn't just one thing. This is exactly why AI is so powerful, because it is a number of different technologies that can be incorporated into almost any digital space to make things work more efficiently. With this in mind, one way to think of AI is as salt rather than its own food group. It's less interesting to consider it on its own. But once you add salt to your food, it can transform the meal. A People's Guide to AI 21 Chapter 1. Everyday AI. Over the course of this booklet, will bring up more examples of AI in our everyday lives. But as it turns out, the definition of AI is a moving target. As we've already mentioned, AI is the development of computer systems that can do tasks that normally would require human intelligence. In 1950, computer scientist Alan Turing developed the Turing test to define what it meant for a computer to be considered intelligent. A machine passes the Turing test if a human interacting with it is unable to tell whether they are talking with a human or a machine. In many ways, the forms of AI that we use today do pass this test. In fact, some of Google's AI assistants try intentionally to sound like humans so that people won't know they're speaking to a computer. 3A People's Guide to AI 22 AI has existed as a field of research since the early 1900s, and the ideas that inform it, which we'll talk about in later chapters and explore in the workshops at the end of the book, go back centuries. But in recent times, the field has had a huge surge in popularity. It is only in the last 10 years that we have seen the availability of huge amounts of information, computers that are powerful enough to make sense of that information, and people who know how to write code that can put both of those things together. These things have brought about the creation of a field called machine learning, which is responsible for some of the larger innovations in AI, like the software powering cars that can drive themselves. But to understand how machine learning works and why it's so important, we have to take a step back and learn about the rules that are at the heart of these systems. Everyday AI, activity AI, is present in most of our everyday lives. It doesn't look like the robots we see on TV. Instead, it's the name for a broad field with lots of applications that can take many forms. Let's explore what AI in our everyday life looks like and identify what the potential impact of it can be. AI is very present in smartphones and internet-based applications we use every day. Sometimes it might feel strange when you notice an application of AI. it might feel like someone is listening in on you and keeping track of your habits. Other times, you might think that it's useful or helpful for something to know your patterns. Either way, being able to identify the many roles that AI can play can help you begin to think about how it impacts your daily life. Sometimes, AI seems magical in how it can easily transform difficult tasks. But right now, AI is designed and implemented by large companies or governments. It is more like a bulldozer than a hammer. What we mean by this is that it's a tool, but not a common one that everyone can use, like a hammer. Like a bulldozer, it is something that you need special training to work with and lots of money and resources to use on a meaningful level. But what if it were more widely available? What if there were toolkits that allowed you to access the materials needed to develop AI systems, just like there are tools that allow people to create websites? What would you build? Think about what you have learned so far about what AI is and how it shows up in our daily lives. Your task is to identify a problem that you see in your life, neighborhood, or community and design an AI system that could help address this problem. Now that you have your AI systems framework, take a moment to draw your system. This can look like a flow chart or be a drawing of what you think the system will look like and where it will live. It's up to you. Try to be creative. What is an algorithm? A People's Guide to AI 30, we can't talk about AI or machine learning without talking about algorithms. This is because algorithms are the basic building blocks of AI. In fact, algorithms are the building blocks of computer programs in general. But even more than that, they're the building blocks of how many of us live our lives. When you get ready in the morning, what do? Maybe you have a set routine. You might wake up, take a shower, brush your teeth, then eat breakfast. These are the steps you take so that you can be ready for the day ahead of you. This is what an algorithm is, a series of steps that allow you to perform a particular task. In this case, the task is getting yourself ready for the day. But the task an algorithm solves can be much simpler or much more complicated. What is an algorithm? As a result, most of us don't even realize how much of our lives are organized by algorithms. Every algorithm takes in defined inputs, the things being acted upon, and has the goal of producing defined outputs, the results you want. For example, maybe you have a set algorithm for making yourself a sandwich for lunch. Your goal or output might be to make a sandwich that will fill you up. The inputs are all of the ingredients that will go into the sandwich, and your algorithm is how you order and arrange these things so that you can get your desired result or output of a sandwich for lunch. Cleaning your room could be another example of a personal algorithm. The goal or output is a clean room, and the input is your room as it currently is, containing the items in the room that you will manipulate in some way. You might have a specific order for how you clean your room. Maybe you start by sweeping the floor, then you clean the windows, then you make the bed, then dust the dresser, and then your room is clean. This is your room cleaning algorithm, or the steps you take to get to the desired output of a clean room. But let's say you find that by sweeping the floor before dusting, you end up sweeping the floor twice because it gets dirty from the dust. Someone else who has their own room cleaning algorithm might A People's Guide to AI 31 Chapter 2. Algorithms suggest doing things in a different way. They may start by making the bed, then cleaning the windows, dusting the counters, then sweeping the floor. And they might argue that their algorithm is more efficient because it's faster, since they only have to sweep the floor once. This gives us a couple of key points about algorithms. 1. Different algorithms can exist for accomplishing the same task. 2. Algorithms are often judged by their efficiency, and efficiency can be evaluated in different ways. For example, you could judge the efficiency of an algorithm by how long it takes to do a task, how well it does a task, how much energy it uses to do a task, and so on. Computer algorithms. So far, we've been talking about personal algorithms. But the main space where you are likely to hear about algorithms is in relation to computers. The programs that computers run are full of algorithms. Like the personal algorithms that humans use, these computational algorithms exist to solve problems or perform tasks. But the big difference between the algorithms that computers use and the informal ones that we use is that we can't describe our problems to computers in the same way that we describe them to ourselves. Instead, we have to be more direct and explicit with a computer about the problems we want it to solve. A People's Guide to AI 33 Chapter 2, Algorithms. There's a simple reason for this. Computers exist to make our lives easier. They tend to be very good at doing things that we're not good at. Think how much more quickly you can do math on your cell phone, which is just a tiny computer, than you can in your head. But computers tend to be pretty bad at the things that we're good at, like understanding context and nuance. What this means is that if you tell a computer to sort a huge list of numbers from smallest to largest, or to compute the shortest possible distance between two places, it can do the task easily. But if you try to ask a computer to clean your room, it won't know what you mean, because it doesn't know what it means to clean, the equipment needed to clean, or even what a room is. In other words, computer algorithms have to be specific and clear. You can't tell a computer to clean your room, but you can tell a device programmed by a computer to pick up an object that is close to the ground and place it on the table. But keep in mind that you'll also have to tell it that a table is a flat surface that is above the ground, since it won't know what that is either. A People's Guide to AI 34 Bubble Sort is the name of a common algorithm used to sort a list of numbers from smallest to largest. It starts at the beginning of a list, compares each pair of numbers in the list, and swaps them if they are in the incorrect order, then repeats once it's reached the end of the list until the numbers are all sorted correctly. Here's what it would look like using our personal algorithm format. You already use algorithms in your personal life. But what does it look like when algorithms are used in social spaces? What do we as a society or group gain or lose from allowing algorithms to inform or make our decisions? To begin answering these questions, let's design our own social algorithm. Here is a prompt to help set the framework for your algorithm. Think of the living people you would most like to meet in this world. This evening there is a large event taking place that will definitely contain all of those people. It will also contain access to other important people and opportunities that could impact the lives of all of your friends and family. The organizers of the event have given you only 5 invites to the event. They trust you enough that they've asked you to invite the 5 most interesting and fun people you know. However, to keep things fair, they've decided that rather than just choosing the people yourself, you have to design an algorithm or a series of steps and conditions for identifying who the 5 most interesting and fun people who you know are. Your task is to design an algorithm that will choose the 5 most interesting and fun people of the group. You can only work with information that is publicly available, for example, social media public posts, comments, likes, follows, hashtags, events, the number of platforms they're on, and so on. Important, you are not allowed to actually look at people's social media to grab the data. You have to figure out what you would look for to determine what is fun and what is interesting. To sum it up, if you were able to come up with a social algorithm that can determine who is interesting and fun in an equitable way, amazing. We suspect that you may have stopped at some point and questioned the activity. Maybe you thought that there was no good way of telling how fun or interesting someone is. Or maybe you considered that ideas of fun and interesting are contextual and might be different for different people. Maybe you just designed an algorithm that would make it so you could attend the party. This activity is meant to show just how complex humans are and how attributes like interesting and fun are relative to whoever is designing the algorithm. An activity like this is simple and doesn't have many consequences. But if people could fall through the cracks in an algorithm that determines party invitations, what would happen if you were using the same ideas of algorithmic decision-making for deciding things like policing, safety, or education? In fact, this is already happening, and we'll talk more about the impact of such things later on. The difference between AI and machine learning when we talk about AI, sometimes we are actually talking about a field called machine learning. These two concepts are often grouped together because machine learning makes up part of the field of artificial intelligence. Just as every cat is an animal, but not every animal is a cat, every machine learning algorithm is an example of AI, even though not everything in AI is machine learning. But the real difference between the two comes down to the different algorithms that make them up and what those algorithms try to do. AI is the development of computer systems that do things we would normally think only humans could. Over time, as our computer programs have become more sophisticated, our ideas of which tasks require human intelligence have also evolved. This means that now AI refers to a large field of tasks. Machine learning is even more specific. It is also a branch of AI, which means that it too involves computers doing things that normally require human intelligence. But machine learning also includes tasks that even humans might not be able to do, or that would require much more time if humans did them. Generally speaking, in AI, humans set the terms for the algorithm that a computer will use, while in machine learning the computers construct the algorithms themselves. The reason this can happen in machine learning comes down to one key thing that the programs are able to do: successfully recognize pattern recognition and prediction pattern recognition and prediction patterns and predict what is likely come next. Pattern recognition is at the heart of the human brain. It is one of the traits that has been most helpful to us as a species. It's also a skill that you use every day. Skipping some AI info in this PDF. Deep learning, computers that learn. A People's Guide to AI 51 important aspect of machine learning is a field called deep learning. Deep learning is a subfield of machine learning. Just as all Siamese cats are cats, but not all cats are Siamese cats, all examples of deep learning are examples of machine learning, even though not all machine learning is deep learning. Deep learning is different than just machine learning because of the idea of scale. Deep learning requires more data so that the programs can make more connections and do more complex operations. In deep learning, what is important is not just that the computer programs can recognize the patterns in data and predict what comes next, but that the programs get better at doing this while they're being trained on existing data. Thus, deep learning is also about this ability of certain computer programs to improve on their own. The programs seem like they're learning because they get better at their tasks over time, just like humans do when we are learning. The field is called deep learning partly because the learning process is, well, deep. The actual ways that these programs improve can sometimes be a mystery to us. While humans are the ones who write the algorithms behind these programs, the work that the algorithms are doing involves layers and layers of very complicated math. As a result, we can't always directly understand what patterns the algorithms are identifying. Like all algorithms, their goal is to present outputs, not necessarily the processes behind those outputs. But what we can affect is what this technology is being used for. This means influencing the idea behind the process of recognizing patterns, predicting what might come next, and improving at this prediction. Right now, while AI is pretty prevalent in the world, most machine learning technologies are in the hands of big companies with deep pockets. This is why we see so many examples of technology companies like Netflix, Spotify, Google, Amazon, and Facebook using machine learning. But in most of cases, while machine learning applications might have a specific goal like suggesting the next song you'll want to listen to or choosing the film you want to watch next, they also have bigger goals. Those goals are usually in line with the company's profit needs. These are things like getting you to stay longer on a website or getting you to buy more of a product. These larger aims are the direct result of who has control and power in the space. In other words, lots of modern-day AI is driven by the needs of large corporations, not the needs of the people. Exploring managerial careers. Dr. Tamara A. Johnson, Assistant Chancellor for Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion at University of Wisconsin-Eau Claire. Dr. Tamara Johnson's role as Assistant Chancellor for Equity, Diversity, And inclusion at the University of Wisconsin-Eau Claire involves supervising and collaborating with various campus entities to ensure their operations continue to support the university's initiatives to foster diversity and equity within the university community. Dr. Johnson oversees the Affirmative Action, Blue Gold Beginnings, Pre-College Program, Gender and Sexuality Resource Center, Office of Multicultural Affairs, Ronald E. McNair Program, Services for Students with Disabilities, Student Support Services, University Police, and Upward Bound Units, and leads campus-wide initiatives to educate and train faculty, students, and staff about cultural awareness, diversity, and institutional equity. Dr. Johnson's journey to her current role began more than 20 years ago when she worked as a counselor for the Office of Multicultural Student Affairs at the University of Illinois. Her role in this office launched her on a path through university service. Dr. Johnson went on to work as the Associate Director for University Career Services at Illinois State University, the Director for Multicultural Student Affairs at Northwestern University, and the Director for Faculty Diversity Initiatives at the University of Chicago. As faculty at the Chicago School of Professional Psychology, Argosy University, and Northwestern University, Dr. Johnson taught counseling courses at the undergraduate, master's, and doctorate levels. Dr. Johnson's work at the University of Wisconsin-Eau Claire involves developing a program and protocols to ensure all faculty and staff across the institution receive baseline diversity training. In addition, one of her goals is to include criteria related to diversity factors in the evaluations of all faculty/staff. A primary issue that she seeks to address is to increase the awareness of the challenges experienced by underrepresented students. This includes individuals who may come from backgrounds of low income, students of color, first-generation students, and other marginalized groups such as lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender students. Dr. Johnson understands the importance of creating initiatives to support individuals in those groups, so their specific concerns may be addressed in multiple ways. As you will learn in this chapter, when leaders proactively create an inclusive and supportive climate that values diversity, benefits are produced that result in positive outcomes for organizations. What is diversity? Diversity refers to identity-based differences among and between two or more people, one that affect their lives as applicants, employees, and customers. These identity-based differences include such things as race and ethnicity, gender, sexual orientation, and age. Groups in society based on these individual differences are referred to as identity groups. These differences are related to discrimination and disparities between groups in areas such as education, housing, healthcare, and employment. The term managing diversity is commonly used to refer to ways in which organizations seek to ensure that members of diverse groups are valued and treated fairly within organizations too in all areas including hiring, compensation, performance evaluation, and customer service activities. The term valuing diversity is often used to reflect ways in which organizations show appreciation for diversity among job applicants, employees, and customers. 3. Inclusion, which represents the degree to which employees are accepted and treated fairly by their organization. 4 is one way in which companies demonstrate how they value diversity. In the context of today's rapidly changing organizational environment, it is more important than ever to understand diversity in organizational contexts and make progressive strides toward a more inclusive, equitable, and representative workforce. 3 kinds of diversity exist in the workplace. See Table 5.1. Surface-level diversity represents an individual's visible characteristics, including, but not limited to, age, body size, visible disabilities, race, or sex. 5. A collective of individuals who share these characteristics is known as an identity group. Deep-level diversity includes traits that are non-observable such as attitudes, values, and beliefs. 6. Hidden diversity includes traits that are deep level but may be concealed or revealed at the discretion of individuals who possess them. 7. These hidden traits are called invisible social identities. 8. And may include sexual orientation, a hidden disability, such as a mental illness or chronic disease, mixed racial heritage. 9. Or socioeconomic status. Researchers investigate these different types of diversity in order to understand how diversity may benefit or hinder organizational outcomes. Diversity presents challenges that may include managing dysfunctional conflict that can arise from inappropriate interactions between individuals from different groups. Diversity also presents advantages such as broader perspectives and viewpoints. Knowledge about how to manage diversity helps managers mitigate some of its challenges and reap some of its benefits. Types of diversity. Surface-level diversity. Diversity in the form of characteristics of individuals that are readily visible, including, but not limited to, age, body size, visible disabilities, race, or sex. Deep-level diversity. Diversity in characteristics that are non-observable, such as attitudes, values, and beliefs, such as religion. Hidden diversity. Diversity in characteristics that are deep level but may be concealed or revealed at discretion by individuals who possess them, such as sexual orientation. How diverse is the workforce? In 1997, researchers estimated that by the year 2020, 14% of the workforce would be Latino, 11% Black, and 6% Asian. 10. Because of an increase in the number of racial minorities entering the workforce over the past 20 years, most of those projections have been surpassed as of 2016, with a workforce composition of 17% Hispanic or Latino of any race, followed by 12% Black and 6% Asian. See Exhibit 5.2. American Indians, Alaska Natives, Native Hawaiians, and other Pacific Islanders together made up a little over 1% of the labor force, while people of 2 or more races made up about 2% of the labor force. 11 women constitute approximately 47% of the workforce compared to approximately 53% for men. 12. And the average age of individuals participating in the labor force has also increased because more employees retire at a later age. 13. Although white people still predominantly make up the workforce with a 78% share, 14. The U.S. workforce is becoming increasingly more diverse, a trend that presents both opportunities and challenges. These demographic shifts in the labor market affect the workforce in a number of ways due to an increasing variety of workers who differ by sex, race, age, sexual orientation, disability status, and immigrant status. Exhibit 5.2 Percentage distribution of the labor force by race, attribution, copyright Rice University, OpenStax, under CC BY 4.0 license. Gender. Increasingly more women are entering the workforce. 15 compared to 59% in 1977, the labor force participation rate for men is now approximately 53% and is expected to decrease through 2024 to 52%. 16 As the labor force participation rate decreases for men, the labor force growth rate for women will be faster. Their percentage of the workforce has steadily risen, as can be seen in Exhibit 5.3, which compares the percentage of the workforce by gender in 1977 to 2017. 17. Although more women are entering the labor force and earning bachelor's degrees at a higher rate than men, 18 women still face a number of challenges at work. The lack of advancement opportunities awarded to qualified women is an example of a major challenge that women face called the glass ceiling. 19, which is an invisible barrier based on the prejudicial beliefs that underlie organizational decisions that prevent women from moving beyond certain levels within a company. Additionally, in organizations in which the upper-level managers and decision-makers are predominantly men, women are less likely to find mentors, which are instrumental for networking and learning about career opportunities. Organizations can mitigate this challenge by providing mentors for all new employees. Such a policy would help create a more equal playing field for all employees as they learn to orient themselves and navigate within the organization. Exhibit 5.3 Percentage distribution of the labor force by sex, attribution, copyright Rice University, OpenStax, under CC BY 4.0 license. One factor that greatly affects women in organizations is sexual harassment. Sexual harassment is illegal, and workers are protected from it by federal legislation. 22 forms of sexual harassment that can occur at work are quid pro quo and hostile environment. 21 Quid pro quo harassment refers to the exchange of rewards for sexual favors or punishments for refusal to grant sexual favors. Harassment that creates a hostile environment refers to behaviors that create an abusive work climate. If employees are penalized, for example by being demoted or transferred to another department, for refusing to respond to repeated sexual advances, quid pro quo sexual harassment has taken place. The telling of lewd jokes, the posting of pornographic material at work, or making offensive comments about women in general are examples of actions that are considered to create a hostile work environment. According to the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, sexual harassment is defined as the unwelcome sexual advances, requests for sexual favors, and other verbal or physical harassment of a sexual nature. Harassment can also include offensive remarks about a person's sex. 22. Although both men and women can be sexually harassed, women are sexually harassed at work more often. 23. In addition, Black and other minority women are especially likely to be subjected to sexual discrimination and harassment. 24. Exhibit 5.4 Tamara Johnson. The treatment of women in business has become a hot topic in corporate boardrooms, human resources departments, and investment committees. Tamara Johnson, who is profiled in the opening feature to this chapter, moves beyond simply acknowledging widespread discrimination to focusing on solutions. Also on the agenda, the need to improve diversity and inclusion across the board and breaking through the glass ceiling. Credit: Tamara Johnson / Attribution 2.0 Generic, CC by 2.0. It is in the organization's best interest to prevent sexual harassment from occurring. Ways to do this include companies providing ongoing, e.g., annual, training so that employees are able to recognize sexual harassment. Employees should know what constitutes acceptable and unacceptable behavior and what channels and protocols are in place for reporting unacceptable behaviors. Managers should understand their role and responsibilities regarding harassment prevention, and a clear and understandable policy should be communicated throughout the organization. Just as gender-based discrimination is illegal and inappropriate, so is discrimination or mistreatment based on pregnancy, childbirth, or related medical conditions. While organizations may have different policies regarding maternity and paternity leave, they must comply with both the Pregnancy Discrimination Act and the Family Medical Leave Act. Race. Another important demographic shift in workforce diversity is the distribution of race. Note that we are using categories defined by the U.S. Census Bureau. It uses the term Black, African American to categorize U.S. residents. In this chapter, we use the term Black. While the white non-Hispanic share of the workforce continues to shrink, the share of racial and ethnic minority groups will continue to grow. 25 specifically, Hispanic people and Asian people will grow at a faster rate than other racial minorities, and Hispanic people are projected to make up almost 1/5 of the labor force by 2024. 26. The projected changes in labor force composition between 2014 and 2024 are as follows. White non-Hispanic participation in the labor force will decline by 3%. Other groups' share of the labor force is expected to increase. Black, 10.1%, Hispanic/Latino, 28%, Asian, 23.2%, and other groups, i.e., multiracial, American Indian, Alaska Native, Native Hawaiian, and other Pacific Islanders, labor force share is expected to increase by 22.2%. 27. With the workforce changing, managers will need to be mindful of issues employees encounter that are uniquely tied to their experiences based on race and ethnicity, including harassment, discrimination, stereotyping, and differential treatment by coworkers and decision-makers in organizations. Discrimination against Black employees. Race is one of the most frequent grounds for discrimination. 28. Although Black people do not make up the largest share of the workforce for racial minorities, research studies show they face discrimination more often than other racial minorities. As a matter of fact, some experts believe that hiring discrimination against Black people has not declined over the past 25 years, while workplace discrimination against other racial minority groups has declined. 29. Ethics in practice. Discrimination in the sharing economy, #Airbnb while Black. Airbnb, a popular home-sharing website founded in San Francisco in 2008, offers millions of homes for short-term rental in more than 190 countries. This company has revolutionized the sharing economy in the same way that ride-sharing services such as Uber and Lyft have, and according to the company, the site's drive to connect hosts and potential renters has been able to contribute to the quality of life of both homeowners and travelers. According to Airbnb's press releases and information campaigns, their services can reduce housing costs for travelers on a budget and can provide unique experiences for adventurous travelers who wish to have the flexibility to experience a city like a local. The organization also claims that most of its users are homeowners looking to supplement their incomes by renting out rooms in their homes or by occasionally renting out their whole homes. According to a statement, most of the listings on the site are rented out fewer than 50 nights per year. Despite the carefully crafted messages Airbnb has presented to the public, in 2016 the company came under intense scrutiny when independent analyses by researchers and journalists revealed something startling. While some Airbnb hosts did in fact use the services only occasionally, a significant number of hosts were using the services as though they were hotels. These hosts purchased a large number of properties and continuously rented them, a practice that affected the availability of affordable housing in cities and, because these hosts were not officially registered as hoteliers, made it possible for Airbnb hosts to avoid paying the taxes and abiding by the laws that hotels are subject to. Title II of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 mandates that hotels and other public accommodations must not discriminate based on race, national origin, sex, or religion, and Title VIII of the Civil Rights Act of 1968, also known as the Fair Housing Act, FHA, prohibits discrimination specifically in housing. However, Airbnb's unique structure allows it to circumvent those laws. The company also claims that while it encourages hosts to comply with local and federal laws, it is absolved from responsibility if any of its hosts break these laws. In 2017, researcher Ben Edelman conducted a field experiment and found that Airbnb users looking to rent homes were 16% less likely to have their requests to book accepted if they had traditionally African American sounding names like Tamika, Darnell, and Rashid. These findings, coupled with a viral social media campaign, #Airbnb while Black, in which users claimed they were denied housing requests based on their race, prompted the state of California's Department of Fair Employment and Housing, DFH, to file a complaint against the company. In an effort to resolve the complaint, Airbnb reported banning any hosts who were found to have engaged in discriminatory practices, and they hired former U.S. Attorney General Eric Holder and former ACLU official Laura Murphy to investigate any claims of discrimination within the company. In 2016, Airbnb released a statement outlining changes to company practices and policies to combat discrimination, and while they initially resisted demands by the DFH to conduct an audit of their practices, the company eventually agreed to an audit of roughly 6,000 of the hosts in California who have the highest volume of properties listed on the site. Currently, white men have higher participation rates in the workforce than do black men. 31, and black women have slightly higher participation rates than white women. 32, despite growth and gains in both black education and black employment, a black person is considerably more likely to be unemployed than a white person, even when the white person has a lower level of education. 33, or a criminal record. 34. Black people frequently experience discrimination in the workplace in spite of extensive legislation in place to prohibit such discrimination. Research has shown that stereotypes and prejudices about black people can cause them to be denied the opportunity for employment when compared to equally qualified white people. 35. It is estimated that about 25% of businesses have no minority workers and another 25% have less than 10% minority workers. 36. In terms of employed black people, research has shown that, regardless of managers' race, managers tended to give significantly higher performance ratings to employees who are racially similar to them. Because white people are much more likely to be managers than black people, this similarity effect tends to advantage white employees over black employees. 37. Black people are also significantly more likely to be hired in positions that require low skills, offer little to no room for growth, and pay less. These negative employment experiences affect both the mental and physical health of black employees. 38. Hispanic/Latino. Hispanic people are the second fastest growing minority group in the United States behind Asian people, 39, and they make up 17% of the labor force. 40. Despite this and the fact that Hispanic people have the highest labor participation rate of all the minority groups, they still face discrimination and harassment in similar ways to other minority groups. Note that we are again using the categories as defined by the U.S. Census Bureau, which predominantly uses the term Hispanic to refer to people of Cuban, Mexican, Puerto Rican, South or Central American, or other Spanish culture or origin. Hispanic people can be of any race. 41. As a matter of fact, increasingly more Hispanic people are identifying racially as white. In 2004, almost half of Hispanic people identified themselves racially as white, while just under half identified themselves as some other race. 42. More than 10 years later, approximately 66% of Hispanic people now identify themselves racially as white, while only 26% identify themselves as some other race. 43. The remaining Hispanic population, totaling approximately 7%, identify as either Black, American Indian, Asian, Alaskan Native, Pacific Islander, or Native Hawaiian. 44. Why would a minority identity group identify racially as white? A Pew study found that the longer Hispanic families lived in the United States, the more likely they were to claim white as their race, even if they had not done so in the past. 45. This suggests that upward mobility in America may be perceived by some Hispanic people to be equated with whiteness. 46. Consequently, Hispanic people who self-identify racially as white experience higher rates of education and salary and lower rates of unemployment. 47. Additionally, only 29% of Hispanic people polled by the Pew Hispanic Center believe they share a common culture. 48. According to the Pew Research Center, this finding may be due to the fact that the Hispanic ethnic group in the United States is made up of at least 14 Hispanic origin groups, such as Puerto Rican, Cuban, Spanish, Mexican, Dominican, and Guatemalan, among many others. 49. Each of these groups has its own culture with different customs, values, and norms. These cultural differences among the various Hispanic groups, combined with different self-perceptions of race, may also affect attitudes toward their workplace environment. For example, one study found that the absenteeism rate among Black people was related to the level of diversity policies and activities visible in the organization, while the absenteeism rate among Hispanic people was similar to that of white people and not related to those diversity cues. 50 results from this study suggest that managers need to be aware of how diversity impacts their workplace, namely addressing the relationship between Hispanic job seekers or workers and organizational outcomes concerning diversity policies, as it may differ from that of other racial minorities. Asian and Asian American. Asian people are the fastest growing ethnic group in the United States, growing 72% between 2000 and 2015. 51 compared to the rest of the U.S. population overall. Households headed by Asian Americans earn more money and are more likely to have household members who hold a bachelor's degree. 52, however, there is a wide range of income levels among the Asian population that differs between the more than 19 groups of Asian origin in the United States. 53. Similar to other racial and ethnic minority groups, Asian people are stereotyped and face discrimination at work. Society through media often stereotypes Asian men as having limited English-speaking skills and as being highly educated, affluent, analytical, and good at math and science. 54 Asian women are often portrayed as weak and docile. 55 for Asian women and other minority women as well. Social stereotypes depicting them as exotic contribute to reports of sexual harassment from women minority groups. 56. The model minority myth 57 is a reflection of perceptions targeting Asian people and Asian Americans that contrast the stereotypes of conformity and success of Asian men with stereotypes of rebelliousness and laziness of other minority men. It also contrasts the stereotyped exotic and obedient nature of Asian women against the stereotypical beliefs that white women are independent and pure. 58 These perceptions are used not only to invalidate injustice that occurs among other racial minorities, but also to create barriers for Asian and Asian Americans seeking leadership opportunities as they are steered toward behind the scenes positions that require less engagement with others. These stereotypes also relegate Asian women into submissive roles in organizations, making it challenging for Asian men and women to advance in rank at the same rate as white male employees. 59. Multiracial. Although the U.S. Census Bureau estimates that approximately 2% of the U.S. population describes themselves as belonging to more than one race, the Pew Research Center estimates that number should be higher, with around 7% of the U.S. population considered multiracial. 60 This is due to the fact that some individuals may claim one race for themselves even though they have parents from different racial backgrounds. To complicate matters even more, when collecting data from multiracial group members, racial identity for individuals in this group may change over time because race is a social construct that is not necessarily based on a shared culture or country of origin in the same way as ethnicity. As a result, multiracial individuals and Hispanic people have admitted to changing their racial identity over the course of their life and even based on the situation. Approximately 30% of multiracial individuals polled by the Pew Research Center say that they've varied between viewing themselves as belonging to one race or belonging to multiple races. Within the group polled, the order in which they first racially identified as belonging to one racial group versus belonging to more than one group varied. 61. Despite the fact that multiracial births have risen tenfold between 1970 and 2013, 62 their participation in the labor force is only around 2%. 63 Additionally, multiracial individuals with a white racial background are still considered a racial minority unless they identify themselves solely as white. And approximately 56% of them on average say they have been subjected to racial jokes and slurs. 64 Discrimination also varies when multiracial groups are broken down further, with Black, American Indians having the highest percentage of individuals reporting discrimination, and white, Asian people having the lowest percentage. 65. At work, multiracial employees are sometimes mistaken for races other than their own. If their racial minority background is visible to others, they may experience negative differential treatment. Sometimes they are not identified as having a racial or ethnic minority background and are privy to disparaging comments from unsuspecting coworkers about their own race, which can be demoralizing and can lead to lower organizational attachment and emotional strain related to concealing their identity. 66. Other groups. Approximately 1% of the labor force identifies as American Indian, Alaska Native, Native Hawaiian, or Pacific Islander, or some other race. 67. Age. The age distribution of an organization's workforce is an important dimension of workplace diversity as the working population gets older. Some primary factors contributing to an older population include the aging of the large baby boomer generation, people born between 1946 and 1964, lower birth rates, and longer life expectancy 68 due to advances in medical technology and access to health care. As a result, many individuals work past the traditional age of retirement, 65 years old, and work more years than previous generations in order to maintain their cost of living. Exhibit 5.5 compares the percentage of the population over the age of 65 to those under the age of 18 between 2010 and 2016. The number of older individuals has increased and is projected to reach 20.6% by the year 2030, while the number of younger individuals has steadily decreased within that time period. These numbers imply that organizations will increasingly have employees across a wide range of ages, and cross-generational interaction can be difficult to manage. Although older workers are viewed as agreeable and comfortable to work with, they are also stereotyped by some employees as incompetent 69 and less interested in learning new tasks at work compared to younger workers. 70 studies have found support for the proposition that age negatively relates to cognitive functioning. 71, however, if managers offer less opportunity to older workers solely because of declining cognitive functioning, it can be detrimental to organizational performance because older workers outperform younger workers on a number of other job performance measures. Compared to younger workers, older workers are more likely to perform above their job expectations and follow safety protocols. They are also less likely to be tardy, absent, or abuse drugs or alcohol at work compared to their younger counterparts. Exhibit 5.5 Change in U.S. Population by Age, Attribution, Copyright Rice University, OpenStax, under CC BY 4.0 license. Sexual orientation and gender identity. Sexual orientation diversity is increasing in the workforce. In June 2020, the Supreme Court ruled that the Civil Rights Act prohibits discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity. Until this ruling, only 21 states and Washington, D.C. prohibited such discrimination. 72 With this new federal protection, individuals cannot for employment or fired for their sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression. 73 However, although the Civil Rights Act does not provide federal protection to lesbian, gay, bisexual and transgender and queer/questioning LGBTQ employees, that protection is not complete. LGBTQ people can still face other types of discrimination inside and outside of the workplace, and some employers and lawmakers may take up the issue in the future. On a positive note, more than half of the Fortune 500 companies have corporate policies that protect sexual minorities from discrimination at work and offer domestic partner benefits. 74 Many employers are beginning to understand that being perceived as inclusive will make them more attractive to a larger pool of job applicants. 75. Furthermore, many organizations have come to recognize that gender and sexual orientation equity aligns to their mission and ethics. Unfortunately, the percentage of hate crimes relating to sexual orientation discrimination has increased. 76. Indeed, LGBTQ employees are stigmatized so much that in a recent study, researchers found that straight-identifying participants were more attracted to employers with no job security to offer them compared to gay-friendly employers. 77. In other words, individuals would waive job security to avoid working with sexual minorities. Also, compared to heterosexuals, sexual minorities have higher education levels 78, but still face hiring and treatment discrimination frequently. 79. LGBTQ employees are often faced with the decision of whether or not to be truthful about their sexual orientation at work for fear of being stigmatized and treated unfairly. To be clear, any stigmatization is the fault of the people who mistreat others, and sometimes even the organization itself. But as a result, LGBTQ and other people may choose to engage in what is sometimes called passing, or the decision not to disclose something about oneself. Passing often involves a great risk of emotional strain that can affect performance and well-being. 80. Individuals who pass may distance themselves from coworkers or clients to avoid disclosure about their personal life. This behavior can also result in decreased networking and mentoring opportunities, which over time can limit advancement opportunities. The decision to be transparent about sexual orientation is sometimes called revealing. 81. Just like passing, revealing has its own set of risks, including being ostracized, stigmatized, and subjected to other forms of discrimination at work. However, compared to passing, the benefits of building relationships at work and using their identity as a catalyst for tolerance and progressive organizational change may outweigh the risks when LGBTQ employees decide to reveal. The decision to come out should be made exclusively by the individual. Outing someone else as any sexual orientation or gender identity is considered highly inappropriate and hurtful, and may have employment-related consequences. Research shows that when laws are passed to prevent sexual orientation discrimination, incidents of workplace discrimination decrease. 82. This same effect occurs when firms adopt policies that protect the rights of sexual minority employees. 83. By creating a safe and inclusive work environment for LGBTQ employees, companies can create a culture of tolerance and trust for all employees regardless of their sexual orientation or gender identity. Managing change. Removing bias in recruiting. An increasing number of companies are testing new and innovative methods of recruiting. In many cases, firms remove any identifying information about applicants during the recruitment process. An example of this may include anonymous applications that omit fields requesting information, such as an applicant's name or age. Using computer application technology, some companies like Google administer surveys to their anonymous applicants that measure the abilities required for the job before they are considered in the next step of the recruitment process. Alternatively, companies may request that applicants remove identifying information such as names and address from their resumes before applying for positions. As resumes are received, hiring managers can assign a temporary identification number. Although more companies are using this method of recruiting, the idea is not new for symphony orchestras, many of which have been using this type of auditioning since the 1970s. In some instances, musicians audition behind screens, so they are evaluated only by their music. This process removes bias associated with race and gender because the performer cannot be seen and only heard. A study investigating this practice examined 11 symphony orchestras that varied their auditions. Researchers found that those orchestras that held unseen auditions increased the likelihood that a woman would be hired by between 25 and 46%. A recruitment process like this can help organizations attract more candidates, hire the best talent, increase their workplace diversity, and avoid discrimination liability. In other efforts, organizations work to alter their job descriptions to remove terms that result in gender or other biases. By involving diversity and equity experts, and sometimes using artificial intelligence-based language analysis, recruiters can eliminate unintended barriers and improve their hiring processes. Immigrant workers. Every year a new record is set for the time it takes to reach the U.S. cap of H-1B visas granted to employers. 84H. 1B visas are a type of work visa, a temporary documented status that authorizes individuals to permanently or temporarily live and work in the United States. 85. As a result of the demand for work visas by employers, the number of immigrant workers in the U.S. workforce has steadily grown within the last decade from 15% in 2005 to 17% in 2016. 86. Compared to those born in the United States, the immigrant population in America is growing significantly faster. 87. This is partly because of the U.S. demand for workers who are proficient in math and science. 88. And wish to work in America. Although a huge demand for immigrant labor exists in the United States, immigrant labor exploitation occurs, with immigrant employees receiving lower wages and working longer hours compared to American workers. 89. Foreign-born job seekers are attracted to companies that emphasize work visa sponsorship for international employees, yet they are still mindful of their vulnerability to unethical employers who may try to exploit them. For example, Lambert and colleagues found that some of the job-seeking MBA students from the Philippines in their study believed that companies perceived to value international diversity and sponsor H-1B visas signaled a company wishing to exploit workers. 90 others believed that those types of companies might yield diminishing returns to each Filipino in the company because their token value becomes limited. In news stories, companies have been accused of drastically shortchanging foreign student interns on their weekly wages. 91. In another case, Infosys, a technology consulting company, paid $34 million to settle allegations of visa fraud due to suspicion of underpaying foreign workers to increase profits. 92. Other forms of diversity at work. Workers with disabilities are projected to experience a 10% increase in job growth through the year 2022. 93. This means that more public and corporate policies will be revised to allow greater access to training for workers with disabilities and employers. 94. Also, more companies will use technology and emphasize educating employees about physical and mental disabilities as workplace accommodations are used more often. In the past, the United States has traditionally been a country with citizens who predominantly practice the Christian faith. However, over the past almost 30 years, the percentage of Americans who identify as Christian has significantly decreased by approximately 12%. Over that same time period, affiliation with other religions overall increased by approximately 25%. 95. The increase in immigrant workers from Asian and Middle Eastern countries means that employers must be prepared to accommodate religious beliefs other than Christianity. Although federal legislation protects employees from discrimination on the basis of race, religion, and disability status, many employers have put in place policies of their own to deal with the variety of diversity that is increasingly entering the workforce. How does diversity impact companies and the workforce? Due to trends in globalization and increasing ethnic and gender diversity, it is imperative that employers learn how to manage cultural differences and individual work attitudes. As the labor force becomes more diverse, there are both opportunities and challenges to managing employees in a diverse work climate. Opportunities include gaining a competitive edge by embracing change in the marketplace and the labor force. Challenges include effectively managing employees with different attitudes, values, and beliefs, in addition to avoiding liability when leadership handles various work situations improperly. Reaping the advantages of diversity. The business case for diversity introduced by Taylor Cox and Stacey Blake outlines how companies may obtain a competitive advantage by embracing workplace diversity. 96 opportunities that companies may receive when pursuing a strategy that values diversity include cost advantages, improved resource acquisition, greater marketing ability, system flexibility, and enhanced creativity and better problem solving. See Exhibit 5.6. Exhibit 5.6 Managing Cultural Diversity, Attribution, Copyright Rice University, OpenStax, under CC BY 4.0 license. Cost advantages. Traits such as race, gender, age, and religion are protected by federal legislation against various forms of discrimination, covered later in this chapter. Organizations that have policies and procedures in place that encourage tolerance for a work climate of diversity and protect female and minority employees and applicants from discrimination may reduce their likelihood of being sued due to workplace discrimination. Cox and Blake identify this decreased liability as an opportunity for organizations to reduce potential expenses and lawsuit damages compared to other organizations that do not have such policies in place. Additionally, organizations with a more visible climate of diversity experience lower turnover among women and minorities compared to companies that are perceived to not value diversity. 97 turnover costs can be substantial for companies over time, and diverse companies may ameliorate turnover by retaining their female and minority employees. Although there is also research showing that organizations that value diversity experience a higher turnover of white employees and male employees compared to companies that are less diverse. Some experts believe this is due to a lack of understanding of how to effectively manage diversity. Also, some research shows that white people with a strong ethnic identity are attracted to diverse organizations similarly to non-white people. 99. Resource acquisition. Human capital is an important resource of organizations, and it is acquired through the knowledge, skills, and abilities of employees. Organizations perceived to value diversity attract more women and minority job applicants to hire as employees. Studies show that women and minorities have greater job pursuit intentions and higher attraction toward organizations that promote workplace diversity in their recruitment materials compared to organizations that do not. 100 When employers attract minority applicants, their labor pool increases in size compared to organizations that are not attractive to them. As organizations attract more job candidates, the chances of hiring quality employees increases, especially for jobs that demand highly skilled labor. In summary, organizations gain a competitive advantage by enlarging their labor pool by attracting women and minorities. Marketing. When organizations employ individuals from different backgrounds, they gain broad perspectives regarding consumer preferences of different cultures. Organizations can gain insightful knowledge and feedback from demographic markets about the products and services they provide. Additionally, organizations that value diversity enhance their reputation with the market they serve, thereby attracting new customers. System flexibility. When employees are placed in a culturally diverse work environment, they learn to interact effectively with individuals who possess different attitudes, values, and beliefs. Cox and Blake contend that the ability to effectively interact with individuals who differ from oneself builds cognitive flexibility, the ability to think about things differently and adapt one's perspective. When employees possess cognitive flexibility, system flexibility develops at the organizational level. Employees learn from each other how to tolerate differences in opinions and ideas, which allows communication to flow more freely and group interaction to be more effective. Creativity and problem solving. Teams from diverse backgrounds produce multiple points of view, which can lead to innovative ideas. Different perspectives lead to a greater number of choices to select from when addressing a problem or issue. Life experience varies from person to person, sometimes based on race, age, or sex. Creativity has the opportunity to flourish when those experiences are shared. Diverse teams not only produce more alternatives, but generate a broader range of perspectives to address tasks and problems. One way in which diverse teams enhance problem-solving ability is by preventing groupthink. 101 A dysfunction in decision-making that occurs in homogeneous groups as a result of group pressures and group members' desire for conformity and consensus. Diverse group membership prevents groupthink because individuals from varied backgrounds with different values, attitudes, and beliefs can test the assumptions and reasoning of group members' ideas. Aligning diversity programs with an organization's mission and strategic goals. Diversity helps organizations perform best when it is aligned with a specific business strategy. For example, when companies use heterogeneous management teams that are directed by an entrepreneurial strategy focusing on innovation, the company's productivity increases. When an entrepreneurial strategy is not present, however, team diversity has little effect on productivity. 102 An entrepreneurial strategy includes innovation that reflects a company's commitment to being creative, supporting new ideas, and supporting experimentation as a way to gain a competitive advantage. In other words, managers may properly utilize the multiple perspectives that emerge from heterogeneous teams by integrating them as a resource for pursuing the overall strategy of the organization. Using human resources tools strategically. To effectively align diversity with an organization's strategy, the human resources function must be able to engage employees at dynamic levels. Using a strategic human resources management approach to an organization can successfully integrate diversity with the organization's goals and objectives. 103 Strategic Human Resources Management, SHRM, is a system of activities arranged to engage employees in a manner that assists the organization in achieving a sustainable competitive advantage. SHRM practices vertically integrate with the mission and strategy of the organization while horizontally integrating human resources activities across its functional areas. By doing so, a unique set of resources can be made available specific to the needs of the organization. Furthermore, when human resources becomes a part of the strategic planning process, instead of just providing ancillary services, improved communication, knowledge sharing, and greater synergy between decision makers can occur within the organization to improve organizational functioning. The resource-based view of the firm has been used to support the argument for diversity because it demonstrates how a diverse workforce can create a sustainable competitive advantage for organizations. Based on the resource-based view of the firm, when companies possess resources that are rare, valuable, difficult to imitate, and non-substitutable, a sustained competitive advantage can be attained. 104 The SHRM approach assumes that human capital, the current and potential knowledge, skills, and abilities of employees, is instrumental to every organization's success and sustainability and longevity. If a diverse composition of employees within organizations is rare, employing minorities in positions of leadership is even rarer. One exception is Northern Trust, an investment management firm that was recently listed on Forbes magazine's 2018 Best Employers for Diversity list. 38% of Northern Trust top executives are women, which is impressive because it matches the average percentage of women in full-time one-year MBA programs over the past 5 years. 106 The average for S&P 500 companies is just 27%. In addition, African Americans make up 23% of Northern Trust's board, which also demonstrates the commitment Northern Trust has to diversity. This rare degree of diversity helps Northern Trust become an employer of choice for minorities and women. In turn, attracting minority applicants increases the labor pool available to Northern Trust and increases its ability to find good talent. Exhibit 5.7 Bank staff watching presentation The disability awareness players present to the staff at Northern Trust. Credit: JJ's list/flickr/attribution 2.0 generic, CC by 2.0. Diverse companies may capitalize on the multiple perspectives that employees from different backgrounds contribute to problem solving and idea generation. In group settings, members from collectivist cultures from Asia and South America, for example, engage with others on tasks differently than members from North America. Similarly, Asian, Black, and Hispanic people usually act more collectively and engage more interdependently than white people, who are generally more individualistic. More harmonious working interactions benefit group cohesion and team performance. 107 and employees can grasp better ways of doing things when there is a diverse population to learn from. For a company to attain a sustained competitive advantage, its human resource practices must be difficult to copy or imitate. As we will see later in the chapter, companies may hold one of three perspectives on workplace diversity. The integration and learning perspective results in the best outcomes for employees and the organization. However, it is not easy to become an employer that can effectively manage diversity and avoid the challenges we learned about earlier in this chapter. Historical conditions and often complex interplay between various organizational units over time can contribute to a company's ability to perform effectively as a diverse organization. Best practices for targeting diverse applicants or resolving conflicts based on cultural differences between employees may occur organically and later become codified into the organizational culture. Sometimes, however, the origin of diversity practices is unknown because they arose from cooperation among different functional areas, e.g., marketing and human resources working strategically with leadership to develop recruitment ideas. That occurred so long ago that not even the company itself, let alone other companies, could replicate the process. Diversity and organizational performance. Research indicates that having diversity in an organization produces mixed results for its success. Some studies show a positive relationship, some show a negative relationship, and others show no relationship between diversity and performance. Some researchers believe that although findings regarding a direct relationship between diversity and success in the marketplace may be inconsistent, the relationship may be due to other variables not taken into account. Taking the resource-based view perspective, Richard and colleagues demonstrated that racially diverse banking institutions focused on innovation experienced greater performance than did racially diverse banks with a low focus on innovation. 108 These findings suggest that for the potential of racial diversity to be fully realized, companies should properly manage the system flexibility, creativity, and problem-solving abilities used in an innovative strategy. Other studies show that when top management includes female leadership, firm performance improves when organizations are innovation-driven. What is workplace discrimination, and how does it affect different social identity groups? Although diversity has its benefits, there are also challenges that managers must face that can only be addressed with proper leadership. Some of the most common challenges observed in organizations and studied in research include lower organizational attachment and misunderstanding work diversity initiatives and programs. Lower organizational attachment. Although diversity programs attract and retain women and minorities, they may have the opposite effect on other, non-minority employees. When diversity is not managed effectively, white and male employees can feel alienated from or targeted by the organization as diversity programs are put in place. A study that examined 151 work groups across 3 large organizations investigated whether the proportion of group membership based on race or sex affected the group members' absentee rates, psychological attachment to their work group, and turnover intentions. 110 factors that play significant roles in an employee's attachment to their organization. Results showed a positive relationship between group heterogeneity and lower organizational attachment, higher turnover intentions, and greater frequency of absences for men and for white group members. In other words, as work group diversity increased, white employees and male employees felt less attached to the organization and were more likely to quit. Because heterogeneous groups improve creativity and judgment, managers should not avoid using them because they may be challenging to manage. Instead, employers need to make sure they understand the communication structure and decision-making styles of their work groups and seek feedback from employees to learn how dominant group members may adjust to diversity. Legal challenges and diversity. The legal system is used to combat discrimination. Among the ways that we will cover here are reverse discrimination, workplace discrimination, harassment, age discrimination, disability discrimination, national origin discrimination, pregnancy discrimination, race/color discrimination, religious discrimination, sex-based discrimination, and other forms of discrimination. Reverse discrimination. As research shows, workplace discrimination against women and racial or ethnic minorities is common. Reverse discrimination is a term that has been used to describe a situation in which dominant group members perceive that they are experiencing discrimination based on their race or sex. This type of discrimination is uncommon, but is usually claimed when the dominant group perceives that members of a protected, diverse class of citizens are given preference in workplace or educational opportunities based not on their merit or talents, but on a prescribed preferential treatment awarded only on the basis of race or sex. Research conducted in the 1990s shows that only 6 federal cases of reverse discrimination were upheld over a 4-year period, 1990 to 1994, and only 100 of the 3,000 cases for discrimination over that same 4-year period were claims of reverse discrimination. 111. Interestingly, a recent poll administered by the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation and the Harvard T.H. Chan School of Public Health found that a little more than half of white Americans believe that white people face discrimination overall, and 19% believe they have experienced hiring discrimination due to the color of their skin. 112. This misperception stems in part from the recalibration of the labor force as it become more balanced due to increased equal employment opportunities for everyone. Members of dominant identity groups, white people and men, perceive fewer opportunities for themselves when they observe the workforce becoming more diverse. In reality, the workforce of a majority of companies is still predominantly white and male employees. The only difference is that legislation protecting employees from discrimination and improvements in equal access to education have created opportunities for minority group members when before there were none. Workplace discrimination. Workplace discrimination occurs when an employee or an applicant is treated unfairly at work or in the job hiring process due to an identity group, condition, or personal characteristic such as the ones mentioned above. Discrimination can occur through marital status, for example when a person experiences workplace discrimination because of the characteristics of a person to whom they are married. Discrimination can also occur when the offender is of the same protected status of the victim, for example when someone discriminates against someone based on a national origin that they both share. The Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, EOC, was created by Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 with the primary goal of making it illegal to discriminate against someone in the workplace due to their race, national origin, sex, disability, religion, or pregnancy status. 113 and the 2020 Supreme Court decision upheld the same protections for sexual orientation and gender identity. The EEOC enforces laws and issues guidelines for employment-related treatment. It also has the authority to investigate charges of workplace discrimination, attempt to settle the charges, and, if necessary, file lawsuits when the law has been broken. All types of workplace discrimination are prohibited under different laws enacted and enforced by the EEOC, which also considers workplace harassment and sexual harassment forms of workplace discrimination and mandates that men and women must be given the same pay for equal work. 114. The provision for equal pay is covered under the Equal Pay Act of 1963, which was an amendment to the Fair Labor Standards Act of 1938. Virtually all employers are subject to the provisions of the Act, which was an attempt to address pay inequities between men and women. More than 50 years later, however, women still earn about 80 cents to every dollar that men earn, even while performing the same or similar jobs. 115. Harassment. Harassment is any unwelcome conduct that is based on characteristics such as age, race, national origin, disability, gender, or pregnancy status. Harassment is a form of workplace discrimination that violates Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, the Age Discrimination in Employment Act of 1967, and the Americans with Disabilities Act of 1990. 116. Sexual harassment specifically refers to harassment based on a person's sex, and it can, but does not have to, include unwanted sexual advances, requests for sexual favors, or physical and verbal acts of a sexual nature. Though members of any sex can be the victim of sexual harassment, women are the primary targets of this type of harassment. 117. Age discrimination. Age discrimination consists of treating an employee or applicant less favorably due to their age. The Age Discrimination in Employment Act, ADA, forbids discrimination against individuals who are age 40 and above. The act prohibits harassment because of age, which can include offensive or derogatory remarks that create a hostile work environment. 118. Disability discrimination. A person with a disability is a person who has a physical or mental impairment that limits one or more of the person's life actions. Disability discrimination occurs when an employee or applicant who is covered by the Americans with Disabilities Act, ADA, is treated unfavorably due to their physical or mental disability. The ADA is a civil rights law that prohibits discrimination in employment, public services, public accommodations, and telecommunications against people with disabilities. 119. To be covered under the ADA, individuals must be able to perform the essential functions of their job with or without reasonable accommodations. Research has shown that reasonable accommodations are typically of no or low cost, less than $100 to employers. 120. National origin discrimination. National origin discrimination involves treating someone unfavorably because of their country of origin, accent, ethnicity, or appearance. EEOC regulations make it illegal to implement an employment practice or policy that applies to everyone if it has a negative impact on people of a certain national origin. For example, employers cannot institute an English-only language policy unless speaking English at all times is essential to ensure the safe and efficient operation of the business. Employers also cannot mandate employees be fluent in English unless fluency in English is essential to satisfactory job performance. The EEOC also prohibits businesses from hiring only U.S. citizens or lawful residents unless the business is required by law to do so. 121. Pregnancy discrimination. Pregnancy discrimination involves treating an employee or applicant unfairly because of pregnancy status, childbirth, or medical conditions related to pregnancy or childbirth. The Pregnancy Discrimination Act, PDA, prohibits any discrimination as it relates to pregnancy in any of the following areas: hiring, firing, compensation, training, job assignment, insurance, or any other employment conditions. Further, certain conditions that result from pregnancy may be protected under the ADA, which means employers may need to make reasonable accommodations for any employee with disabilities related to pregnancy. Under the Family and Medical Leave Act, FMLA, new parents, including adoptive and foster parents, may be eligible for 12 weeks of unpaid leave, or paid leave only if earned by the employee, to care for the new child. Also, nursing mothers have the right to express milk on workplace premises. 122. Race/color discrimination. Race/color discrimination involves treating employees or applicants unfairly because of their race or because of physical characteristics typically associated with race, such as skin color, hair texture, or certain facial features. As with national origin discrimination, certain workplace policies that apply to all employees may be unlawful if they unfairly disadvantage employees of a certain race. Policies that specify that certain hairstyles must or must not be worn, for example, may unfairly impact African American employees, and such policies are prohibited unless their enforcement is necessary to the operations of the business. 123. Religious discrimination. Religious discrimination occurs when employees or applicants are treated unfairly because of their religious beliefs. The laws protect those who belong to traditional organized religions and those who do not belong to organized religions, but hold strong religious, ethical, or moral beliefs of some kind. Employers must make reasonable accommodations for employees' religious beliefs, which may include flexible scheduling or modifications to workplace practices. Employees are also permitted accommodation when it comes to religious dress and grooming practices, unless such accommodations will place an undue burden on the employer. Employees are also protected from having to participate or not participate in certain religious practices as terms of their employment. 124. Sex-based discrimination. Sex-based discrimination occurs when employees or applicants are treated unfairly because of their sex. This form of discrimination includes unfair treatment due to gender, transgender status, and sexual orientation. Harassment and policies that unfairly impact certain groups protected under sex discrimination laws are prohibited under EOC legislation. 125. The key diversity-related federal laws are summarized in Table 5.2. Key diversity-related legislation. Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 created the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission with the primary role of making it illegal to discriminate against someone in the workplace due to their race, national origin, sex, disability, religion, or pregnancy status. Equal Pay Act of 1963 mandates that men and women must be given the same pay for equal work. Age Discrimination in Employment Act, ADA, forbids discrimination against individuals who are age 40 and above. Americans with Disabilities Act, ADA, prohibits discrimination against people with disabilities in employment, public services, public accommodations, and in telecommunications. Pregnancy Discrimination Act, PDA, prohibits any discrimination as it relates to pregnancy, including hiring, firing, compensation, training, job assignment, insurance, or any other employment conditions. Family and Medical Leave Act, FMLA, grants new parents up to 12 weeks of paid or unpaid leave to care for the new child, and gives nursing mothers the right to express milk on workplace premises. Table 5.2, Attribution, Copyright Rice University, OpenStax, under CC BY 4.0 license. Other types of discrimination. Beyond the key types of discrimination outlined by the EOC, diversity and management scholars have identified other types of discrimination that frequently impact certain identity groups more than others. Access discrimination is a catch-all term that describes when people are denied employment opportunities because of their identity group or personal characteristics such as gender, race, age, or other factors. Treatment discrimination describes a situation in which people are employed but are treated differently while employed, mainly by receiving different and unequal job-related opportunities or rewards. 126 scholars have also identified a form of discrimination called interpersonal or covert discrimination that involves discrimination that manifests itself in ways that are not visible or readily identifiable, yet is serious because it can impact interpersonal interactions between employees, and customers, and other important workplace relationships. This type of discrimination poses unique challenges because it is difficult to identify. For example, one study examining customer service and discrimination found that obese customers were more likely to experience interpersonal discrimination than average-weight customers. Salespersons spent less time interacting with obese customers than average-weight customers, and average-weight customers reported more positive interactions with salespeople when asked about standard customer service metrics such as being smiled at, receiving eye contact, and perceived friendliness. What key theories help managers understand the benefits and challenges of managing the diverse workforce? Many theories relevant to managing the diverse workforce center on an individual's reactions, such as categorization and assessment of the characteristics of others, to people who are different from the individual. Competing viewpoints attempt to explain how diversity is either harmful or beneficial to organizational outcomes. The cognitive diversity hypothesis suggests that multiple perspectives stemming from the cultural differences between group or organizational members result in creative problem-solving and innovation. The similarity attraction paradigm and social identity theory hold that individuals' preferences for interacting with others like themselves can result in diversity having a negative effect on group and organizational outcomes. The justification suppression model explains under what conditions individuals act on their prejudices. Cognitive diversity hypothesis. Some research shows that diversity has no relationship to group performance, and some shows that there is a relationship. Of the latter research, some shows a negative relationship. Greater diversity means poorer group performance. Less diversity means better group performance, and some shows a positive relationship. These various findings may be due to the difference in how diversity can affect group members. Cognitive diversity refers to differences between team members in characteristics such as expertise, experiences, and perspectives. 128 Many researchers contend that physical diversity characteristics such as race, age, or sex, also known as biodemographic diversity, positively influence performance because team members contribute unique cognitive attributes based on their experiences stemming from their demographic background. 129. There is research that supports the relationship between group performance and task-related diversity as reflected in characteristics not readily detectable such as ability, occupational expertise, or education. However, the relationship between biodemographic diversity and group performance has produced mixed results. 130, for example, Watson and colleagues studied the comparison of group performance between culturally homogeneous and culturally heterogeneous groups. Groups were assigned business cases to analyze, and their group performance was measured over time based on 4 factors: the range of perspectives generated, the number of problems identified in the case, the number of alternatives produced, and the quality of the solution. Overall performance was also calculated as the average of all the factors. The factors were measured at 4 intervals: interval 1 at 5 weeks, interval 2 at 9 weeks, interval 3 at 13 weeks, and interval 4 at 17 weeks. For intervals 1 and 2, the overall performance of homogeneous groups was higher than heterogeneous groups. However, by intervals 3 and 4, there were no significant differences in overall performance between the groups, but the heterogeneous group outperformed the homogeneous group in generating a greater range of perspectives and producing a greater number of alternatives. This research suggests that although homogeneous groups may initially outperform culturally diverse groups, over time diverse groups benefit from a wider range of ideas to choose from when solving a problem. Based on the cognitive diversity hypothesis, these benefits stem from the multiple perspectives generated by the cultural diversity of group members. On the other hand, it takes time for members of diverse groups to work together effectively due to their unfamiliarity with one another, which explains why homogeneous groups outperform heterogeneous groups in the early stages of group functioning. This is related to the similarity attraction paradigm, discussed in the next section. Other studies have shown that ethnically diverse groups cooperate better than homogeneous groups at tasks that require decision-making and are more creative and innovative. While homogeneous groups may be more efficient, heterogeneous groups sacrifice efficiency for effectiveness in other areas. Similarity attraction paradigm. The cognitive diversity hypothesis explains how diversity benefits organizational outcomes. The similarity attraction paradigm explains how diversity can have negative outcomes for an organization. Some research has shown that members who belong to diverse work units may become less attached, are absent from work more often, and are more likely to quit. 131. There is also evidence that diversity may produce conflict and higher employee turnover. Similarity attraction theory is one of the foundational theories that attempts to explain why this occurs. It posits that individuals are attracted to others with whom they share attitude similarity. 132. Attitudes and beliefs are common antecedents to interpersonal attraction. However, other traits such as race, age, sex, and socioeconomic status can serve as signals to reveal deep-level traits about ourselves. For example, numerous studies investigating job seeker behaviors have shown that individuals are more attracted to companies whose recruitment literature includes statements and images that reflect their own identity group. One study showed that companies perceived to value diversity based on their recruitment literature are more attractive to racial minorities and women compared to white people. 133. Another study showed that when organizations use recruitment materials that target sexual minorities, the attraction of study participants weakened among heterosexuals. 134. Even foreign-born potential job candidates are more attracted to organizations that depict international employees in their job ads. 135. Social cognitive theory. Social cognitive theory is another theory that seeks to explain how diversity can result in negative outcomes in a group or organization. Social cognitive theory suggests that people use categorization to simplify and cope with large amounts of information. These categories allow us to quickly and easily compartmentalize data, and people are often categorized by their visible characteristics, such as race, sex, and age. Thus, when someone sees a person of a particular race, automatic processing occurs and beliefs about this particular race are activated. Even when the person is not visible, they can be subject to this automatic categorization. For example, when sorting through resumes, a hiring manager might engage in gender categorization because the person's name provides information about the person's gender, or racial categorization because the person's name provides information about their race. 136 stereotypes are related to this categorization and refer to the overgeneralization of characteristics about large groups. Stereotypes are the basis for prejudice and discrimination. In a job-related context, using categorization and stereotyping in employment decision-making is often illegal. Whether illegal or not, this approach is inconsistent with a valuing diversity approach. Social identity theory. Social identity theory is another explanation of why diversity may be perceived as a negative outcome. Social identity theory suggests that when we first come into contact with others, we categorize them as belonging to an in-group, i.e., the same group as us, or an out-group, not belonging to our group. 137. We tend to see members of our in-group as heterogeneous, but out-group members as homogeneous. That is, we perceive outgroup members as having similar attitudes, behaviors, and characteristics, i.e., fitting stereotypes. Researchers posit that this perspective may occur because of the breadth of interactions we have with people from our in-group as opposed to outgroups. There is often strong in-group favoritism and, sometimes, derogation of outgroup members. In some cases, however, minority group members do not favor members of their own group. 138. This may happen because of being continually exposed to widespread beliefs about the positive attributes of white people or men, and to common negative beliefs about some minorities and women. When in-group favoritism does occur, majority group members will be hired, promoted, and rewarded at the expense of minority group members, often in violation of various laws. Schema theory. Schema theory explains how individuals encode information about others based on their demographic characteristics. 139 units of information and knowledge experienced by individuals are stored as having patterns and interrelationships, thus creating schemas that can be used to evaluate oneself or others. As a result of the prior perceived knowledge or beliefs embodied in such schemas, individuals categorize people, events, and objects. They then use these categories to evaluate newly encountered people and make decisions regarding their interaction with them. Based on schema theory, employees develop schemas about coworkers based on race, gender, and other diversity traits. They also form schemas about organizational policies, leadership, and work climates. Schemas formed can be positive or negative and will affect the attitudes and behaviors employees have toward one another. Justification suppression model. The justification suppression model explains the circumstances in which prejudiced people might act on their prejudices. The process by which people experience their prejudice is characterized as a two-step process in which people are prejudiced against a certain group or individual but experience conflicting emotions in regard to that prejudice and are motivated to suppress their prejudice rather than act upon it. 140 theory about prejudice suggests that all people have prejudices of some sort, that they learn their prejudices from an early age, and that they have a hard time departing from them as they grow older. Prejudices are often reinforced by intimate others, and individuals use different methods to justify those prejudices. Most people will attempt to suppress any outward manifestations of their prejudices. This suppression can come from internal factors like empathy, compassion, or personal beliefs regarding proper treatment of others. Suppression can also come from societal pressures. Overt displays of prejudice are no longer socially acceptable, and in some cases are illegal. At times, however, prejudiced individuals will look for reasons to justify acting on their prejudiced beliefs. Research has shown people are more likely to act in prejudiced ways when they are physically or emotionally tired, when they can do so and remain anonymous, or when social norms are weak enough that their prejudiced behavior will not be received negatively. How can managers reap benefits from diversity and mitigate its challenges? Much theoretical work has espoused the benefits of workplace diversity, but empirical studies have often had conflicting results, which have shown researchers that certain conditions can affect how successful initiatives to increase and enhance workplace diversity are. Managers can work to make sure that the efforts and initiatives they enact to increase diversity in the workplace come from a perspective that ensures and strives for equity and fairness, and not simply from the perspective of only benefiting the company's bottom line. By approaching diversity and diversity issues in a thoughtful, purposeful way, managers can mitigate the challenges posed by a diverse workforce and enhance the benefits a diverse workforce can offer. 3 perspectives on workplace diversity. Ely and Thomas's work on cultural diversity was designed to theoretically and empirically support some of the hypothesized relationships between diversity and workplace outcomes. Their research yielded a paradigm that identifies 3 perspectives regarding workplace diversity: 141 integration and learning, access and legitimacy, and discrimination and fairness. The integration and learning perspective. The integration and learning perspective posits that the different life experiences, skills, and perspectives that members of diverse cultural identity groups possess can be a valuable resource in the context of work groups. Under this perspective, the members of a culturally diverse work group can use their collective differences to think critically about work issues, strategies, products, and practices in a way that will allow the group to be successful in its business operations. The assumption under this perspective is that members of different cultural identity groups can learn from each other and work together to best achieve shared goals. This perspective values cultural identity and strongly links diversity of the group to the success of the firm. Downfalls of the integration and learning perspective can be that white members of the work group can feel marginalized when they are not asked to join in on diversity-related projects or discussions. Similarly, workforce members of color might experience burnout if they are always expected to work on those projects and discussions that specifically deal with diversity issues. The access and legitimacy perspective. The access and legitimacy perspective focuses on the benefit that a diverse workforce can bring to a business that wishes to operate within a diverse set of markets or with culturally diverse clients. Work groups that operate under this perspective are doing so in order to gain access to diverse markets, and because their diversity affords them some level of legitimacy when attempting to gain access to diverse markets. This type of workplace diversity is more of a functional type of diversity that does not attempt to integrate or value diversity at the business's core. The danger of this diversity perspective is that it can limit the roles of certain minority groups by valuing members of these groups only because they can increase the access to diverse markets and clients and not because they can make other potentially valuable contributions. 142. The discrimination and fairness perspective. The discrimination and fairness perspective stems from a belief that a culturally diverse workforce is a moral duty that must be maintained in order to create a just and fair society. This perspective is characterized by a commitment to equal opportunities in hiring and promotions, and does not directly link a work group's productivity or success with diversity. Many times, firms operating under this perspective will have a spoken or unspoken assumption that assimilation into the dominant, white, culture should take place by the members of other cultural identity groups. One drawback of this perspective is that because it measures progress by the recruitment and retention of diverse people, employees of traditionally underrepresented groups can feel devalued. Often, assimilation is pushed on diverse employees under the guise of reducing conflict or in an effort to demonstrate that differences between cultural identity groups are unimportant. What can organizations do to ensure applicants, employees, and customers from all backgrounds are valued? Organizations that are committed to equality and inclusion must take steps to combat the examples of discrimination and harassment that have been covered in this chapter. And they must take steps to make diversity a goal in the pre-employment stages as well as in the post-employment stages. Anyone with managerial or supervisory responsibilities should pay careful attention to hiring and performance-rewarding practices and make sure to rely on relevant information for making decisions and ignore race-based stereotypes. The following are examples of what leaders and organizations can do to make sure employees feel valued. Interview selection process. To ensure fairness for all applicants, organizations should use highly structured interviews during the selection process to avoid bias based on race or gender. 144 highly structured interviews consists of the following 15 characteristics. 1. Job analysis. 2. Same questions. 3. Limited prompting. 4. Better questions. 5. Longer interviews. 6. Control of ancillary information. 7. Limited questions from candidates. 8. Multiple rating scales. 9. Anchored rating scales. 10. Detailed notes. 11. Multiple interviewers. 12. Consistent interviewers. 13. No discussion between interviews. 14. Training. And 15. Statistical prediction. 145 similarity bias can occur when interviewers prefer interviewees with whom they share similar traits. Organizations can mitigate this challenge if all 15 characteristics of a structured interview are used consistently with each job applicant. Diversified mentoring relationships. Thanks to the rapid growth of international travel and globalization, managers are often called upon to manage a workforce that is increasingly diverse. Research has shown that racially and ethnically diverse firms have better financial performance than more homogeneous firms because, as mentioned, Employees from different backgrounds and with different experiences can give the firm a competitive advantage in various ways. It is necessary, however, that managers and those in positions of power are adequately equipped to manage diverse workforces in ways that are beneficial to all. Diversified mentoring relationships are relationships in which the mentor and the mentee differ in terms of their status within the company and within larger society. The differences could be in terms of race, gender, class, disability, sexual orientation, or other status. Research has found that these types of relationships are mutually beneficial and that the mentor and the mentee both have positive outcomes in terms of knowledge, empathy, and skills related to interactions with people from different power groups. 146. Managerial leadership. Diversity training programs. As the workforce becomes increasingly more diverse, managers will face a major challenge in understanding how to manage diversity. One of many decisions to be made is whether an organization should offer diversity training and, if so, what topics and issues should be addressed based on the organizational goals. There has been a debate over the effectiveness of corporate diversity training since the Civil Rights Act of 1964 helped prompt corporate diversity training with the organizational goal of simply being compliant with the law. Prior research shows that it can be effective, ineffective, or even detrimental for employees. But as diversity training has evolved through the years, it has become an important factor in helping employers manage diversity. In the 1980s through the late 1990s, diversity training evolved from focusing solely on compliance to addressing the needs of women and minorities as they entered the workforce at a faster rate. Unfortunately, this type of training was perceived by white people and men as singling them out as the problem. Sometimes such training was even formatted as confession sessions for white employees to express their complicity in institutional racism. Not unexpectedly, this type of training would often backfire and would further separate employees from each other, the exact opposite of its intention. Recently, diversity training has evolved to focus on 1. Building cultural competencies regarding fellow employees, 2. Valuing differences, and 3. Learning how diversity helps make better business decisions. This perspective toward diversity training is more effective than simply focusing on causes of a lack of diversity and the historical roots of discrimination. Understanding how to comply with the law is still important, but training has a greater effect when the other factors are also included. A recent study investigated various diversity training methods, including having participants engage in activities on perspective-taking and goal-setting. For perspective-taking activities, participants were asked to write a few sentences about the challenges they believed minority group members might experience. Goal-setting activities involved writing specific and measurable goals related to workplace diversity, such as crafting future policies or engaging in future behaviors. Researchers found that when these activities were used as a diversity training method, pro-diversity attitudes and behavioral intentions persisted months later. Issues regarding employee sexual orientation have also been introduced into corporate diversity training in recent years. Because employees' religious beliefs are protected by Title VII of the Civil Rights Act, employers should be sensitive to balancing the rights of lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender employees and employees' religious rights. Attempting to protect the rights of one group and not be perceived to disrespect another is a difficult situation for managers. In order to mitigate any backlash from some employees, employers should seek feedback from all groups to learn the best ways to accommodate them and should assess the organizational climate. Additionally, managers should explain how diversity based on sexual orientation aligns with the company's strategic objectives and explain the company's legal position with supportive reasoning. Lastly, based on their organizational climate and how it reshapes itself over time, some companies may wish to address diversity training on sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expression in training separate from other diversity issues. Sources: Young, Sherry A., Bediah Haffagi, and David L. Corson. Developing cultural intelligence and empathy through diversified mentoring relationships. Journal of Management Education, 2017 1052562917710687, Bezrikova, K. Jen, K. and Spell, C.S., 2012. Reviewing Diversity Training, Where We Have Been and Where We Should Go. Academy of Management Learning and Education, 11, 207 to 227, Anand, R., and Winters, M., 2008. A retrospective view of corporate diversity training from 1964 to the present. Academy of Management Learning and Education, 7, 356 to 372, Lindsay, A. King, E. Membra, A. Anchung, H.K., July 28, 2017. 2 types of diversity training that really work. Harvard Business Review. Discussion questions. Why do you believe diversity training is resisted by some employees? Do you believe there will always be a need for workplace diversity training? How would you determine what types of diversity training are needed at your company? Visible leadership. Another key to ensure that employees are treated fairly is utilizing appropriate leadership strategies. 147 leadership must sincerely value variety of opinions, and organizational culture must encourage openness and make workers feel valued. Organizations must also have a well-articulated and widely understood mission and a relatively egalitarian, non-bureaucratic structure. Having such a work environment will ensure that the attitudes and values of employees are aligned with those of the organization. In this way, culture serves as a control mechanism for shaping behaviors. Strategies for employees. Individuals can increase positive employment outcomes by obtaining high levels of education, because for all groups, education is a predictor of employment and increased earnings. Individuals can also seek employment in larger firms, which are more likely to have formal hiring programs and specific diversity provisions in place. Individuals of any race or ethnic background can also take steps to eliminate discrimination by being aware of their own personal stereotypes or biases and taking steps to challenge and address them. Barriers to access. A project showcasing the major physical barriers impacting those with disabilities in the world around us. Every public bathroom must have at least one accessible stall. These stalls have a larger space inside that is big enough to be able to comfortably turn around a wheelchair. The space cannot be obstructed by fixtures such as baby changing tables, sinks, etc. The door needs to be self-closing, as well as having a handle on both sides that is easy to grab and hold. Grade 2 Braille is required for ADA compliancy. Grade 1 is a letter-for-letter translation, meaning it is too long for regular signage. Grade 2 is more concise but still clear, and it is the preferred grade for signage. All dots must be domed, and they must be below the corresponding text. Usually, these signs are required at all entrances and doorways in public buildings. Public transportation barriers. Public transportation is a great resource to utilize, but it is often not supported enough by the government to be truly useful. Those with disabilities can be especially affected by its downfalls. If the bus/subway stops are too far apart, the likelihood that those with mobility concerns can get to a stop are very low. They might be too far to walk to, the path to them may not be accessible for someone in a wheelchair, or the path may be dangerous, walking along a busy road, going through unlit urban areas, etc. These barriers can prevent people from being able to make a living, get to important appointments, get an education, and more. If people do not have a strong support system, they often need to rely on public transport, but it is not always feasible. Alt. Thresholds shall be half an inch high, maximum. The image provided shows a threshold that is incredibly out of standard, at 8 inches high. Levels must be kept fairly consistent in order to allow everyone the ability to get in and out of buildings. This table details the amount of accessible parking spaces that must be provided relative to the total number of parking spaces. The spaces must be marked with the international symbol of accessibility. Each space must be adjacent to a 5-foot wide aisle, which leads to a ramp or entryway. Thanks to the ADA, the places that comprise our shared American life, schools, workplaces, movie theaters, courthouses, buses, baseball stadiums, national parks, they truly belong to everyone. Barack Obama. Attitudinal barriers. These barriers are not physical and instead come from other people. The easiest way to explain these barriers is to liken them to stigmatization of the disabled community. While many folks that advance these barriers do not have harmful intent, the effect can be just the same. Examples of these barriers can include assuming someone in a wheelchair cannot communicate, assuming that someone who is visibly disabled will always need extra help, not letting someone be in your group due to stereotyping their abilities, etc. With extra education, people can be informed about how to interact with those that have different needs than their own, and ways to learn about people personally, instead of generalizing. Alt. While doorknobs are in compliance with the ADA standards, they can often be a challenge for those with lack of mobility or dexterity in their hands. Depending on the quality of the handle and mechanism, it can take a strong grip and the ability to turn your wrist, which is harder to maneuver than using force to simply push the lever downwards. The purpose of the ADA was to provide clear and comprehensive national standards to eliminate discrimination against individuals with disabilities. As a result, individuals with disabilities are now able to live in their homes and have access to new careers. Jim Ramstad. Council post. What is ADA compliance and why does it matter? If your website hosts any type of commercial activity or refers to products and services sold on-site, online accessibility is 100% necessary. Forbes. This article details ADA compliance and its factors, as well as the consequences for individuals or entities that do not comply. Alt. Newly constructed roads must contain curb ramps when an intersection contains curbs or other barriers that make the road and sidewalk of unequal levels. The image shown would not be up to standard if constructed today. Alt. Restaurants can provide accessible tables, and these spaces must not be obstructed by other objects. They require a certain height and knee clearance space in order for a wheelchair user to pull up to the table instead of needing to transfer to a chair. Alt. Attempts to create accessibility can often be such a failure they are insulting. In this image, the builder/designer probably thought they did something beneficial to those using mobility aids. However, the ramp provided is completely unsafe and probably impossible to push yourself up. Accessibility allows us to tap into everyone's potential. Deborah Rue. Alt. The lack of infrastructure in many cities severely limits where wheelchair-bound people are able to travel. In this image, Jesse Magana of Vancouver is forced to traverse rough dirt pathways alongside unsafe highways to reach his destination. On the Line, Lives, Rights, and Quality of Existence by Kira McClure. Picture_as_PDF. Donate. Kira McClure at Pima Community College. There are some in the United States today who believe that we live in a modern and progressive society, one where the civil rights struggles of the past have been won and reactionary prejudice is on its way out of the societal mainstream. While this mindset is certainly comforting and palatable to the majority, it is unfortunately far removed from the pragmatic reality of our country today. Racism, classism, homophobia, transphobia, and many other breeds of foul prejudice run rampant in society today, both subtly and out in the open. As a transgender person and member of the broader LGBT+ umbrella, I go through every day knowing that there is a dedicated movement against people like me. Because of this, I have had a vested interest in keeping track of the various trends and positions on transgender rights within the state of Arizona. Unfortunately, the current outlook is far from ideal. Not only are transgender individuals at risk of their rights being violated by transphobic individuals, but in the state legislature by mainstream political politicians as well. Individual prejudice, by its very nature, is hard to measure in concrete terms. Sure, there are indicators, red flags, and dog whistles to look out for. But for every individual who is mask off in their hatred, there are many more who practice it subtly. Individual transphobia can come in many different forms. Sometimes it comes in the form of derogatory comments and targeted harassment. Other times it comes in the form of slashed car tires and physical assault. Maybe your boss writes you up for uniform noncompliance, or a police officer decides that your safety isn't worth his time. Ask anyone in the transgender community, and you will find countless stories of how they have personally been impacted by this, especially within the realms of economic and employment equity. It is a generally accepted reality that one must conceal their true gender identity from their employer and coworkers until they are absolutely certain that they won't react negatively. And even then, the tolerance of an environment can change almost at a moment's notice. And when that happens, the process of inevitable termination is almost inevitable. As mentioned previously, the process is rarely direct. Now, most prejudiced people are aware that they can only be so direct in their hatred. The more blatant one is, the better of a case they are handing to the opposing lawyer in the inevitable wrongful termination suit. So, they try to craft the ideal set of termination circumstances. Sometimes it comes in the form of weaponized allocation of hours, cutting someone's hours to non-viable levels, or scheduling them to work beyond their availability. Other times, as alluded to previously, they face unwarranted or harsher write-ups over infractions than their cis-normative peers. The end goal is always to create enough plausible deniability over the termination so that the person being fired doesn't have any recourse. All these actions, both big and small, foster an atmosphere of normalized transphobia. To put it simply, it turns transgender individuals into an other, a deviation from the norm. Human beings have a nasty tendency to do horrible things once they think another person is an other. As this process continues and more people adopt these attitudes, it can inevitably lead to increased attempts to implement transphobic policy at the state level. It is no secret that the conservative political bloc in Arizona has rarely been an ally of the LGBT community. However, starting in the latter half of the 2010s, more and more emphasis has been placed on targeting the transgender community. Whether it be the hysteria over allowing transgender people to use their preferred bathrooms, the belief that teaching the concept of gender identity is a form of grooming, or the calls to ban all forms of transgender healthcare, it has become more and more apparent that the community has become one of their main targets. When gubernatorial candidate Kari Lake decided to change her platform to appeal to the radical far-right demographic in Arizona, one of the first things she did was to distance herself from her previous support of transgender individuals. She went from supporting transgender youth to stating that their existence is a calculated attempt to mess with God's creation. She is running on the promise that, as governor, she would do everything within her power to crack down on the transgender population, Kaczynski and Steck. Kari Lake's platform as governor is merely a continuation of the precedent set by other elected officials aligned with the Arizona Republican Party. Doug Ducey, who is still the current governor at the time of writing, has a mixed but transphobic-leaning record on signing anti-LGBT bills into law. Levesque, Arizona Governor Doug Ducey. Two of this year's major anti-transgender pieces of legislation, Senate Bill 1045 and Senate Bill 1046, were both authored by State Representative and paragon of the Arizona far-right Wendy Rogers, Levesque, Arizona lawmaker. Unfortunately, both of the bills were signed into law, setting a dangerous precedent going into the next half of the midterms and beyond. Legislature passes 2 bills. I will admit, it can be hard to write about issues like this sometimes. As someone who is trans myself, I have a well-versed understanding of the prejudice that exists towards individuals like me within society. However, at the same time, there is part of me that doesn't want to dwell on it too much. It is really hard to sleep easy at night knowing that the belief that you are inherently invalid and a harmful scourge that needs to be wiped out is a politically viable position of political standing. I think a lot of cisnormative people don't really want to think about it either. However, the only way to solve a problem is to recognize how severe of a situation it is. When lives, rights, and quality of existence are on the line, freezing like a deer in the headlights will lead to nothing but sorrow and suffering in the long run. The white running back Toby Gerhart is a bruising running back. Coming out of college at 6 feet and 225 pounds, he was drafted by the Minnesota Vikings football team with their first-round pick in 2010. It was a controversial choice. His playing style is unorthodox. He runs standing almost straight up and doesn't do much faking and cutting. Most NFL runners get low and slip away from tacklers. Gerhart chugs and blows through things. That's not Gerhart's only distinction. In a league where running backs, almost all of them, are black, he's white. On the days leading to the draft, Gerhart feared his skin color might be expensive. An anonymous quote had been circulating, suggesting that his position in the draft order could fall, bringing his paycheck down along with it. One longtime NFL scout insisted that Gerhart's skin color will likely prevent him from being drafted in Thursday's first round. He'll be a great second-round pickup for somebody, but I guarantee you if he was the exact same guy, but he was black, he'd go in the first round for sure, the scout said. As it turned out, the scout was wrong. But the question of race in sports had flared, and the media came to it. One story appeared on an MSNBC-affiliated website called thegrio.com. Writer John Mitchell pointed out that 27 of the NFL's 32 general managers, those ultimately responsible for draft day selections, were white, and so, he asserted, it was virtually impossible that racism could work against Gerhart. 2. John Mitchell is black. In fact, if you go to thegrio.com's contributor page, you'll find that, as a rough estimate, 90% of the website's writers are black, a number that's far, far out of proportion with the global percentage of black writers out there. The disproportion, however, would be less surprising for anyone who'd read the description the site presents of itself. Thegrio.com is devoted to providing African Americans with stories and perspectives that appeal to them but are underrepresented in existing national news outlets. The Grio features aggregated and original video packages, news articles, and blogs on topics from breaking news, politics, health, business, and entertainment, which concern its niche audience. 3. On that same page, surfers are directed to a video story about the Grio co-produced by NBC New York, which is a station aimed at the general market, not the Grio.com's niche audience. The story tells of the Grio.com's origin, and in an interview with the website's founder, he remarks that his contributors are very diverse. We have conservatives, liberals, old folks, young folks, rich folks, poor folks, politicians, and plain folks. 4. The NBC story also informs us that the idea for creating a site that aggregated news stories involving the black community was taken to NBC executives who agreed to sponsor the website. We don't learn which specific NBC execs received the proposal, but a quick check of the network's directors and programming directors and so on leads to the strong suspicion that most were white. Questions about racial discrimination are tangled and difficult. Here are a few of the knotted uncertainties arising from the Gerhart episode and its treatment in the press. The story about Toby Gerhardt in the Griot.com claimed that the white Gerhardt couldn't suffer racial discrimination because the people who'd be drafting him, or not, were white. Is that true? Is it impossible for whites to be racist against other whites? Overwhelmingly, running backs in the NFL are black. These are painful but very high-paying jobs with long vacations and lots of fringe benefits. Most young guys would be happy with the work, but a certain racial group holds a near monopoly. Is there racism operating here? The Griot.com's workforce is, according to its founder, very diverse in many ways, but completely dominated by a single racial group. Racism? MSNBC, which sponsors the Griot.com, currently has a primetime TV lineup: Joe Scarborough and Mika Brzezinski in the morning, and Chris Matthews, Ed Schultz, Rachel Maddow, and Lawrence O'Donnell at night. That's all white. Racism? What exactly is racial discrimination? Racial discrimination in the economic world can be defined in 3 steps. 1. An employment decision: hiring, promoting, demoting, firing, and related actions affects an employee or applicant adversely or positively. 2. The decision is based on the person's membership in a certain racial group rather than individual ability and accomplishment with respect to work-related tasks. 3. The decision rests on unverified or unreasonable stereotypes or generalizations about members of that racial group. The first step, someone has to suffer or benefit from the discrimination, is important because without something tangible to point at, you're left making an accusation without evidence. The second step, discrimination is based on race as opposed to job qualifications, is critical because it separates the kind of racism we typically consider vile from the one we normally accept as reasonable. For example, if actors are being hired to play Toby Gerhardt in a biography about his life, and all the finalists for the role are white guys, well, the casting company probably did discriminate in terms of race. But this particular discrimination overlaps with qualifications helping the actor play the part. This contrasts with the alleged racial discrimination surrounding the Gerhardt draft pick, the suspicion that he couldn't be very good at running over other people with an oblong leather ball cradled in his arm because his skin is white. If that's a baseless premise, then it follows that within this definition of racism, the Griot.com's claim that Gerhardt has no reason to fear unfair discrimination because so many NFL general managers are white is, in fact, wrong. Whites can exhibit racial discrimination against other whites, just as blacks can discriminate against blacks, and so on. The difference between discriminating in favor of white males to play Gerhardt in a movie and discriminating against white males as running backs is more or less clear. Between the extremes, however, there are a lot of gray areas. What about the case of hiring at thegriot.com? Just looking at the list of contributors, it's hard to avoid wondering whether they're picking people based on skin color as opposed to writing ability. On the other hand, since thegriot.com explicitly states that its mission is to tell stories affecting the black community, a case could be made that black writers are more likely to be well qualified since it's more likely that their lives significantly connect with that community. It's not, in other words, that contributors are hired because they're black. It's the fact that they're black that helps them possess the kind of background information that will help them write for thegriot.com. The definition's third step, an employment decision rests on unverified or unreasonable stereotypes or generalizations about members of a racial group, is also important. Staying on the Griot.com example, there's a difference between finding that in specific cases contributors well suited to the site also tend to be black, and making the stronger generalization that whites, Asians, Hispanics, and so on are by nature incapable of understanding and connecting with the realities covered by the webpage. This second and generalizing claim eliminates the opportunity for those others to participate. Finally, questions about racial discrimination center on purely racial divisions, but overlap with another distinction that can be similar but remains technically different: ethnicity. Race concerns descent and heredity. It's usually visible in ways including skin, hair, and eye color. Because it's a biological trait, people can't change their race. Ethnicity is the cluster of racial, linguistic, and cultural traits that define a person as a member of a larger community. The Hispanic ethnic group, for example, contains multiple races, but is unified by common bonds tracing back to Spanish and Portuguese languages and customs. Though it's not common, one's ethnicity may change. A girl born in Dublin to Irish parents, but adopted by an Argentine family living in East Los Angeles may ultimately consider herself Hispanic. The U.S. Census Bureau divides individuals in terms of race and, with a separate question, ethnicity. It's not unusual, however, for the two categories to be mixed in a business environment. Many organizations place Hispanic on the list of racial options when measuring their workforce's diversity. In the real world, the line between race and ethnicity is blurry. Locating racism in business questions about racism swirl around the Toby Gerhardt episode, but it's equally clear that getting a firm grip on which people and institutions involved actually are racist is difficult. Nearly all running backs in the NFL are black, and at least one scout presumes that racial discrimination in favor of that color is an active part of the reason. But there could also be social and cultural reasons for the imbalance. Maybe young black men are more likely to devote themselves to football because they see so many successful role models. Or it may be that players, regardless of their race, come from a certain economic class or geographic part of the country where, in fact, blacks happen to be the majority. More explanations could be added. No one knows for sure which is right. On the other side, just as it's prudent to be careful when using words like racist and pointing fingers, there is real evidence indicating wide and deep currents of racism in U.S. business life. Generally, there are three evidence types. 1. Experimental. 2. Statistical. 3. Episodic. 1 experimental indication of racism in hiring comes from economist Mark Bendick. He paired applicants for gender and appearance, loaded them with similar qualifications, and sent them to New York City restaurants in search of waiter jobs. The only notable difference between the two applicants was their race. Whites, blacks, Asians, and Hispanics participated. After 181 restaurant visits in which the two applicants appeared within an hour of each other, the results were tabulated. Because 4 racial groups were investigated, there are a lot of crosstabs, but the basic finding was simple. With everything else as equal as possible, whites were significantly more likely to be given information about job duties, receive second interviews, and be hired. According to Bendick, the important thing is that we repeated the experiment dozens of times so that we can be pretty sure when a pattern emerges it really is differences in employer behavior and not a random effect. 5. In terms of statistical evidence of racism, racial disparities are significant in many areas. Income is not atypical. According to the U.S. Census Bureau, in 2006 the median personal income for Asians was $36,000, for whites $33,000, for blacks $27,000, and for Hispanics $24,000. 6. The disparities contract significantly, but not all the way, when you adjust for education levels. Surveying only those who hold bachelor's degrees yields these numbers. White, $44,000, Asian $42,000, Black $42,000, Hispanic $37,000. Going back a little more than a decade, the Federal Glass Ceiling Commission produced a set of striking statistics. According to its study, 97% of the senior managers of Fortune 500 companies are white and 95% are male. That compares with a broader economic reality in which 57% of the working population is female or minority or both. 7. Episodic evidence of racism in business life is real-world episodes where decisions seem to have been made based on racial distinctions. The venerable clothier Abercrombie and Fitch, which once outfitted JFK, and now sells heavily to collegians, garnered considerable and unwanted media attention when Jennifer Liu, a former salesperson at the store, took her story to the CBS News program 60 Minutes. According to Liu, she was fired soon after corporate executives patrolled the store where she worked and informed the store's manager that the staff was supposed to look like the models in the store's display posters. If you've been in Abercrombie, you may remember that they tend to have the blonde, blue-eyed, football team captain look, like Toby Gerhardt. In an interview with 60 Minutes, Anthony Ocampo says, the greeters and the people that worked in the in-season clothing, most of them, if not all of them, were white. The people that worked in the stockroom, where nobody sees them, were mostly Asian American, Filipino, Mexican, and Latino. 8. A lawsuit against the store was settled out of court when Abercrombie agreed to pay almost $50 million to negatively affected employees and beef up their minority hiring. They also stated that their custom of seeking out new sales staff at predominantly white fraternities and sororities should be modified. Categories of racial discrimination. When discrimination exists in a business environment, it can be distinguished into several categories. First, there's a division between institutional and individual discrimination. Institutional discrimination is exemplified in the Abercrombie lawsuit. The preference given to white football player types wasn't one person at one store. It was part of the corporate culture. Managers were instructed to include a certain look while excluding others, and presumably their job depended on their ability to meet that demand. The manager, in other words, who fired Jennifer Liu may, or may not, have thought it was a terrible thing to do. Regardless, the manager's personal feelings had nothing to do with the firing. Instructions were provided by higher-ups, and they were followed. Individual racial discrimination, on the other hand, can occur in any organization no matter how determined leaders may be to create an organizational culture prohibiting it. The NFL, for example, established a requirement, commonly called the Rooney Rule, in 2003 requiring teams to interview minority candidates for football operations posts. It's part of a broader effort by the league to ensure against racial discrimination. Still, this comes from a 2005 article by Sports Illustrated writer Dan Banks. One Asian stereotype concerns size. A NFL personnel man told me on Thursday the problem with Chang is the kid is short. But when I noted that Chang was 6'1½ and 211 pounds and taller than San Diego's Drew Brees, the talent scout replied, but he plays short. And he's 2'11", but he looks frail. 9. A second broad distinction within the category of racial discrimination divides isolated from regularized incidents. An isolated case of racial discrimination is a one-time deal. Regularized incidents are repeated occurrences fitting into a pattern. The final distinction cuts through all those mentioned